Hi, everybody, and welcome back to an episode of Big Apple Hockey, another special episode. It feels like I'm having a special episode every single day lately, but it's the new league day today. Free agent frenzy is half an hour away. Can't wait to find out what's going on. I, of course, guys, am your host, Mark Williams, who once again can't find his own name. Joined by the host of the Final Buzzer, Mr. John Filkowski.
Silly season's here. How's everybody feeling?
Well, it doesn't get much more sillier than the man from the Hockey News, still basking in the glory of the draft, Mr. Anthony Larocco.
It's a strange way to introduce me. Mitch Marner gone off the board. The big three in Florida re-signed, but there's still some big pieces on the board with Besser and Nikolai Ehlers and some potential for trades. So hopefully today's still action-packed, but we'll see. I'm most intrigued by does Will Cooley get that rumored offer sheet?
And of course, when we need an action-packed day, we need reinforcements. Let's bring in Evan from Rangers Central.
Yep, I'm ready to see what Nicole is saying when the Gavrikov number drops. We're gonna throw things. I got the Undertaker outfit in the background on the ready, so it's gonna be interesting. But this free agent class also is looking pretty weak right now, so I'm hoping there's trades today at least. Give me some big trade.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that Gavrikov deal either. And of course, Matt from Rangers Central also joining us.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I'm happy to be here again. Of course, just like on draft night, got my black beanie on like the Undertaker because I am not looking forward to this Gavrikov deal. If the reports are true, and after seeing what Ivan Provorov got on the open market, or at least what he extended for in Columbus, yeah, $9 million a year for Vladislav Gavrikov is not going to be pretty, especially since it's probably going to be a 7-year deal as well.
It's funny that you're mentioning the Gavrikov deal and what the potential on that is. Chris Drury can go right to the top of the Ebola list, which is funny because Kevin Adams, to me, is the worst GM, arguably in professional sports. And Chris Drury could easily pass him today. I would have no problem putting – yes, exactly. Greg, I'm right there with you. Please, not Gavrikov. Actually, before we get started on all the free agency stuff, Anthony, what were your thoughts on the draft? Because we never got your opinion on it.
I mean, the Islanders had a really great first round. I know there was disappointment that they weren't able to get James Higgins. Matthew Darce said he tried. He tried to deal with Nashville, Philly, and Boston, but unfortunately, they asked for more than just the 2 picks, and rightfully so. He didn't lead with his heart and do something that he would regret. He stuck to his guns, and he wasn't about to get fleeced. So. With that said, though, they added 2 really good pieces for the future in Eklund and obviously Kayshawn. So great first round for him. Definitely, one of the big winners of the night. And, I'm looking forward to see Schaefer potentially start the year in October. But, great night all around for the Islanders.
And, Phil, what were your thoughts on the Rangers draft and them getting Malcolm Spence with the 43rd pick?
Their draft is kind of a crapshoot. It's kind of a wait-and-see type of approach. They took some upside swings in later rounds, but Malcolm Spence at 43 is great value because he was a guy that was supposed to go in first round. I had him in first round. We had him in our mock. That's a guy that I think is going to be a very good player. I think he'll be at the very least, I think he's a middle six winger / center. I think that's the guy that you want to go into war with. Come playoff time, he plays a playoff style type game, tenacious forechecker, physical, underrated playmaker, got a very good shot. There is definitely some room for growth with him. I do think that he needs to fix his skating. He kind of had an awkward hunch that he skates with.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really seen anything like it. It needs to be fixed, but it is correctable. The other thing is that he needs to lengthen his strides for a guy his size. I think if he could do that, which are both I think both things are easily correctable. I think he'll be an even better skater and a bigger pain in the ass to play against at the NHL level.
All right. And also, the gentleman down below, they did their own draft day recap. Evan, can you give us any highlights from that?
I'm definitely a little bit higher on some of the later round picks than I was on draft day. I don't understand the Gonchar pick still. That one's very head scratching because he was projected to go either in the 7th round or undrafted by most scouts. So I'm still trying to figure that one out, considering there was still some talent that fell from the 2nd or 3rd round on the board.
It wouldn't be a Rangers draft unless they drafted someone's kid.
Yeah, or just nepotism, reaching on picks, the Rangers way. I do like Barnhill quite a bit, and then the pick that I'm the highest on of the later ones is Eriksson. I think that pick, there's some upside there for him to be a little bit better than maybe we think, just because of the fact that he's still only 17 years old. There's so much room for improvement, but we'll see. I mean, it's late round picks at the end of the day. You never know if they're gonna hit or completely miss. So let's just hope for the best.
And Matt, what were your thoughts on the draft?
Yeah, I mean, I liked the Malcolm Spence pick. Obviously, like we all talked about, he was projected to go in the 1st round. We had him in our mock draft in the 1st round. And, good job on the Rangers that, the kid fell to the 2nd round and they took advantage of it and they drafted him. So yeah, I mean, listen, I agree with like what Phil was saying with like what Evan was saying, that ideally for Malcolm Spence, you hope that he becomes like a middle 6, 2nd, 3rd line winger. But I mean, I like the kid. I like the way how he plays. He gets on the forecheck. He works hard. But like what Phil said, the thing is he has to work on his skating. The other picks, I like the Zeb Lindgren pick. I think he could be a decent project on the defensive side. And also like what Evan said, I like the Mikael Eriksson pick as well. The Artem Gonchar pick, like I don't know what that's about. Like the kid was projected to go in the 7th round. Some mocks didn't even have him getting drafted at all, and you used the 3rd round pick on him. It just didn't make sense. But I guess since Sergei Gonchar's nephew, I don't know. Chris Drury is doing Chris Drury things, I guess.
All right, and we're gonna try to keep track of all the wheelings and dealings in the ticker below. But this one we got right here. This is I forgot what Sam Bolduc's brother's name is.
Zach
Bolduc. Okay, yeah. Should remember that because I believe he had the game-winning goal against the Rangers at the Garden during one of those.
He had 2 goals in that game, I believe.
Yeah, it was one of those illustrious games where the Rangers clearly didn't quit on the season. So, but speaking about which, Anthony, Sam Bolduc, he wasn't tendered by the Islanders.
No, I think with some of the defensive prospects they added in the last couple of years, I just think he further fell down the depth chart and he wasn't really able to improve his skating. So, yeah, I think that what led to the ultimate decision. But also, too, remember, you see it often sometimes a team doesn't qualify a player and then re-signs him anyway. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but just because the team didn't qualify a guy doesn't mean he's, not going to come back.
All right, and let's get to the big news of the day, guys. I never changed out the thumbnail from yesterday because it happened before it went down. But Mitch Marner to the Vegas Golden Knights for Nick Waugh, and then Marner signs an 8-year, $12 million deal. Anthony, start us off on this. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think we've all said it at various points, but Vegas is always involved in the best players available. Going back to Mark Stone, Jack Eichel, Peter Angelo, they always get their guy. They've been linked for him for quite a while, and with Peter Angelo likely his career being over, I mean that helped them a lot with opening up cap space. But lo and behold, Vegas does it again. So they get the best player available. Mitch Marner, I think, playing in Vegas, I think he's going to be a little bit relieved, much less pressure. He's on a great team. Jack Eichel, which, by the way, I doubt Eichel goes anywhere now at this point. But, yeah, it's a phenomenal move for Vegas. And, for Toronto, they lose a player and at least get something for him. And, basically in this sign and trade, he's not leaving them left with his team returning nothing. Tavares back in the day. But I think it was time for both sides to move on. Marner, I think he was unfairly scapegoated there at times. And now they look to move in a different direction finally, because we all said for years and years that team needed to break up the core four and change the composition of the team. And maybe that's what they're going to look to do today with Marner gone. But Vegas gets their guy and the best player available.
Phil, what do you think about Marner going to Vegas? Is this going to be a situation where he's going to thrive there?
I mean, they were just talking about it on TSN's Free Agent Frenzy. I have it going on my TV here. They were talking about like how he could like go to the supermarket and not have to like, not be worried about being like swarmed by fans or being stared at by fans. Like, this is a guy that's going to be able to like kind of just be a guy there. Like, he's going to be a key in a cog in a machine. They've been really good. I wonder how they handle their defense with Alex Pietrangelo. With his, I don't even know what to call this, because I have a feeling that he might be back by the playoffs, knowing Vegas and the shenanigans they've gotten away with over the last few years. But they're going to have to handle their defense. And I think this is a guy that could probably produce in the right situation. Jack Eichel, people thought that Jack Eichel was never going to be a big playoff performer. What does he do? He plays a Conn Smythe level game when he goes to Vegas, and they win a cup, in his second year there. So, I mean, Mitch Marner, not having to be the guy and the pressure of probably the biggest hockey market in the game on his shoulders, I think that could do good for him. I really do. And 12 million isn't a crazy AAV either for a guy that's, I would say, a Selke caliber winger. I think he's good enough to win one. I don't know if he'll win it just due to the inherency of the position and the defensive responsibilities that come with playing center. But, I mean, that 12 million AAV isn't terrible at all. It really isn't. So, For me, it's not a bad deal. You get him for 8 years. You have Jack Eichel there. Can they re-sign Jack Eichel? I mean, supposedly they're in talks for an extension for him. We'll see whether or not that'll get done soon. But if they can keep the core of that team together, that he has the potential to win it there.
Yeah, and although I do have to say, Phil, always hearing about, he can go to the supermarket. Oh, don't give me that. Don't give me that. You're getting paid $12 million. And you're in Toronto. You're in the mecca of hockey. Just stop. Whenever anybody always says that, I think that's such a cop-out. That means this guy couldn't handle the pressure, and he needs a more low-pressure environment. And I like going to Vegas. I like seeing games there where they're telling you to clap. Evan, what do you think about it? Am I off base on this?
I mean, I like this for both sides, just because for Toronto's sake, I like that they're getting something as opposed to nothing, at least for Marner, because that was something that, was my worry from Toronto's end. It's like, it sucks that you're going to lose this caliber of player for absolutely nothing. So for their sake, it's good that they got something. For Marner's sake, I think it's better that he's going to be in the shadow of Eichel, and I think it's better that he's going to have less pressure on him, considering you could tell how much it got to him, just given the stories also that we heard about how people were like throwing stuff on his lawn and his driveway during during the contract negotiations initially. So I think it's a good thing for both Marner, the Knights, and then Toronto, just a good all around for everyone involved. And the contract is also relatively friendly, because I think Steve Dangle was talking about it in his video. If they signed him in free agency, it would have had to be a 7-year deal, and the AAV would have went up to $13.7 million to match the total salary of the contract. So good on Vegas for getting it done. We'll see if Toronto accuses them for tampering, because there was apparently something, I don't know how much truth there is to it, that last summer Vegas was already talking to Marner about doing this. So we'll see if there's more of a story to that, which that would line up with why Toronto wants to point out that they were tampering, but we'll see what happens there.
Sometimes it's so hard to prove the tampering, but it wouldn't surprise me if Vegas did tamper on this one. And Matt, what do you think about Marner to Vegas? Is this going to be a match made in heaven?
Yeah, I think for me, it's, both sides get, really good ends of the deal. I think, for Vegas, you add a top quality right winger, Mitch Marner, and, now you look at their lineup, they probably and arguably have one of the best top sixes in all the NHL. I mean, you look at the guys there: Barbashev, Eichel, Stone, Deforevayev, Tomas Hertl, Mitch Marner. I mean, they are stacked in the top six. And it's like Anthony said, whenever a top player is out there on the market, you always know that Vegas is going to be out there, and they're always going to try to get him. And I mean, listen, people were wondering exactly how they're going to make it work because of the whole cap situation. Obviously, we heard a couple days ago that, Tomas Hertl might be flipped, William Karlsson might get flipped. But, obviously now with the whole, with the news coming out about Alex Pietrangelo with his injury, and it looks like he's probably not going to come back to playing hockey. So speedy recovery to Pietrangelo or whatever he's dealing with right now. But I guess, since all that money's going to come off the books for them, that opens up, money for Marner. And look, I think I agree with what Phil said. I think, he's going to be in a less pressure environment. And, you hope that he thrives off that. And maybe a change of system, maybe a change of scenery, maybe a change of teammates in the way how Vegas plays. Maybe that gets the best out of Marner in the playoffs to where, he's not really ghosting and he's actually, contributing it, in those big, tight shutdown games. So, yeah, for Vegas, it's a good deal. And then for the Toronto side, as Evan said, it's a good thing that, that they got something to return. Obviously, Nick Waugh, he's a very good, bottom six center, can play third line center, fourth line center too. So, yeah, very good playoff performer. So, yeah, I like I said, for me, I think both sides did well in this deal.
I do think one thing that was hilarious was seeing all the Toronto Maple Leaf fan reactions that were cheering the deal because Nick Waugh has got more playoff goals than Mitch Marner over the last few years. All right, let's go to two more on the roundtable. We got about 8 minutes before the free agency starts. And Anthony, going right to you. The Florida Panthers reloading. We're going to talk about both Stanley Cup Finals teams right now. Sam Bennett extended 8 years, $8 million. Aaron Ekblad resigns for 8 years at 6.1. And Brad Marchand, the big shock, 6 years at 5.3. All right, start with that. You said you were going to be shocked if they kept all three.
Yeah, kudos to Barry Zito there.
Bill
Zito, Barry Zito.
What is Barry Zito about to load up a 12-6 curveball there, bud?
Yeah. Oh man, Bill Mark there. Good pitcher though he was. But Bill Zito, great job by him by getting all three of these guys to stay. But you know what? When you win back-to-back cups and you live in a place like South Florida where the weather's beautiful, the living's easy. No state income tax. Like, why would you want to leave a team like that? So I think all three of these guys recognize that, and they're bringing the band back together and trying to go for a three-peat. So, yeah, I would say out of all these, I thought actually in the 6 years for Marchand shocks me, but I thought Ekblad was going to be the one that maybe left. But he took a huge discount. I think if he would have hit the open market, Ekblad would have certainly got over 8 based on what you're hearing guys like Gavrikov are going to get. But, they all stuck around because they want to keep winning and they like playing for the Panthers. So it's a little surprising that they kept all three, but then also not surprising considering everything encompassated into one. So, but this comment right here, what my next point was, I think this is a guy that Florida is going to look to move now. They're a little bit over the salary cap, and Rodriguez makes $3 million. He's a solid middle six player, and I think there will be a market for him. So I don't know if it's going to happen today, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's traded at some point.
Evan, quick, get the Ranger meme. Ranger.
Well, Phil, what are your thoughts about Florida being able to keep everybody, including Sam Bennett, who I thought somebody was going to throw $10 million at?
State tax be damned. It helps them, but what really, really helps them is the fact that everybody on that team is bought in. They've checked their egos at the door. They want to win. They clearly want to go for the three-peat. and they'll probably get it. Name me another team that you think is even close to those guys. Emily Kaplan's on the TSN Free Agent Frenzy, by the way, right now, for anybody who's interested.
And by the way, the TSN Free Agent Frenzy that Phil is watching is on the ESPN app.
It's also on YouTube. If you just go on YouTube, I'm watching
it
on YouTube right now. I'm not even watching it on ESPN, but I'm watching it on YouTube. So for anybody who wants to watch, I think that Bill Zito, not Barry. I mean, I wonder if Bill does throw a good curveball, because he must have thrown a curveball at all these guys, because they all struck out. If you look at these deals, I mean, Sam Bennett probably could have gotten a little north of that. Aaron Ekblad probably could have gotten 8 on the market. Marchand getting 6 years is pretty damn good for him, but I wonder. I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to make it through that deal.
I doubt it.
But you know what, though? Honestly, I think Bill Zito did such a great job. He should have won GM of the year, not Jim Nill. Although I do like what Jim Nill has done in Dallas. I think he's one of the better general managers in the league. But Bill Zito, for me right now, is the best. I mean, he got everybody to buy in. He got everybody to believe. And he has everybody on the same page. Look at the AAV on Ekblad. Look at that. 6.1. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, Bennett's is kind of – I still think Bennett's is high for a guy that's a 50-point player at best in the regular season. I mean, they went a little high for him, but, I mean, if he stays there and they get the right win – let's just say Samoskevich turns into a 35-goal guy playing with Bennett. Bennett could probably be a 60-plus point guy, and then 60 points at 8 is a lot more palatable than a 50. What is his career high? 51 points.
I think we said 51 points, and he did it this year, if I recall.
Yeah, I mean that's very low for an $8 million AAV. But you know what? At some point, he was going to have to pay to keep that guy there because he was in hot commodity. So I'll tell you right now. I love what Zito's done. I hate it as a fan of a team in the Eastern Conference. And I think every fan that's a team in the Eastern Conference should hate all this, just because that team is going nowhere. And then when Bobrovsky's contract comes off the books after this season, they're going to have more space to add not only a goaltender, but they're going to have space to add another forward. Are you kidding me? Like, this team's going nowhere anytime soon.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it's hard to believe that they're able to keep all 3 of these guys. But Evan, I mean, they did it. They kept all 3 of them. They're keeping the band back together. This team is going nowhere, as Phil said, which actually sort of is good news for some teams that think they're going somewhere in the East and are really going nowhere.
Yeah, like someone, I don't know who said in the chat, so I'm sorry, because the comments are going quick, but someone was like, the window now shut for all 31 other teams, because the only thing stopping the Panthers is them urinating all over themselves. Like, that's legit the only way that they're not three-peating at this point. So they'll have to move Rodriguez probably, which kind of stinks, but at the end of the day, like Matt and I talk about all the time with Florida, they'll just find the next man up, and it might be someone in the system. It might be some cheap free agent they signed today. They'll find someone to just replace Rodriguez on that, whether it's the top line or the third line, and they move Lundell up. They'll find someone, because I made the joke too, like, you know, you put me next to Barkov and Reinhart, I'll put up a good amount of points. You could probably find someone to do that and just be the passenger of those two. And the people that are concerned about Brad Marchand's the term on that contract, one, who cares if they're going to win 3 straight Stanley Cups, maybe 4, who knows, but you got to get 3 before we talk 4. And then on top of that, they could just shelf him on LTIR for the end of his career. It's really not that big of a deal at all. And yeah, I mean, they're going to three-peat at this rate. I mean, who in the East is really challenging them? Like I said, unless they piss all over themselves, I don't see anyone stopping them.
Well, the 3 of us up here at Tampa Bay beating them in the first round. So, and that backfired on us. And Matt, who would have thought that drunken claims at 2 a.m. saying I'm going nowhere, that would actually all hold up?
No, look, this is what happens when you build a great winning culture where everyone's bought in. They're willing to take pay cuts. And listen, I get that people will point to the state taxes, but look, like I said, when you have a winning culture and when you have a culture where everyone is willing to buy in and do whatever it takes to win, players will take discounts to stay with your team. I mean, listen, like Phil said, is the $8 million a year for Bennett a little bit too high? Yes, but then it also balances out when you look at Aaron Ekblad's deal and he's only making $6.1 million. You guys know Aaron Ekblad is only making $2 more million a year than Will Borgen. That is completely insane. And then I mean, like, cool. Like when you point to the Brad Marchand contract, like, okay, like 6 years, yeah, that's crazy. But like what Evan was saying, like they're in such a great position right now where they're coming off back-to-back cups. They're arguably the favorite to win the cup again next year and go for a three-peat. It's like they just don't care. They're like, listen, we're gonna put together the best team right now, and we're in a good position to win. And like I said, they're gonna do whatever it takes to win. And then like even next year when Bobrovsky's $10 million comes off the books, they're gonna have even more money to either spend on another forward, another defenseman, and then another goalie. Maybe they bring back Bobrovsky on a cheaper deal, or maybe they go and find, a reclamation project goalie for cheap, and then, they turn him into a really good goaltender. Look, for me, I thought that they were going to bring back 2 out of the 3. I always thought Bennett was probably going to stay. I thought Marchand was going to stay too. I thought they would have figured a deal out for him. I thought Ekblad was going to leave. And I even thought that at the trade deadline, because originally when I looked at the Seth Jones deal, I'm like, okay, that's probably, at the time that's a Brandon Montour replacement, but for the long term, it was probably going to be an Ekblad replacement. But you got to give credit to Bill Zito, you got to give credit to that team, and they keep on finding ways to do it. I mean, getting back all 3 of those guys, it's just impressive work. And yeah, Bill Zito for me should have won GM of the year. I don't know why and how Jim Nill got it, but I mean, it's clear that Bill Zito was the best general manager in the National Hockey League, and that's not even a debate.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. By the way, everybody, we are at 12:01. We've crossed the noon threshold. The league new year has begun. So let's see if some of these trades actually start coming down, because there's a lot of players that are going to be moving around the next hour. Although the TSN just showed their big board. When your big board is Nikolai Ehlers, Vladislav Gavrikov, and Jonathan Drouin was number 5 on that list.
Wait until I tell you about this big signing that just happened. Noah Juleson to Philly. What a big signing there.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. Hold on. Let's try to contain ourselves. While we wait for the next sign to come down, guys, let's look at the other team in the Stanley Cup Finals. Evan Bouchard re-signing for 4 years, $10.5 million, extending with the Edmonton Oilers. Trent Frederick signs for 8 years at $3.85. Somebody explain that contract to me. And Kasperi Kapanen extends for 1 more year. And right back to you to start it off. Is this good? And also, Evan Bouchard at $10.5 million. They kind of got somebody important they need to resign there.
I mean, I'm not surprised Bouchard got that. I think we all knew he was going to get a high dollar amount. My own thing with him, his season offensively this past season was nowhere near what it was the year before. And I also think Evan Bouchard's not the best defensively. So me personally, I don't like the number at 10.5. I think it's a little too much. But again, that's just my feeling, was that it was going to happen regardless. I just don't agree with it. Frederick, 8 years. I mean, this is becoming a little bit of a trend here. I mean, you saw, the Islanders gave 7-year deals to Pierre Engvall and Scott Mayfield. Marchand got 6 years. I think teams are starting to give more term to keep the AAV down. And I get it in theory why you would want to do that, but sometimes it's a little bit dangerous of a move. So I think 8 years for Frederick is a little too much. Kapanen, I honestly, that's a fine deal. I have really nothing to say about that. He's a solid player, no issues there. And then they traded Arvidsson today to create some more cap space. It's rumored that they're going to be involved with trying to land Brock Besser today. So we'll see what the Oilers could do. And you also didn't mention they traded Evander Kane about a week ago, so that helped them shed some salary. So looks like the Oilers are trying to make some moves to add some more depth to their team, because I think we all kind of agreed that they needed it more. And Florida trumped them in that series in regards to depth. So we'll see if the Oilers can sign Brock Besser. I think he'd be a great addition to the team. But I also think the Oilers need to take a look at their goaltending, strengthen their D as well. But the trade of Arvidsson shows that they're looking to do a little bit of tinkering with their roster here.
Hey, Anthony, the TSN feed right now is literally our pick'em segment that you spearheaded on our Wednesday show. If you haven't watched us, we do a pick'em segment on top of an NHL bar talk where we go around the NHL and talk about topics around the league. But Anthony, literally, you have Bob McKenzie and Chris Johnston, Darren Dreger, and there's Pierre LeBrun. The only person that's missing right here is Elliot Friedman, and we would have had that whole pick'em segment.
Yeah, that's true.
So break down the Edmonton contracts and how this might affect potentially Connor McDavid.
I don't think it affects Connor McDavid as much as it affects this offseason. Like I said, I think Brock Besser may be a guy that they may be looking at, because they're going to need to add some sort of scoring to help McDavid and Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins within that top six. And I think maybe they need defensive help as well. They could serve to get an upgrade there. I don't think they'll have the space to get Gavrikov, especially if they go for a forward. But like Anthony said, they're obviously gearing towards something this offseason. McDavid's extension would kick in after this upcoming season, so I really don't think that's an issue. I don't think that has anything really to do with that.
No, just saying potentially.
Yeah, it's more so to get Bouchard in, and then to try to get maybe a forward, maybe a defenseman. I think they could use help in their middle and bottom six. I know it's funny saying that after they had guys like Ryan McLeod and Warren Fogle that they lost, but sometimes you do have to make moves to bring other players in, and you know what? Maybe that's what they end up doing today. But again, if they're after Brock Besser, they might have to get a little more creative.
I just don't know if he's the piece that I would bring in right there, but we'll see about that. Evan, Edmonton reloading. What do you think?
In terms of both of these contracts, I'm just gonna flat out say it. These contracts stink. Especially the Frederick one. I don't understand that, especially with the way that he performed in the playoffs this past year. That makes it even more questionable to me. And we see constantly overpaying depth guys not working, like Anthony was talking about with Engvall before, Barclay Goodrow with the Rangers. I mean, we see it all the time. When you overpay depth, it never works out. And especially when they had younger depth players like McLeod that Philk mentioned, and you had someone like Holloway that you let go to St. Louis. I just don't understand why now you want to go out of your way to overpay for a depth player and an older player that was injured this past year. Very confusing. Bouchard's overpaid, but at least it's a shorter term deal. And yeah, I mean, like Phil was saying, I don't think this impacts McDavid at all. I think what does impact the McDavid thing and every other top free agent is the new CBA kicking in. Because the reason why I think we're hearing about all these guys that might get extended. Don't even get me started with this.
God, yeah, no,
I think the reason that we're hearing guys like Eichel and Kaprizov are going to get extended this offseason is because once it goes down from 8 years to 7 for players in your own control, and then from 7 to 6 for UFAs, it's going to be hard to match the total dollar amount, because then the AAV shoots up very high. So these guys are going to want to cash in.
And to further go expand on Evan's point, they talked about Marner and how you would have to go from $12 million on an 8-year deal to 13.7 on a 7-year deal to match the total salary, and that's really a big thing. And you think about that, even with the cap space going up, you're trying to get a player under contract. And even when you lose that extra year, that AAV is going to have to go up big time. And that's going to affect a lot of teams' salary cap situations, especially the teams that are close to the cap or that are trying to be conservative with their cap space so they can get multiple players. It makes a difference in negotiations.
I'm just still reacting to that other news that just fell just now. But Matt, your thoughts on Edmonton reloading?
The Bouchard deal, I mean, look, AAV wise is a little high, yes, but you have to bring back Evan Bouchard. He's one of the better defensemen in the league, and Edmonton is clearly a better team when he's on their roster. So, in total, like I said, is the AAV a little high? Yeah, but they had to bring back Evan Bouchard. That's not even a doubt. The Frederick contract for me sucks. I mean, like Evan was saying, and like Anthony was saying, do GMs not learn? Have they not learned from the Pierre Engvall deals and the Barclay Goodrow deals? I mean, giving out 8 years. I understand you're lowering the term a bit, but 8 years at 3.85 for a guy like Frederick, that's not a good deal for me. And considering even when you look at the fact, like a couple of the guys over the last couple of years that Edmonton lost from their depth, I mean, like Phil Kmencher, Ryan McLeod. I mean, they lost Warren Fogle last year, and he ended up signing a 3-year deal at I believe $3.5 million. So, and Fogle for me is a much better player than Trent Frederick. They lost Holloway last year to an offer sheet at 2 years at 2.9 million or at 2.2 million. Again, Holloway for me is around or at least a little bit better than Frederick for me. And then the captain deal, I don't have a problem with. He's a solid depth player, 1 year, 1.3 million. I think that's a good contract for me. So 2 out of the 3, and Bouchard and Kapanen, I like. The Frederick deal, I don't like whatsoever.
And after all, as Bilk said many times with the Barclay Goodrow contract, it's not the AAV that gets you, it's the term.
No, what I was saying about that is that you have to win on one of the 3 fronts. You have to win on AAV, term, or trade protection. And they did not win on any of them. They overpaid him AAV-wise. They gave him way too many years with 6, and then they gave him partial trade protection. So you can't do that, and you're really going to tie yourself up. Like, look at the Islanders. Islanders were another team that wanted to overpay middle and bottom 6 forwards, and it hurt their cap situation for a while.
All right, kind of an under the radar move was this one. Matthias Baselli going to Toronto for a 3rd round pick. Anthony, what are your thoughts on that one?
I think it's a good move for Toronto. I think it's a great move, honestly. I think this player is underrated. He's skilled. He plays the game with speed. So for a 2027 3rd round pick, I think this was a phenomenal deal for Toronto. And with Baselli, came out that he actually asked for a change of scenery. So I think that was the driving force behind it. But yeah, great move for Toronto.
Why were the Rangers not in on this? They could have absolutely used this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, every team could actually use him, but the Rangers of all teams needed a guy that could facilitate offense in their top 6, a guy that could come in and make plays and help out. And he's not a bad defensive player by any means. Not saying he's anywhere close to Selke caliber, but this is a player that every team should have bet on. And he's got, I think, 1 year left at like 3.345 or something like that. It's not a very high AAV, and there's still room for growth. I know that the complaint with him, with Ranger fans, would be shoot the puck. He absolutely refuses to do so, despite having a good shot. I'm sorry, it's 3.425 for his AAV for 1 year. And then he's a RFA with arbitration eligibility. But, I mean, it's still a very good player that any team would love to have. High energy player, competes for pucks, plays a little bigger than his size, if you will. But just a team that everybody would love, a player that everyone would love to have.
All right. We got 1,200 if you're watching right now. Some of the news is coming fast and furious. We got Christian Dvorak now going to Philadelphia, as that's what that one just said.
Yeah.
Year,
Yep.
$5.4 million.
Yeah, that's kind of high for him. I'm not really a fan of that deal. I mean, I get it's only 1 year, but what did he do to deserve $5.4 million?
The center market, it's not other than the center market is really thin, and he's probably the best UFA center out there, other than
I would say Pia Suter. Pia Suter would be a guy that I would look at if I'm the Rangers as a third line center. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah.
That's somebody that I would want to bring in.
Jigsaw's getting a little too happy with his money.
Oh boy.
Should the Rangers try to trade for Rasmus Anderson and see if Miller would go? Yeah, I mean, I think Calgary could probably use a left shot D. I know.
It depends how true that report is, because I saw something yesterday. I don't remember who it was from, that he would like only sign in Vegas or something.
I don't
Vegas
know. There was
extension.
another team that was. It wasn't Vegas, I don't think.
I
But
saw it with Vegas.
He refused to sign in LA. I know that.
In LA.
LA.
So, now is that Miller that won't sign the extension?
No, Rasmus Anderson.
Okay.
Kevin, they have all right. So Calgary
he's
has
got 1 year left at 4.55, I believe. Rasmus Anderson does.
I mean, one thing, we can talk about state income tax all we want, but the real thing out of this is Vegas has shown that they're willing to do basically anything that it takes to win. And I think that's what's attracting a lot of players that go there, because they know no matter what, that they're going to be embraced by the city and they're going to be competitive. So why the hell not would you go there?
So Calgary's left side depth is actually really, really weak now that Chris T brings that up. It's Kevin Ball, Jake Bean, and Joel Hanley.
That extension they gave to Ball.
Oh, well, I don't mind Ball, but that AAV is high.
Yeah, no, the AAV is just too much.
I don't mind the term because he's young. I think the AAV. I think if you would have gotten him at 4, I would love that deal. I mean, say what you want about the player himself, but I think he's worth 4 and with term, because he's got size. He's not a terrible defenseman. You could rely on him to play at least 18 minutes a game, reliably. I'm not saying he's like Nicholas Lidstrom or anything like that, but yeah, I really couldn't. I don't like the AAV, that one, but I do like the player. Just too high in the AAV. Oh, congrats to Sean.
Congrats.
Oh, hey, Sean, congrats.
I knew your wife was pregnant. I saw the pictures on Facebook and everything and Instagram. I didn't know she was that close, but that's awesome, dude. Congrats and best of luck with everything, buddy.
Guys, I got to mention one piece of news that happened yesterday or a couple days ago, and that was this. John Gibson, finally, the goaltender answer to Jacob Chychrun, moved to Detroit. I mean, this guy has been in trade rumors. He signed his contract extension, and it feels like they're like, okay, now that you signed the contract extension, we're going to put you in trade rumors for the rest of your life. You're like, wow, what? Yeah, Connor Brown closed it on a deal with the Devils.
Yeah, that's a good move for them.
That's a good move for them.
Bottom 6 help. Connor Brown would be somebody I'd
what's funny now you have John Gibson and Cam Talbot on the same team.
Oh God. Yeah, I was gonna say John Gibson somehow eluded Mark's Ebola list for all these years.
Because again, it's not the player, it's the rumors. They're oh my goodness. I'm just so tired. Please.
I was waiting for the LaGreca style rant. Oh my God.
It's just, you get these guys that they're all like, hey, this guy might be traded. No, and then he's never traded.
I agree with you there, Chris T. Connor Brown would have been a good fit there, but
well, the Rangers need to extend another number 7 defenseman. So
They're gonna bring Libor Hayek back.
Oh,
And
don't
Ryan
even.
Lindgren.
Don't you dare.
By the way,
With
guys,
not signing Gavrikov, actually be missing out. If the word on that is true, that it's going to be closer to $9 million, then by all means, I mean, I am not a fan of that AAV at all. He is not worth that. And I'll tell you, he's underrated in terms of being able to move the puck and get some points. Like, he's a 30-plus point guy. Like, he's closer to Slavin than people think. But Slavin's making just over 6. Why are you going and signing Gavrikov for 9? It's stupid.
Well, Phil, the cap's going up, so you could spend as much money as you want.
This too. He isn't like $500K less than Fox. He's just not worth that.
No, don't worry about it. That bill never comes due. Don't worry. It'll never come in. You never have to worry about paying off the debts. You could just keep on signing guys. I mean, after all, Thatcher Demko signed for $8.5 million today over 3 years. You know what he has? As many 60-game played seasons as Igor Shesterkin. But
I would rather sign Orlov for $5 million than sign Gavrikov for 9.
Yeah.
And I'm not even a fan of Orlov.
It's just making you shake your head. That's just what I just keep going back to.
Hayek is better than Susie. I cannot believe we even have to like put comments like that in the chat. In the trenches.
By the way, Toronto reloading. They had Matthew Nyes that they extend 6 years at $7.75 million. John Tavares agrees for a very team-friendly deal, 4 years at $4.38, and Steve Lorenz resigns for $1.35 for 3 years.
There's one of Evan's bottom 6 board guys right there.
That was heartbreaking. It was like right after I put the tweet out too.
Yeah, I mean, so Evan, go ahead. What do you think about Toronto reloading?
Good deals all around for every single one of these. I think Laurent at 1.3 is very friendly, especially for going 3 years instead of just going like 1 or 2 and then going with a higher AAV. This is what you actually do with depth players. You get these guys on cheaper deals like this, which, yes, I know that I was not happy about the Carrick deal last year, but I would much rather Carrick on the 3 years at $1 million that they have right now than the Barkley Goudreau deal that they gave out. This is also really good depth as well. Like, Lorentz really is going to outperform that contract. The Tavares one, I didn't think he was going to take that much of a discount, but good for Toronto being able to get him at that price, because now it gives them a lot more room around the roster to help him out. Maybe move him to the wing at some point. We'll see. And then the Nyes one, they had to get that deal done. I think that's a really good deal for him as well, to get him at a slightly higher price than Lafreniere. And I think he's up to the same par as him. I like that as well.
There's a good question, Matt. Is Drury even awake yet?
No, Drury's got his thumb up his ass right now.
Oh, God.
Don't even get me started on that, man.
You know it's bad when that is actually a valid question. Like, it's valid. Like, it's completely valid, and there's no arguing the validity of the question. Anthony, you're very silent over there.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring in Anthony because also to get your thoughts on this. 2 things. One, obviously, you got Alexander Romanov that re-signed 8 years, 6.25, which I think, I mean, if some people want to say that's an overpay, I think that's actually going to work out. And also Tony DeAngelo re-signing. He played pretty well for the Islanders. Now, in years past lately, it's been like, the Islanders are going to be active today. You think they're going to be fairly active?
I mean, it depends on how much Matthew Darsh wants to do. I think they have like around, after DeAngelo's re-signing, I think they have like 13 or a little under 13. Yeah, just a hair under $13 million in cap space, but they have to re-sign Simon Holmstrom. They have to re-sign the newly acquired Emil Heineman, Max Siplikov, Mark Gatcomb. So they have a couple RFAs that will chew into that. But if they do want to be involved in a Nikolai Ehlers or a Brock Besser, Matthew Darsh is going to have to, move out some salary. So I can tell you the Islanders are highly involved in trying to sign Maxim Shabanov from the KHL, a top KHL free agent. I know he's been, I think Philly, last I heard, was the contender to sign him, but the Islanders are very much involved. They have good luck in signing KHL free agents. Were Siplikov last year, and they have a large contingent of Russians, and Varlamov, Romanov, Sorokin, Siplikov. So he might feel comfortable there. So watch out for that. He's small, but from talking with Igor Arenko, he's highly skilled, and that teams think that he might be a real productive player in the NHL. So we'll see if you can land that. But if you're talking Ehlers or Besser, Darsh is gonna have to move out some salary. So Jeff Marek reported a day or two ago that Scott Mayfield was being shopped. I mean, that would help a little bit. As much as there was the J.G. Bachot rumors the last week or so, the Athletic reported, specifically Michael Russo, that the Islanders told people that he wasn't available. So that could just be posturing in a weak center market. That could be driving his price up even more. So we'll see if that's actually true. But yeah, nonetheless, if they want to do something of any significance today, they're going to have to move out some salary.
Yeah, and also just to say this name and just watch a reaction in my own house for a second. Tony D'Angelo.
Could we not?
Okay, there we go.
Could we fucking not?
we got a name on the Ebola list in a different way over here. All right.
Hate him.
But all right. Let's catch up.
I don't know where you're seeing this.
Yeah, that's not. He's not going anywhere. Darsh told him and Horvat that none of them are being moved. So, yeah, Barzil's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I kind of threw him out there like 2 weeks ago. We're just talking about it, but yeah, it wouldn't make much sense. And he did. Anthony, I had a friend of mine that was talking about that they need to move him strictly because of the health problems. But he's actually been fairly durable, with the exception of this year, which I think they held him out for precautionary reasons at the end, and 2 years ago when he had some health issues. But other than that, he's played
Not so much health
games.
issues. Like the one's just bad luck. He blocked the shot and hurt his kneecap. I mean, that's not like a health
what do
issue.
you do with
Just,
that?
so yeah, no, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, as for them, again, they're going to have to move out some salary to see if they want to add somebody. For me, I'm looking at the Rangers. The Rangers, just will Cooley get the offer sheet that's been speculated upon. Keandre Miller's name obviously has been out there. So, and then of course the Gavrikov speculation, which again, if it's 7 times 9, that's gonna be brutal. But yeah, we'll see what the day brings for them too.
I think Gavrikov at 7 times 9. That's a blessing to most Ranger fans and maybe even Chris Drury, because then you can walk away.
I don't know where you're hearing these exact numbers. I would love to see it. I haven't heard anything on the TSN broadcast.
Yeah,
unless I missed it, which is absolutely possible. But I mean, if you can just kind of throw on where you're seeing it. Excuse me.
Yeah, Rick.
Through our sources right now. Matt, go ahead.
Rick DeWall just said Besser and Vancouver are going to get a deal done, and he said it's going to be long term.
Wow,
yeah.
Vancouver. I didn't see that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's going to be another one.
Phil Kocher is saying right now exactly what we're saying. If he wants a deal for max dollars, let him go to whoever's stupid enough to offer it.
And Mark, one of the ones that quickly you forgot to mention that we flashed before, Kevin Weeks reported that the Islanders were going to sign David Rittich. And remember, if that happens, that I think that's telling on what Varlamov's health is. Again, he hasn't played since November 1st or early November. So if they sign him, it likely means that he might be LTIR until the end of time.
Can't get into where, but I mean, all right. So he's hearing this from somebody. I mean, I'm not trying to say that you're
We got the
BSing or
best
anything,
deal.
but I can only take that at face value then. So
Matt, what'd you say on that one?
7.25 million at 7 years for Brock Besser.
7.25.
it's official.
Yup.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right. So Edmonton, I don't know what Edmonton else is gonna what they're gonna do then.
let's get that banner up for Brock Besser.
Yeah, I'll get it up. Sorry,
Okay.
phrasing. Pause.
Because we have a gift that we used for the last bunch of years about this.
You
Every
said
time we got
7 years, 7.25 million.
Yep.
Yeah. And
All right.
right now TSN is interviewing. There we go. And now, yeah, let it rain. Let it rain.
All right,
Everyone.
so that's like the
Steelers-
first big one that breaks today.
Ehlers and Granlund are going to get absolutely paid now. Those two guys are really the only two left that are.
Yeah, and I mean, if we believe what we saw before, that whole Ehlers situation might take a while, and I don't blame him. Drive up the market. There's no need to rush to sign today unless you get your socks knocked off with an offer. Same for Granlund. Granlund's the best. I mean, he's probably he's the number 2 forward behind Ehlers, maybe the number 1 center at this point, if you want to consider him a center.
Anthony, quick question though. For the Varlamov contract,
Mhm.
he signed the 35 plus contract. So that 2.75, that stays on the cap no matter what, right?
No, he's on LTIR. He was on LTIR earlier this season.
That's
done.
the case if he retired. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, he's not gonna if he's done playing, he's not gonna retire. He's just gonna
Take
ride
the
off
LTIR
into
money.
LTIR.
All right. Yeah, and David Rittich is a good backup who actually can start. But I mean, I was kind of impressed what you saw with Hogberg last year.
Yeah, in the beginning, but then he got hurt. But then when he came back from injury, he wasn't nearly as good. I think it's a smart move to get a veteran backup.
Yeah, that's a good move by San Jose right there. William Eklund for 3 years, 5.6. I think there's room for growth with him. 58 points this year, which was like a breakout year for him, and I still think there's room to grow. I think he could be close to a point per game player.
Gotta agree with Josh. Right
Josh.
here. Like, I mean, if Brock Besser was going to resign, did he basically just go to see what was out there on the market and then just say, I mean,
Cue up the Blink 182, the I Miss You. Where are you? I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Chris Drury right now
where
listening to the voices inside of his head. Oh, boy.
Is Brandon Tanev still out there? Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's a good bottom 6 addition for anybody.
I saw Tanner Jeannot is actually is another guy that's out there.
I'd rather have Brandon Tanev than Tanner Jeannot.
So some news from Kevin Weeks, and I talked about him before. But Kevin Weeks said the Flyers, the Mammoth, the Rangers, and Islanders are favorites to land Russian forward Maxim Shabanov on a 1-year contract.
I'm surprised the Rangers are in on that. Surprised they want anything to.
That Drury kind of avoids Russian players.
Yeah, I'm just really.
He's
Go ahead, Ant.
He's from what, like I said, I talked to Igor Ronko about him a bunch of times over the year, checking in on his status. He compared him to Artemi Panarin in terms of play style and skill. He's smaller than Artemi Panarin. I think he's only like 5'7", 5'8". But if you look at some of his highlights that the KHL Twitter account has kind of posted of him over the year, some of the moves he pulls off, he's very, very skilled. Again though, with these Russian players, you see it all the time. Like, is he Nikita Gusev or is he closer to Artemi Panarin? So you never know what you're going to get. It's just the fact that he is highly skilled. It's just how much of his game translates to the NHL level. And the one thing he said about him is the most important thing to him is picking his team is usage and fit. He wants to go somewhere where he's going to play a prominent role. He's not looking to go somewhere and play on the third line or have to fight to try to be in the lineup. So the Flyers, I feel like, can offer him that biggest role. So we'll see where he ultimately chooses.
Yeah, I would agree there. I have my concerns about him, especially at that size. He's shifty, but I worry about his speed and his ability to play the game at like this pace at the NHL. We'll see. I'm going to answer this real quick. I'm going Mark.
Yeah, I'm
I
going
like
Mark
the older
too,
Blink
but not
182
just for my name.
better. Yeah, of course you would. But
he's a K Mark.
I know.
That's like the Antichrist as far as I go.
Oh, stop. Settle down.
Mark declares war on Marks with a K in their name instead of a C.
Yeah. I mean,
but older Blink for me with Mark Hoppus on the vocals.
As Rich joked, does he disappear like Panarin in the playoffs? That's a good question. All right. Right now we got Mark versus Mark Civil War. Civil War D. Leo. Leo says, no offense, Mark, but writing Mark with a C still feels like a crime to me. Oh, no.
Corey Perry signing with the Kings.
Yep. Okay. All right.
That
I'm going to have to answer this one since I love Less Than Jake. They're probably my favorite ska band. I might have to go Chris here, though.
This means that the Kings are losing in the Stanley Cup final next year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I gotta say that at least if you could tell me you signed Corey Perry and you're going to lose in the Stanley Cup finals, I'll take that. I'll take that right now. It means at least I had 3 months of playoff hockey that I watched. For 2 months. Could be 3. Is Drury worse than Esposito as Rangers GM? I'm starting to kind of think that way. Also, by the way, we're all arguing about the peasants in the kingdom of the king of the vocals, Chris Cornell, who was just the best.
Oh, I mean, it's unfair to even compare any of these guys.
Yeah, it's unfair to compare.
That's just not.
All right. Right back here again. We got 1,400 of you guys watching that. Oh, I'm sorry, Punk Rock. I got to disagree with you on that one. No, I do. And I love Freddie Mercury's voice. Because you all right, if you probably did the Mount Rushmore voices, maybe Freddie Mercury, Robert Plant, Cornell, obviously. Wow, I'm running out of space already. Yeah. I'm gonna have to rethink that. I have to put Plant in there though. Because him and Zeppelin just amazing. And MJ edits, yeah, Alice in Chains. That was always a good one. Yeah. See, Chris, I'm up there with you. Bruce Dickinson, yes.
Yeah, you gotta give.
Kurt Cobain really didn't have a good voice. He had a good style, and that's why I'm like the better voice out of those styles was Wayne Staley, as Josh Franklin's saying. We're taking a little bit of a detour on this one, guys, but bear with us. But yeah, there's Bruce Dickinson, one of the best heavy metal singers. And just to think, he wasn't Iron Maiden's original singer.
Nope, Paul Di'Anno.
Yeah.
Paul Di'Anno is great. Rest in peace. It's crazy because they formulated that sound and he fit well to a point, fit very well to a point. But Paul Di'Anno Bruce Dickinson just took Iron Maiden to another level. Like, Number of the Beast is one of the greatest breakout albums of all time. And I say that with the self-titled and Killers being very good albums.
Yeah, by the way, I was laughing about that, Brian. That was hilarious.
Joel Armia signing with the Kings.
Joel Armia going to the Kings. That is actually some big news. Let's get
Billy Corgan is also the greatest wrestling mind ever, according to Billy Corgan. That's the craziest part about it. NWA revival coming.
And isn't he like Bill Burr's like long lost nephew or his cousin or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Chino
Moreno is a great vocalist, underrated in the grand scheme of things.
You know who's very underrated and nobody talks about him? Jeff Tate of Queensrÿche.
Yeah, and he might have the greatest octave range of any rock or metal frontman ever. Like, he could hit the highest of highs and the absolute lowest of lows. Like, we're talking 6 feet under lowest of lows.
Okay.
If you're talking about voices, you can't leave out Rob Halford too.
No, you can't. But greatest underground, yeah, the Meat Puppets, yeah.
Battle of the Ego, Billy Corgan versus Jeff Tate. Yeah, those guys are both. Oh no, Lars Ulrich is another one that could be up there too.
Yeah,
Yngwie Malmsteen.
Yngwie Malmsteen gets a lot of hate. Oh, Mark, you're not going to like this one.
Well, you know what? When you make an album like Operation Mindcrime, you get to live off of that for a while. But yeah,
Dan Vladar to the Flyers, 2 years, 3.35 AAV.
Dan Vladar to the Flyers. I was just highlighting that one. Let's get some money.
I don't think Lars is the worst drummer ever. I think that would probably go to Ringo Starr. He's probably the worst drummer I've ever heard in a big band. Like, his shit is all basic, and he's not even like regarded as somebody who's technically great either.
I mean, Lars.
Listen, I'm a huge Metallica fan, and I do not like Lars, but Lars is not the worst drummer I've ever heard.
And no, it's secondly, he had the. I mean, he wasn't like one of the big pioneers of the double bass.
Ringo Starr was not the bassist.
No, Ringo was the drummer. That's
Paul McCartney.
And it's funny because one of the songs that lived on long after the Beatles stopped playing was "I Get By with a Little Help from My Friends."
Yeah,
and they made that for Ringo.
Oh
His
man,
vocal range is also not very good.
No, stop, Brian.
What happened? Oh, but. And no, sorry, that, yeah.
And then Brian's comment afterwards, second worst drummer. Oh, yeah, Odorous. Oh, rest in peace, Odorous. He was the man, Dave Brocky. I always think of Empire Records. Mark, don't you want to be in the band? And they ram him into the TV.
By the way, is he referring to James Hetfield? Because I think he played.
Yeah, I think Romanello is probably referring to James Hetfield.
Yeah, because I think he played drums in Spastic Children. I think it was. where they all play different instruments. I gotta remember. I gotta check the name on that band.
Yeah, I don't see Tampa moving Cirelli. I think you probably saw something fake, Nicole.
Yeah. By the way, everybody, join the conversation. We got 1,400 of you guys watching right now.
The Rangers just signed Lay's chips for their concessions for the next 3 years. That sounds like a big one.
Yeah,
I'd be fine with that.
See, but it's not really a New York Rangers signing because they need to sign him for 8 years and pay way too much.
I thought someone wasn't a big fan of Joey Jordison. I thought that. I thought you weren't the biggest Joey Jordison fan, even though I do agree Joey Jordison is a massive upgrade over Lars by any means.
Yeah, and if the Rangers get Lay's chips, they have to give him a no movement clause too.
Yeah, probably will. You can't use Hal's kettle cooked chips then at that point.
Jason, you're kind of right about this one.
Losing
Cliff was a big loss, but Injustice for All was definitely old Metallica and the last bastion of all Metallica.
No, the end of good Metallica is when they let go of Fleming Rasmussen and brought in Bob Rock to produce their albums.
Yeah, Bobby Rock, fresh off of Poison.
Yeah, Eloy is amazing. Eloy Casagrande is amazing, but like he's I was fucking with Brian just because Brian decided, here's why I'm messing with Brian. That's why I'm messing with Brian. Eloy is
everybody.
unreal.
We're hoping to break more hockey news right now.
Yeah, I've seen Eloy, and Eloy's unreal. He's really, really good. He's one of the better drummers out there in all of metal right now.
Although if Eloy,
Joey was better than the original drummer. No, who was the guy that was on Mate V Kill Repeat before Joey? I don't know, but I think Joey was better than him. Joel Armia signs with Kings. I'm trying to.
Okay, so we got the deal for Perry. 1 year salary plus bonuses totals around $3.5 million.
So now that they brought in Perry and Armia, how are the Kings going to piss away a first round exit to the Oilers this year? How do you challenge up a goal that they already reviewed? What a move, Jim Hiller. And a lot of people are saying that the numbers are going up for Ehlers and Gramland. And Phil Coulter right now is saying what I've been saying. You can't wait for player X to get the free agency. That's a terrible plan.
Yeah, I saw that tweet before.
Yeah. Speaking about which, there was somebody that said third liners don't make $3 million. That's a great comeback on that one, Phil. Third liners don't make $3 million? Really?
The things that people use to justify that contract are just beyond ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Mental gymnastics have these guys tying themselves into pretzels online.
Because it just it just makes you scratch your head. They didn't need to go this high. And now it looks like the one thing that's good is that everybody keeps on saying the Gavrikov thing's a done deal, and yet no announcement.
Good. I don't want him to sign here, so keep him away as long as possible.
Keep driving that number up.
Yeah, it's funny you could say I may have made that up. But yeah, that's what everybody's thinking right
He
now.
shouldn't have said anything. He just signed Gavrikov to the Rangers.
What?
He did.
Yep, Pierre LeBrun.
Okay, Pierre LeBrun.
There you go. It's happening.
Oh, we'll see what it is.
God, this is gonna be garbage.
It's a shame. I like the player. Just this contract's gonna.
Yeah, I'm just not going to like this contract at all. I have a feeling that this is just going to be a bad contract.
7 years, $49 million total.
That's only 7.
Oh,
Wow.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
That 7 years, $7 million.
That's actually a good deal.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Are you kidding?
unbelievable.
Wow.
7x7 for Gavrikov. That is,
I actually like that deal. I like it.
Gentlemen,
Putting up
that's
the banner
one more to make me do a 180.
I don't know. I still don't like the years.
Wow. Oh my God.
Those
Oh,
tires.
you're such a hater, Brian. You are such a hater. I love you, but you're such a hater. Yes, you can step off the ledge now. This is no. Stop playing third eye blind jumper. Step away from the ledge. You can cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in, okay? Yeah, there probably is a no movement clause, no trade clause, but 7 years, $7 million is nothing. Not nothing, but it's actually good.
Considering what guys like Romanov are getting, $7 million is not
Romanov
bad.
just got 6.825, and he is nowhere near Gavrikov defensively or offensively.
And Phil, this goes to what we just said before. He's a little bit closer to Jacob Slavin than what most people think.
Yeah,
And-
Gavrikov's closer to Slavin and Forsling than Romanov is, like by far.
Slavin is making 6 and change, and just looking up.
Yep, Gabriel, he was awake.
So
Yeah,
wow.
I like the AAV. I'm still not a fan of the years. I hope he ages better than what I anticipate. But I'll take it for. Welcome to New York, though. Welcome to New York.
I'm going to tell you right now. The reason why he got 7 years is because if you had to give him 6, you were giving him above 8. You were giving him above 8. Think of what you said before about Mitch Marner. 12 million over 8 years would have been 13.7 to match the total. So 49. All right, let's see this. Let's do the math right now on this because I want to take a look at this.
That, and on top of this, I really do not care about down the line with this contract because they're already gonna have an $11.5 million backup goalie by then. So
yeah, and we're not going to worry about Vladislav Gavrikov in 5 years. We're worrying about Igor Shesterkin in 5 years because in 5 years he's going to be declining. He's going to be 35, and he's going to be making $11.5 million. Goaltending markets are hard enough to gauge, and it's hard enough to make goaltending trades to begin with. Now you're going to have an $11.5 million goaltender that has full no move. Good luck moving that contract.
And first off, they didn't need to do that. They should have learned from the Henrik Lundqvist trade, or sorry, non-trade, whatever deal, that they didn't need to sign him to that much money and that much of a deal. They're eating away a bunch of their cap, and as I keep pointing out, his numbers keep declining.
No, they're not. Oh God, Nicole, do not speak this. Ugh. The term, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this one, Jay. Connor Brown is, I like that move for Jersey.
This is a steal considering
Oh, don't worry, G. Don't worry. One of them is already in my mentions on Twitter.
Connor Brown just got overpaid though. 4 years, $3 million a year. I don't like that deal for New Jersey.
4 years at $3 million per?
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, I know. I don't really. That's not bad.
I think that's a slight overpay. I don't like the term either on him.
You know what? I really all right.
I think
So
he's just
the term is a little high. Okay, but 30 points, a $3 million deal for a guy who has had 43 points as a career high in a season. He had 30 last year while playing 14 minutes a game. I mean, he's probably not scoring 40 for you again because he had 20 minutes.
Wow. Oh, hold on. Big news. Big news. Elliot Freeman hearing the Rangers are working on sending Keandre Miller to Carolina.
wow.
Whoa.
And in division trade, Chris Drury knows he could do that.
Whoa, what's going on here? And it's not Western Conference as we kept talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know what? Maybe he works out there, maybe he doesn't. But
Well,
I did not want to pay him that type of money. Tell you that right now.
Well, there's their Orlov replacement, so Orlov's definitely gone now.
Yeah, Orlov is absolutely gone.
Yeah, considering what Provorov got, I could not believe.
I'd imagine they've got to be paying more because they're somebody that the Rangers, they're a rival.
Considering what Provorov got, though, I am very happy about this Gavrikov deal. I actually cannot believe they got him at that price.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lock he was getting $9 million.
well, because
Shea worked out there, and you're right, because Shea was a fit there. He was a fit in that system. I don't know if Miller will be, but I mean,
if he works there, I mean, it's the thing we've been saying. If he works there or somewhere, then good for him, but it's not going to work here. It's just that simple.
He's distracted here.
Yeah.
He's distracted. I think this is not the market for him. How is Jake Allen number 4 on their board? How is he ahead of Granlund?
I have no idea. You're talking about a guy with 66 points versus a backup goaltender. I understand that Jake Allen can spot start at times, but I mean, this is that's ridiculous.
That's Carson like watered down too. Wait until Carson gets like really unhinged. God, the things he'll say.
This is what I think we need to focus on too. What's the return?
Yeah, I want to see what the return will be too.
Oh, yeah, like I gotta look at their roster. I want to see like if there's anyone of note maybe that would get moved from there.
I mean, this is an interesting question.
Do your deal
I'm not
for
a big
Armia, by the way.
Orlov fan, but they need puck movers outside of Adam Fox. So
2-year deal for Armia, by the way.
That's not bad.
I would be tempted to say everybody you'd go for. There's no way Carolina trades with the Rangers like Jalen Chatfield. No way.
If they get
Could this be for Eric Robinson, please? It's not going to be, but that would be great. That would be a full circle moment if Eric Robinson came the other way.
Knowing the Rangers, they get Jesper Foss back. Like, didn't he retire?
He retired.
Yeah. All right. By the way, we got 1,600 of you guys watching right now across X and YouTube and all the other platforms. So again, everybody, great job tuning on in. Is today the last day of the Brad Richards buyout?
Yeah.
And of course, every Met fan is going to say it for the next, fortunately, I think they got 7 years of this left. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day. But I'll always point out that the New York Mets don't get David Wright without the Bobby Bonilla buyout. So Chris Big Bear is saying right here, remember that hit Cooley put on Pietrangelo last season? Yes. And I had a short about that on here, comparing it to God of War. I mean, I had it for that, and I had it on the Romanov hit on Miles Wood.
This is from a Larry Brooks article, but it says presuming Keandre Miller will be traded, which is happening, it is believed the Rangers will shift righty Braden Schneider to his offside to pair with Will Borgen on the second pair.
Stop it. Oh, stop. Why? I was having a good day. Bobby Margarita's tweeting, by the way, that Toronto's closing in on a deal with Pizzetta.
Yeah, Chris T just put that in the chat.
Good for Bobby Margarita's coming out of retirement a bit.
Let's go nowhere near Kotkaniemi. Carolina can buy him out. They don't need to even move him. They could buy him out. He's a 1/3 buyout because he falls under the under 25 rule.
Happy Rick DiPietro day too, by the way.
It's funny now since Keandre Miller is getting traded, the Rangers have none of their first-round picks from 2017, 2018, and 2019 on the roster.
Yeah,
what a fantastic rebuild!
They acknowledge that rebuild was terrible. Imagine they trade for Jack Drury.
Yeah, but Jack Drury wouldn't be part of that package since he's in Colorado.
Yeah,
two-year deal for Pizzetta.
Yeah, if he was still there, that would be funny. But yeah, he's in Colorado, so.
I really do not like moving Schneider, though, to his offhand.
I know. I think you need a left side guy, and I think Schneider needs to stay on a third pairing on the right side.
Evan,
he's barely even good on the right side. Why are we moving him to the left side? To me, that just makes no
why
sense.
Are we trusting him with top 4 minutes?
Tanner Jeannot to Boston, 5 years, 3.4.
Ooh.
That's a part. So that's a contract that I'm not a fan of. The Connor Brown one, okay, I get why you're not high on the term. I understand it. 3 years max would be where I want to go. But that brings down Connor. That brings down Connor Brown's AAV with that extra year. But Tanner Jeannot, I'm gonna go with Alex here. Woof. Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof.
Don Sweeney doing Don Sweeney things.
What was the number on Tanner Jeannot?
Kane's working on extension.
$3.4 million.
Well, apparently, this is official, but the return hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah, they probably want to find out if he signs that extension first before announcing anything.
Congrats on Matthew there. I mean, that's a pretty good call there then.
And Evan, do you know what this is reminiscent of? The New York Mets moving Jose Reyes to second base and changing his running style.
You just triggered the two of them at the bottom.
Yeah, well, Matt, you remember that too. That was
what the team see in Jeannot. I don't know, Brian. I think they're still looking at that 20-goal rookie season where he shot like 20%. Again, unsustainable. That's why Washington's going to suck this year, I think. Or they're going to take a big step back. I shouldn't say they'll suck, but they'll take a big step back.
GMs just get so bricked up over Tanner Jeannot and Michael Bunting. I do not know what it is, but they see those two, and it's just like,
oh my god,
greatest hockey players.
Bradley Nadeau for Keandre Miller. My God, I would love that. With arms wide open under the sunlight. Yeah, I would. Oh God, would love that. For Kazmatsui.
Yeah, for Kazmatsui. Who then
I remember how
found out midway through all that he never backhanded a ball.
Tsuyoshi Shinjo,
the last New York Met to wear number 5 before David Wright.
Listening to you guys instead of working. Thank you. Appreciate that. We appreciate all near 1,700 of you on there. Keiga was terrible. And then we're gonna go back to the Toad Hideki Arabu. Oh no, we're getting all the Creed references. All the Creed.
Yeah. And then
did they really spell his jersey wrong again? My God. How dumb are they? Scott Stapp and Sean Francie singing the anthem, The Garden. My God, that'd be great.
And of course, with all the Creed references, just going to give a tip of the cap to my friend Trevor that I hope somewhere is watching this up in heaven.
Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, banging my head.
That one with the gas station is.
Oh my God, that was one of the funniest freaking reels I've ever seen. I literally cried laughing so hard because I couldn't believe what was going on with that. And it just the timing of the song and the clip itself.
Sends are signing Nick Cousins. 1 year, $825K.
Who was that?
Moves.
Nick Cousins.
Oh, that was that. Yeah, I had that already. I had a thing for that, but I didn't put it up in the banners just because it was a smaller signing. So,
Can we please move Susie today? Also,
oh
please?
my God, if they could move Carson Soucy, and yeah, time warp to 1999, buddy, not 1997. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
I think that
I'm not a fan entirely, but I don't know. Like, it's not the worst deal, but I just think the term is a little too steep for Connor Brown.
yeah, I get again. I'll say this: I get the term being high, but that brought down the AAV. But just remember, it's not a Barclay Gaudreau contract. He's a legitimate third line winger at the very least. Like, I would say he could play in your top six in a pinch if you really need him to do it. But yeah, he's an annoying forechecker.
All right, so we have some updates on Gavrikov's contract. From years 1 through 5 of the deal, full no movement clause. Year 6, 20 team no trade clause, and then year 7, 15 team no trade clause.
I'm fine with that because, like I said, I mean, by the end of this contract, this team is going to have to rebuild anyway.
Hey, Gene.
So for getting him at $7 million, I mean, I don't care.
I like the term. It's $7 million from him. It's a good deal.
You know what? Here's the thing. You have that for the first 5 years, and then when you need the flexibility to move him, you have the flexibility to move him. And by then, that $7 million AAV is not going to be anything big. Concession.
For me, it's more just I think the team's going to be rebuilding by then. They're going to have to. I mean, all these guys are going to – Father Time's going to catch up to all of them.
We're still waiting on that.
It's sad, though, that we have to freaking move Schneider to the left side because of how bad Carson Soucy is. Trade a third-round pick for him.
I don't think they're going to extend him. I don't think they're going to extend him.
Mm.
I don't see it.
They're interviewing Connor Brown right now on TSN.
I'm guessing with the Keandre Miller thing, I'm guessing there was already some sort of framework of a deal in place. They just waited for Gavrikov to sign to make that deal.
The Rangers are playing the Super Bowl halftime show. Oh, God. That'd be great. I don't think they're like really that good friends. I know Besser was there was something about Besser. Where did Anthony go?
I just pulled his box out for a little bit.
No, I know, but Steve, what do I think Luke Hughes' extension costs New Jersey? That's an interesting question. I don't know. I think they would try to bridge him right now, and then, but I don't know. Maybe do they go long term with him? It depends on their cap situation, really. Like, he had 44 points last year, but he's really not that good defensively.
The comment that was right here, you guys put it up before. G's saying that the Panarin extension is going to be gross. I don't think there should be one.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to.
And I think that's still a conversation that is left to happen.
I just think if you move Soucy, you could go get somebody else for like a third of his price to be a third pairing left side defenseman. Like, he's not playing in the top 6 anymore, or top 4 anymore, thankfully. So at least they understand that they cannot have Carson Soucy there. But if that's the case, and you acknowledge that you cannot have Carson Soucy there, admit the mistake and move on from him.
Yeah, but they're not going to. But you know these GMs.
Just
So, by the way,
your considerations. Take the loss and admit it. You know what? I hate when general managers are too proud to admit that they make mistakes on deals. Like, it happens.
James is asking right here, do you think a different defensive system makes the Rangers better than they were last year? Matt, I'll start with you on that one.
I mean, if David Quinn is coaching the defense, then I'm not sure how much they're going to improve defensively. I mean, listen, they're going to have a good first pair with Fox and Gavrikov, and I anticipate that Fox is going to look a lot better than the last couple of years. We saw him just because he's finally going to have a capable partner next to him. But, you know, the next 2 pairs, I mean, if it's true that they're going to move Schneider over to the second row with Borgen, that's not a great pair.
No.
And then what your third pair is right now, Vakanainen and Soucy. It's not great either. So, listen, you could have a good system at the end of the day, but the players matter too. And like I said, I like that first pair, but the second and third pair, in my opinion, it's not going to be too pretty.
And that's why I think they need to figure out a better one to go with. Yeah, Tanner Jeannot. Tanner Jeannot. And as Phil, you're saying, everybody's just keeps they're like, oh yeah, you know, he'll be just as good as a 20-goal season. Nope.
Yeah, I listen. I'm with Nick on this though. Like, go get me Matt Grzelcyk or Nate Schmidt as a third pairing guy, and get rid of Soucy, because I don't see how he works in a system that emphasizes speed, emphasizes up tempo play, emphasizes a good first pass out of the zone to get the offense going. I don't see it. I really don't. And I don't know why you're laughing at a 7x7 deal for Gavrikov when Provorov got 8.5, Romanov got just under 7. I mean, I don't know what you're laughing at there, dude, unless you're trolling. So
maybe it just doesn't like the player.
I mean, if you don't like the player, that's fine, but that deal is actually pretty good for him.
Nick Hague just got what, like 5.5?
Yeah, seriously, Nick Hague got 5.5, and he's not good at all.
Like, what are we talking about here?
He's better than Soucy, but that's a bars in hell there.
Yeah, this is considering what we were worried about it being like 9.5. This is. I'm very happy about this.
I was gonna say, keep in mind that song isn't exactly positive.
No, that song is not positive at all. But I remember when people were doing that to Connor Bunnaman, who played with Philly.
Nico Sturm to the Wild. So let's throw some more cash out there, because we haven't done that in a little bit. Boom.
Yeah, if Evan is happy, you know it's good.
Facts. It's facts.
Evan is very hard to please.
Very true.
Yeah.
No. Nashville gave him like $7 million.
Hard to please isn't exactly true. Just be competent, and I'm actually very easy to please. I
don't know who he's talking
I have
about.
not seen any sort of competence. I will say, if I'm going to say one thing that I do worry about, and it's not with Gavrikov, it's what I talked about the other day. The thing that worries me is with how poor the defensive depth is beyond the top pair, I'm worried they're going to have to split up Gavrikov and Fox at some point because you're going to be too top heavy on the top pair.
I am not highlighting that comment. I'm not highlighting that, but that comment is absolutely absurd.
But yeah, especially now that you're moving Schneider to the left pair, like that's the other thing or the left side. That's the other thing I'm just worried about is like, are you going to have to split up Gavrikov and Fox to accommodate the rest of the decor?
I would love it if Nikishin came our way, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Nothing yet. They're still working on it, Landon.
I don't know
Nothing
how
yet.
we haven't got any sort of details.
Apparently, Nisa is not very happy about Keandre being dealt to Carolina, but I tell you right now, and I've said this for a while, they didn't want to pay him like long term. And you know what? They acknowledged it around the same time that they acknowledged it with Brady Shea. Move on. Just move on. Get the best return you can get. And hopefully they do what they did with Brady Shea and they get like a first round pick or they get like a top prospect.
Or somehow both. And Kaylee, to answer your question with what the decor looks like now, Gavrikov, Fox, Schneider, Borgen's probably the second pair, and the third pair is probably Susi, Vakanainen. So you're gonna have 2 left shot D-men there, and then 2 right shot on your second pair. I don't know. They got to do more for this decor. Like that, it's not good enough at all beyond the top pair.
Yeah, Bradley Nadeau would be a nice haul too, but it's I don't know.
I'm calling him right now because all the Brent Burns talk. If Brent Burns comes to the Rangers, they're definitely doing a Brent Burns beard night.
Yeah, I don't think Brent Burns is going to be a part of that.
Yeah,
Keep Brent Burns away.
Yeah. Rasmus Anderson is available. We just don't know where he wants to go. Kyle Hall is saying the ring. I can't put much stock into what he says because he hasn't really been right about much, and he's not. I question the validity of whether or not he's connected to anybody. I think I've gotten more right than Kyle Hall has. Yeah, we'd all take Nikishin, I think. But I don't think that Nikishin's going to be a player. But if Bradley Nadeau is in the deal, I could get on board with that.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to get back, but let me tell you, if they take back Kotkaniemi, I'm going to put my head through a wall.
I don't think they'll take back Kotkaniemi because I don't think Carolina needs to do that.
I hope not, but
he falls under the buyout rules, the 1/3. Go look up his buyout.
I know, but I don't trust Chris Drury.
I think he's getting bought out. No team is going to take on that. His cap hit, and yes, it's for what 10 seasons. Okay, fine, but it's a nothing. It's under $1 million for most of it. $841,333 against the cap the next 2 years. Then the next 3 years after that, it's $461,333. And then for the final 5 years, it goes back up to $841,333. That's not there's a minimal difference. There's a minimal difference.
For the person asking for Svechnikov in the comments, no. Keep Svechnikov away.
Oh, dear God, no.
No, you could talk about Miller being dragged down by partners, but Miller was also the problem. Miller makes the same mistakes now that he made in year one. He chases guys around the zone. His inconsistency is well documented. There are times where he will play physical and then he doesn't play physical. You're going to get a month of great play out of him, and then you're going to get 2 months of shit play.
Yeah.
That's just what his career has been.
And I've gone over this and beat this drum into submission. So sorry about this, guys. But again, I'll bring up, if you want to play that signifies Keandre Miller, the end of the Dallas game where they gave up the game-tying goal, he tells Lindgren, I got it, takes the puck, goes behind the neck, goes around over to the right side, promptly gives it up, leading to Dallas tying the game, winning it in overtime. He doesn't make good decisions.
Yeah, I think Jackson Blake would be a good acquisition too. I like his game. Kind of plays like his father a bit. I think there's probably some room for offensive growth. I wonder if they would actually deal him in that. I don't think Gabrick. All right, so I saw something about this on Twitter, which actually proved it wrong. But I watched Gavrikov in Columbus. He was a good player. Not only that, but the analytics actually support the eye test with Gavrikov in Columbus. So this is not a guy that's a byproduct of the King system. I would suggest going and looking up his cards and going and watching the film, because he's one of the guys that literally everything lines up with Gavrikov. Like when the eye test and the analytics tell you the same thing, I'm not going to say it's rare, but it's somewhat uncommon, because analytics leave out a lot of context that you miss that you need the eye test for. But the analytics on him, the player cards, and some of the other charts, go look them up for his time in Columbus.
I just did now, and in some of those seasons with Columbus, he was like consistently in the 96th percentile defensively. One year he was in like the 80th percentile defensively. If at worst he's in the 80th percentile, or at worst 70, I mean, for $7 million, I'm completely fine. The thing that I keep going back to is this team got to 2 Eastern Conference Finals with Ryan Lindgren playing next to Adam Fox. Now you put Gavrikov next to him, and considering Lindgren was making 4.6 last year, so you get a actual left shot defenseman for 2.5 more, $3 million more than what you were paying Lindgren.
Wait, hold on. If all you're saying that he doesn't play physical, then why did you say he was a byproduct of the system before? Now you're moving the goalposts. Like that's, I mean, it's fine to have an opinion on the player, but like, and he doesn't need to be super physical. Like, you need to be able to play the body and separate the player from the puck. That's what you need to do.
People are asking right now, are the Rangers stupid for sending Miller to Carolina? We think it's telling, because if Drury's willing to send him there. Oh, I don't want to hear about Brian Dumoulin.
Phil, you're muted.
Muted. We can't hear you.
Check the audio. Go into audio. Check that, because maybe your audio automatically adjusted.
Is this better?
There we go.
Hear you.
Is it too loud or no?
No, it's all right.
Maybe a little bit, but don't worry.
I think it's just louder because you're leaning towards your laptop more than usual. That's all.
Here, let me move the mic
It's
back a
good
little
now.
bit. Yeah, no, I moved the mic back a little bit, so this way it's better. But what I was saying is, where was I? Sorry, I kind of got a little lost after that.
Travis Yost, by the way, saying I'd keep an eye on Granlund and Edmonton.
Oh, this is what it is. I would absolutely move Soucy and get Dumoulin for him. That would be a major upgrade over there on the left side.
Okay, yeah, I should have realized that. 86 Soucy, yeah.
Yeah. What's going on, Jay? I wish I could be there for Dylan's graduation, buddy, but I'm going to be away for that. So definitely when I get back, we'll link up again. We'll link up with all the boys.
Capo Kakinen signing with the Canadians.
By the way, guys, right now we have 1776 of you.
Evan, can you pull up the card for Gavrikov for him?
Which year? One of the
he wants to do a comparison of the Columbus and LA years. Like the man says, like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already, please. We'd appreciate that.
Oh my God, Seattle! What are you doing? They signed Lindgren 4 years, $4.5 million.
Oh my God!
Wait, they signed who?
Lindgren.
Ryan Lindgren.
Oh dear God!
Oh my God! I'll get the banner together for that one.
Oh my God!
Seattle just. I have no idea what they're doing.
They are obsessed with mid to ass players. So for $2.5 million, the Rangers got Gavrikov. So let that settle in.
Not even mid. Lindgren's just ass.
I said mid to ass, to be fair.
I mean, he's clearly declining. His body isn't going to hold. I wonder if his body holds up through that contract.
It won't. It won't
The
at
way
all.
that he plays, like I can't.
No.
Oh my God!
What a garbage deal.
Phil the Kraken. Oh God! Oh, Carson is having a laugh over there. I mean,
Steven said under Elliot Friedman's comment, LTIR for years 3 and 4.
Felk, I'm gonna send you the card on Twitter DMs right now.
okay. Kevin, we were talking about that before Anthony mentioned that, Jay Lewis, that the Rangers were one of the teams interested in Shabanov.
I just sent it.
Okay.
Again, Sean's asking right here, is $4 million that bet? Yes, because he's not going to be playing that much. He's gonna be blocking shots left and right, and then he's going to be out for a month or two.
All right. Safe.
And he's already breaking down. By the way, that was 53 on one of the streams. We got all the streams together. We have 1,800 right now.
All right. I'm gonna try to put this Gavrikov card up. Image file. Let's see here.
Calvin DeHaan is gone. Oh no. Anyway, so.
Oh, it said invalid file type. Damn it. I can't.
You can't
Do
present
you need me to try to
Well, if
send
you
it
get that in
again?
a link, just do that, Phil. Do it on the show.
Okay.
I mean, I can try sending it again as a
Hold
different
on. Let me
file.
see if I can cut. Does it do? No, it doesn't do link.
Here, I'll send a new screenshot.
There was like a one of those JPGs. I would. Yeah, Colorado didn't like him as a third pairing guy, and then Seattle's going to pay him like a top 4. What are we doing?
We tried to warn those fans, and I had a lot of Colorado fans in my comments that are like, "Oh, shut up! You don't know what you're talking about." Yeah, I only watched the guy play for like 6 years.
Yeah,
I just sent it again. It should work now. I sent it as a PNG instead.
I mean, did you watch the game-winning goal that Mikko Rantanen scored in Game 7? That's all you needed to see from Ryan Lindgren to show you that he's not good.
Yeah. What do you guys think about making a trade to the Lightning for Isaac Howard? I think the Islanders might have the inside track on that one, but
I would be all over trading for Isaac Howard, but Darsh is the Islanders GM, and he has, like you said, Mark, he has some early inside access, so he would probably, for me, he would probably be the favorite
invalid file type
to go to.
I'm gonna try it one more time.
I was about to say, what Evan, share the link in the chat.
I'll do that if this doesn't work. Let me try it.
Yeah, because I don't think it's gonna work. I really don't.
And I know everybody's saying right now that there's a full no movement clause on Gavrikov till he's till year 6 of that deal. It's kind of what the Rangers wanted to be. They wanted to be there for 5 years. So
I would love for the Rangers to get Isaac Howard. By the way, if they could
Try
get
it one more
Howard
time.
and Shabanov,
To the Islanders.
Yeah, Riddick is official.
Kevin Weeks just tweeted.
yeah, we'll see what the.
So Varlamov is
he's
he's
done.
likely done. Not like
And-
he just is done.
What this does mean also, probably a lighter workload for Ilya Sorokin.
Yeah, David Riddick is definitely capable of playing like over 30 games. He's done it before in a season, so that'll be something that'll help Sorokin out big time, especially considering he got worn out over the year from having to play all those games. That did not help the Islanders at all.
Nick is saying right here, I respect Lindgren for putting his body on the line in any form of constructive criticism of him. Fans would immediately get their feelings. And you know what? And yeah, it's not so much
Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, it's not so much that nobody didn't respect him. I mean, I've said over and over again, Ryan Lindgren made Chuck Norris look like a wuss. But it's just that when his body starts breaking down, which was clear, and he was starting to become a cone, you have to move on from him. Well, free agency doesn't end. That's part of the problem.
Oh, yeah, that and this is also correct too, because I mean, you swear to God, trying to reason with people about Igor Shesterkin is one of the worst things you can do, because they just don't think rationally when it comes to him.
No, because they just think 21, 22. They think he's done that season 5 times already. And they think about how great he played before the COVID break. You don't think about anything else, but you got to look at the numbers eventually and go, all right, you have to move on, or either you got to make hard decisions like this. I point out all the time, Florida did this, and they've now gone to 3 Stanley Cup finals. Imagine if they all said, you know what, we really need to hang on to Jonathan Huberdeau, nearly called him Justin, and hold on to him after he scored 100 points and was an MVP candidate.
Oh man, Jay Fresh messed up by putting Dallas for Lindgren, but that card, whew.
Nick
Bukes
that to
Lindgren's another one where the eye test and the analytics tell you that he's not good.
Yeah, Bukes that to St. Louis.
I like this. That's a good signing, because that's a guy that the Rangers could have used as a 4th line center too. Not that I think they needed 4th line center. I think they're okay with Brodzinski there. I like the way that 4th line played, but Bukestad is a guy that could probably play on some teams' 3rd lines too.
By the way, did it work this time? The card, I sent it one more time.
I'm gonna check right now. Hold on.
All right.
By the way, just to say right here, Jim Behringer is saying, just want to hear from the crowd talking about state taxes, about the Gavrikov deal getting done after what Provorov got. And I got to agree with that. Provorov got $8.5 million, and in New York, Gavrikov got $7 million. Yeah, let's talk about state taxes. That's the only reason why anything's happening.
Well, Sam Carrick, Brodzinski. I mean, guys that Brodzinski shouldn't be on anyone's 3rd line. Let's be real. I like Johnny. He's a good 4th liner. Like, he's turned himself into a really good 4th liner, but definitely not near anyone's 3rd line. And that's where I would love to get Pius Suter to kind of come in and get 3rd line minutes. So I think he's a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, Pius Suter is one of my favorite free agents available in this draft class. He's such a good 3rd line center. And I watched a ton of Vancouver 2 years ago. That 3rd line where he was deployed with Connor Garland on the left and Dakota Joshua on the right, that was one of the best 3rd lines that I've watched in a while.
Invalid file type, Evan. Can't do it.
Matt, I was going to say, turn your camera off and on.
No, off and on.
Go back.
No, John. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about Brodzinski. I think he's a 4th line center. Yeah, totally agree, Brian C.
Yeah. Pius Suter would be a real good pickup, but is he the top free agent center right now in the market?
Granlund right now, but
Granlund,
yeah. No, we don't know the return for Keandre Miller yet. It's still, I think they're still probably finalizing things.
I hate to say it for everybody, but lower your expectations until it's announced. A lot of these free agent deals for restricted free agents have been underwhelming. See JJ Peterka. But then again, look at the deal Noah Dobson just got.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Kaylee. Like, I'm more than okay with Brodzinski being the 4th line center there. Like, and he's a perfect fit for Sullivan's system too. He really is. Like, he plays the way Sullivan wants to play hockey. So, yeah, Jackson Blake would be a very good return. I would take Bradley Nadeau. The Carolina's got a bunch of assets I would take back.
Parker Witherspoon to Pittsburgh. 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years, $1 million for that one. That's not a bad signing. I mean, it's a depth guy, really. He played all right with the Islanders. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he looked like he finally found a home in the NHL with them.
Yeah, I'm with you, David. Brodzinski and Blake both remind me a little bit of Carl Hagelin. So, yeah, I think Nikishin is asking too much. Can they maybe get Morrow? I doubt it.
How about the Zach Jones news? We were actually highlighting the same thing at the same time, Phil.
You know what? I mean, it sucks for him because I do like him as a person. I think he's a good kid. He's wanted nothing but to play and just to have a chance to play. He's not like the other guys that are whining when they're bad and shit. I do think that I don't think he's an NHL level defenseman. I think maybe you bring him in for a couple of games when you need a puck mover, and maybe he fits in the right team and with the right partner. But he can't defend in his own zone. He's small. He gets pushed off the puck easily. He doesn't really have any muscle to him. And while he's a good puck transporter, he's not a guy that puts up a ton of points. So the fit for him at the NHL level really isn't there.
My problem was more just always the handling of him and just at times not giving him enough of a chance. That's what my tweet was about, because people took out of context yesterday when
That's fair.
I tweeted that I wasn't happy that they're going to lose him for nothing. And people were like, well, clearly no one wanted him. Yeah, I couldn't piece that one together. Thank you. My point with that tweet was just all these years they had numerous opportunities to give him a chance, especially when they were still on the up with the team. And they instead played guys like Patrick Nemeth and Ben Harper and Jared Tenorti instead of just giving the kid a chance.
By the way, anybody else a little bit surprised that the only thing we're hearing from the Islanders is David Rittich?
I'm not
really.
Surprised.
I feel like they're going to go in a different direction. I mean, if they can add a couple of smaller depth pieces, then they'll probably do that. But I didn't expect them to make any big signings or anything.
We have an update on the Bowen Byram front by Darren Drager. Things are percolating around Sabres D-man Bowen Byram. Trade conversations are happening with Calgary, Vegas, LA, St. Louis, among those interested. Also hearing an offer sheet for Byram is being contemplated.
Oh, God. I wonder if the offer sheet is the Rangers.
I would love that a lot more than putting freaking Brain Schneider on the left side.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Long Suffering. If you like these guys, if you like us, then you'll like Rangers Central as well, because they've been on top of that deal the same way for the longest time.
Yeah, you got good post-game coverage from these guys down here. They do a lot of good talk.
Their post-game coverage is much better than mine. I'll tell you that right now.
And then you have us, our weekly show, doing the NHL bar talk, going around the league. We're always going to talk Rangers and Islanders. There's so much, and thank you.
Should the rain boxing fan? I think you're getting your hopes up there, buddy. Stankoven's going nowhere. They just extended him.
They just signed him for 8 years.
Should the Rangers sign Klim Kostin?
I mean, as a 13th forward depth piece, I mean, sure, but I don't think he's anything special for me.
Actually, I wanted to highlight this one too. What do you guys think of Jalen Chatfield?
I would take that Chatfield. I would take that.
I would really like that, because like we keep talking about, this team needs to add more to the blue line. I'm very I'm very against this whole putting Schneider on the left side thing because, again, he barely plays well on his own natural side.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that.
Although that would line up. The problem is that Chatfield, I thought he was a left shot for some reason. He's a right shot
He's a right shot.
defenseman. So I guess it would be him on that third pair with Susie and then Schneider with Borgen on the second pair. I mean, it's not as bad, but I mean, ideally, I would just like them to move Susie, get a guy like Byram for the second pair, and then you have Chatfield and Schneider on that bottom pair if you're going to put Schneider on his offhand anyway.
Yeah. Stefan Rosner just said, but he said could be something between the Islanders and Ethan Bear.
Big time move.
Yeah, well, that's
Emily Kaplan saying about Ehlers believes the Canes, Capitals, and Lightning are among teams in on him.
There we go. I finally got into focus.
Gene did mention that Jack McBain could be a player that the Rangers are looking at.
I don't like the Borgen extension either.
Yep, Gavin, I agree with you.
Yeah, that extension was so dumb. Like, if you would have signed him for like what he was making, or like maybe $3 million at most, okay.
Bear just signed, by the way, according to Peter Baugh, with the Islanders.
Yeah, you're not bringing in Chatfield for points. You're bringing him in for solid like play and puck movement. Like, he makes a good first pass. He can skate the puck out of the zone and pass it out of the zone. Definitely agree on this though. Should have moved him at the deadline.
Could have gotten a first round pick for him.
The way things were going at that time, maybe. Yeah, if Voronkov is somehow available and the Rangers could get him, I'd love that, but I don't think that's happening. I'm not really a fan of Tyson Jost. I'm not.
No.
He doesn't really do anything for me. Like, years ago, I would have said, okay, like, there's still some upside, but like, he's barely an NHL player at this point.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like, there was a point where I thought maybe he would be worth taking a chance on, but like when he was going to like Minnesota or Buffalo, but
yeah,
now it's like,
I think we're past that point. You're right.
Yeah, it's been a while.
The Bear deal is a league minimum, by the way. With the
that's not even something to go crazy on. Even though it's an Islander signing, he might not even play in the NHL.
No, probably not.
I don't know. I would even debate that. Tyson Jost had 9 points last year. Sure, it was in 39 games, but like, yeah, that's debatable at this point.
We got 1880 right now in the queue watching.
Yes, Brian, Bear is on a two-way contract. Almost like 40 minutes, and we still don't know what's going on with Keandre Miller.
Yeah, seriously.
You would think something at least by now.
Clearly, that contract might be a problem right there.
Keandre Miller and his agent playing hardball. What a surprise. I really want to know what he's going to get, especially after what the Rangers just gave Gavrikov. I really wonder there.
I think it's probably going to be north of 6. And
I agree.
that's not something I would want to give him.
Nope.
Definitely not. Blue Jackets just made the Provorov extension official. They trying to gas it up.
Like, hey, look how good this is. Right now, they're going through free agent frenzy and some of the targets. I still can't believe Cody Ceci is listed on there as anybody would want.
Dave Pagnotta saying, keep an eye on the Penguins and Anthony Mantha. They're working on a deal. Nick is not going to be happy to hear that one.
It's not a bad addition for them. For a team that needs to get faster, for younger and faster, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me, though. I mean, he could still score, I think. I still think he can get you 20 goals, right situation. Shot's good. Hands are good.
Especially next to Crosby. He'll put up the points.
Yeah. I'm not. I think overall the team needs to go in a different direction, and they're continuing to hold on. Instead, they're doing what the Rangers did in the 90s. Try to keep 94 alive instead of rebuilding and going the other way, especially after the Zubov Nedved trade. Like,
yeah,
when you did that, you should have just, okay, we need to rebuild.
Yeah, it's like entering Detroit territory at this point with them.
Yeah.
Well, what also hurt that was 97, because then they came close to 97, and then they signed Skrudlin and Keane, and you lose Messier, which was definitely the linchpin in that.
Well,
situation.
because they were again, they put all their eggs in the basket on Sakic.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Sakic was the backup plan, and
Sakic was the number one.
Ooh.
Sakic wasn't the backup plan. LaFontaine was the backup plan. And that's why they pivoted.
Well, the first plan was re-signing Messier, but
no,
Neil knew he was gonna tell him to go scratch.
No, Neil even said when he was on with us that they didn't want to re-sign him to that.
Mm-hmm.
Messier, they knew what Messier wanted, and they did not want to give him that deal. And I don't blame them. Look at how it worked out. Sakic was their one. LaFontaine was their pivot. They should have had another plan in the works, though. And again, the thing that happened with the Rangers that got them as bad as they were in that whole Dark Ages era was because of the fact that they didn't know how to build a defense behind Leach. Yeah, Checkitz was done with Messier. Checkitz was checked out. Sorry, pun intended. He was checked out on Messier.
You just gave a Mark pun right there.
Yeah, I know. I know, but
we haven't had a demonetized moment yet on the show today. So
no, I have to talk to Steven about that, though. That is
right.
not. You can't have that happen again.
Anthony updated the free agent tracker. So, updated his free agents.
Jordan Harris is going to Boston.
Yeah. Edstrom is, yeah. I don't know about any number update, but Justin Check. It's not even spelled right either, so that would be a mark right there.
A little bit.
Florida just made the Nosek extension official.
Yeah, wasn't that like 7 something?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like close to league minimum. How they get?
I will say this is actually turning out to be a lot more of a fun trade deadline than we thought.
Free agent frenzy.
So
we were talking about this before. Oh, the return. Hold on. Vince saying draft compensation. Julian Silverstein had it.
That's why I said everybody lower your expectations on this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, all right. So if it's first round picks next year, they get a first round pick next year. Okay. Fine.
I'm good with that, yeah. Because then you either have ammo at the deadline, or if this team sucks, you have 2 first-round picks to trade up with.
Yeah.
That's why next year's deadline is going to be so interesting to see how many people are going to be willing to unload their first-round picks if needed. Say, for instance, if Artemi Panarin is available at the deadline.
Yeah, I'll absolutely take a first rounder for him too, but I think there's going to be a prospect involved. Yeah, Rangers. Yeah, We were talking about that before, Jacob. And yeah, and that's why I'll take it. Next year's draft is supposed to be a really good draft. Because that's why I don't know why anybody would really care about Kuznetsov. Guy's washed. He was washed with Carolina.
And let's just say his work ethic isn't exactly there.
It's Laviolette's fault.
It's the Hurricanes. I understand that, but it's still going to be a first-round pick in a draft, and the Rangers are now going to have 2 picks next year instead of 1.
It's going to be the Hurricanes or Dallas's first because they have two first-round picks.
Yeah.
So this is legit just Brady Shea all over again, though.
Did I hear that Shabanov made his decision?
No. No, we don't suck at drafting. We suck at development. Ehlers is not coming to the Rangers.
No.
Yeah,
I don't want him either. Especially if he's going to ask for like $9 million to disappear in the playoffs. No thanks. It's a soft player that doesn't play the type of game that they want to play. No, thank you. And
Blake
no,
Wheeler
the Rangers are not
2.0.
going to sign Kuznetsov. That would be dumb to do so.
That would be Blake Wheeler 2.0.
Yeah, that would be stupid. I don't know why you're high on Kuznetsov. I really don't see what there is there to that player.
It's also where would Kuznetsov fit in this because he's not going to be your third line center.
There's no fit for Kuznetsov in general.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can make our jokes about,
I'm not even going to make a joke about that. I just think that it's like this guy is completely washed. Like he's washed. Let him play in the KHL. He had 24 points last year, in 2024. He had 7 in 20 games with Carolina.
I mean, he basically right now he's a shootout specialist. And
hey, there's a name we haven't seen in a while. What's going on, D. Ely?
D. Ely. We were actually just saying how we haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I visited Matt and I visited Mark on Thursday night. We were talking about that Thursday night about you. Well, we talked about the Slavin interview and how we haven't seen you and some of the others in a while. That's right, because Shannon came back. Yeah, we haven't seen Shannon in a while either.
That has been hard for some people to catch the live shows. And again, you were the key component on us landing Jacob Slavin. So
no, it's not the drafting that they're terrible at. Lafreniere and Kakko were the consensus picks where they were. It's the development. And if you want to say that they suck at drafting, they did under Gordy Clark. It's different now because Gordy's gone and he's not making money.
Sammy Blaze coming home to Montreal.
Woof.
We got what a big move there.
Woof.
Still waiting on. I mean, you got to wonder how long Nikolai Ehlers wants to drag this out.
Yeah, I'm with Iceman on this. Like, for all you could say about Drury, he gets rid of problematic contracts very well. I don't understand how either. I really don't. Again, that was Gordy Clark. Gordy Clark is not here anymore and hasn't been for a while. You guys are pointing to Gordy Clark. Gordy Clark isn't here. Seriously, yes. Yeah, that's fair. I won't argue with you there, G. I won't argue with you there.
I guess present screen. Was this what you guys were looking for before the chart on Gavrikov?
Yes.
That's with LA this past year, though.
Yeah, that's with LA. Yeah, we tried to get the comparable for Mazkovsky. I probably mispronounced it. I don't remember the spelling on the name.
Mark, do you want me to share with you the card so you could share your screen?
You can try, yeah.
Yeah, you could try. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Nico.
Yeah.
Drury is good at identifying
good
the
name,
problem. That's handling it from there is a different story. But
I would hesitate on all the praise on Jeff Gorton, everybody.
Gorton is amazing.
Gorton, let's pump the brakes on that one.
Oh my God, Gorton gave Trouba that terrible fucking contract. What? Now we're gonna sit here and play revisionist history with Jeff Gorton?
I was
Jeff
actually going to point
the
out.
reason why your rebuild never actually happened.
I was about to point out too that they just got Gavrikov at a cheaper price than Trouba was at in a cap environment where the cap is going up every single year by a lot.
And
Yeah,
don't forget something else, Evan. They had the hammer. He was an RFA.
They bid
This
against
is UFA.
themselves.
Gordon literally bid against himself for Trouba.
Brandon Tanev to Utah, 3 years, $2.5 million.
That's a good contract.
This is okay. You know what? I'm going to highlight this one. This is actually a really good thought, Connor. Would the Rangers get a first for Miller and then flip it for and Susie for Byram?
I don't think Susie would go in that.
Yeah,
deal,
I don't think Susie would go in that deal either. But maybe Byram.
I will say though, if they get a first in return, maybe that lines up with the fact that there's reports that a team wants to offer sheet. Maybe the Rangers are the ones that would offer sheet because they'll have the extra first, to where at that point you're losing a third and then your own first, but you'll still have a first next year.
I agree with you there, Josh. He definitely bid against himself for Igor, but at least he got rid of some of Gorton's terrible deals like Trouba. He got rid of Kreider, which was a deal that should have never been signed in the first place. I don't care about his 52-goal season. I really don't. But
and to say that Drury isn't the reason why they got to the conference finals. Drury brought in Barclay Goodrow. Jeff Gorton was not going to bring in Barclay Goodrow. And we could talk all we want about that contract, which was bad. But, I mean, Goodrow was a key component in getting past Carolina.
Shit. And you know what? It's funny. Gorton is literally building up the same type of team in Toronto that is going to get pushed around come playoff time because they're too soft and they're filled with too many skill players. That doesn't win.
Yeah, like I said with the Dobson deal, that is their version of Trouba all over again. That's just my opinion of it. I mean, Dobson's better than Trouba, but that contract just not good.
You could blame Drury for the Goodrow deal. Yeah, I think that was pushed by Dolan. I think, especially after the Wilson, like there was a clear directive from above with Drury when that happened, because Dolan had the team release that statement about the Wilson thing, and then they went and they got Blais. They got rid of Buchnevich and they got Blais. Then they went and they got Goodrow. Then they went and they traded for Reeves. Then they went and they got Nemeth. They were clearly doing it. No, he does not. And I can tell you you're wrong because I know people on the inside who will tell you otherwise. So please don't tell me that, because I know you're wrong. Sorry.
It's all revisionist history, because right now we don't like what he's doing right now. But also, by the way, just to say this, Barclay Goodrow, if he's the reason why the Rangers missed the playoffs last year, this team had a lot more problems.
It's actually the other way around, because Glenn Sather got James Dolan to take his hands off at the 0-4 deadline. And then for a very long time, up until the Tom Wilson incident, there was no meddling from Dolan.
See, by the way, and Chris T is right about this. Dolan is definitely in Drury's ear. And I think that's one reason why you have to look at the Igor Shesterkin contract that was immediately done as soon as Trouba was traded. And we all shook our heads going, why are they doing this?
Why?
Then, yeah.
You just identified that your core was not good enough to win. But you're going to go sign what will be a 30-year-old goaltender to a 7-year deal? Woof.
Well, and by the way, what has Drury done to rip the fan base apart? The truth is, it's not anything that the fan base needed to be ripped apart on. Like, this was, again, Jacob Trouba played hardball, everybody. How are we not remembering this?
I think if anybody is siding with the players at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Michael Pekka literally came out and explained everything.
Yeah.
And you're still siding with the players, you're never going to learn then. That's either you either can't see it or you refuse to see it. Because an end game Wade boss level bad contract and he must do.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Okay, Anthony Laraco is posting because this is Anthony, I believe.
No, that was me. I said.
Oh, that was you? Okay, I thought that was Anthony.
First rounder next season. That's what the Miller. Somebody asked about the Miller compensation.
Yeah.
Anthony is definitely working in the wings.
Is it confirmed a first rounder for next year?
I thought that's what it was confirmed before. I guess. My bad.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about exactly.
The
I just
Pekka
saw
interview,
draft compensation. If they get a first though for Miller, I really wonder if they're going to actually offer sheet Byram because then they have the pick flexibility to do it.
Like JTB has got
to. Was hearing Blake in a 4th rounder. I mean, I haven't seen that anywhere, but okay.
JTB's got a good one right here. Sorry, blame the Rangers development and coaching on Kakko and not reaching his potential. The Rangers suck at developing young guys. The minute they leave, they thrive. But also the other problem is, let's be honest about something else. That locker room is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And it started with the man who was the captain. I want to talk about somebody that hasn't accomplished much. What's Jacob Trouba done? Besides try to take runs at guys, especially ones that are illogical, like in the playoffs.
How wasn't Drury right about the players?
See, that's
I would love to know that. I would love to know how Drury wasn't right about the players. Especially when you know that they had a meeting that they were all upset about Barclay Goodrow. They were crying over Barclay Goodrow getting moved. Like, are you kidding me? Come on. Not you, but the players. How are they crying over it?
And I've never heard players more upset.
Don't ever compare this team to Florida and their workplace.
Yeah, no.
That team bought in. This group refused to buy in on 3 different coaches and quit on one in the middle of the playoff series. And you still defend them because you have a poster of Drury on your wall that you throw darts at every day. How many dart holes are in that poster? Like, please.
All right. So explain the Pekka thing.
He refuses to. And anyone, like, can you explain? Yeah, all right. So Pekka was on a podcast and literally said that the players could not put aside their emotions and couldn't play because they were distracted by it and then quit.
And that's not an excuse. Look, if you can't play because your buddy got traded in July, that is a joke. That is an absolute joke.
That is on you. You have an obligation to show up and work.
This isn't even...
Yes,
right.
Jeff Marek, sorry.
Yeah, this isn't even like Wayne Gretzky getting traded and crying at the press conference in August. And Mark Messier, that he said, I promised Mess I wouldn't do this. But he got traded. They still went into and made the playoffs the next year. They did their best. And the year after that, they won the Stanley Cup. That was Wayne Gretzky, not Barclay Goodrow. Go talk to military.
Thank you, Brody. Thank you. Good to see you too, by the way, Brody. Feel like I haven't seen you in a bit. Soft.
And by the way,
I'm gonna get the Enzo Amore and Big Cass SAWFT soft clip because that's what's needed here.
Mike Sullivan will toughen him up. Mike Sullivan endured a lot of obstacles with the Pittsburgh Penguins. I know everybody wants
Thank you, Brian.
And go Crosby, but no, it's
Thank you, Brian.
It's not just Drury. We got 2,000 of you watching right now across all platforms.
Yeah, and this is it from John Lee here. Do your job. Do your job. Don't pout. Do your job.
If there was anyone that could have looked at that Devils game before Christmas and said that team was still bought in and still giving 100% effort, you need glasses.
I'm sorry, but if you're sitting here and defending these guys for quitting, basically, they quit. They quit. If you're defending those guys for quitting on you, like you're seriously not getting it. You can't see the forest for the trees. You can't. No. Sorry, but you can't.
And by the way, you can't tell me this place isn't toxic when you have a number 1 and a number 2 overall draft pick and they feel like outcasts.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better, Carson. Couldn't have said it better. Yeah. Oh, this comment is great. From Vlad Signier. Yeah, I heard that Drury would drive everybody away from New York, but Gavrikov signed on the first day with the Rangers and wanted to be here and took less to come here. But toxicity.
Yeah.
The Florida Panthers wouldn't have had that because they wouldn't have quit. You continue to ignore that.
I repeat yet again. They traded away a guy who was an MVP level player. I understand they got back Matt Tkachuk. They traded away the greatest player that they ever drafted in their tenure up until that point.
Barkov and Huberdeau were like that.
They
were like that.
And they also got rid of a guy that was named Jack Adams nominee, a finalist, coach of the year. You got a team.
Even Stamkos got dealt,
and it's all the players that they don't buy in.
No, he didn't get dealt. He basically got sent away.
Ryan McDonough, you could compare it to like the Gaudreau situation and everything.
Yeah,
and he went back to Tampa.
Yeah,
and he went back.
They basically said, "We're going to put you on waivers or trade you." All right.
Yeah.
In Nashville. All right. And then
go
back.
And, Keandre Miller had to take 2 weeks off because a girlfriend broke up on him, broke up with him.
I don't even think it was a breakup. I think it was like something about Instagram posts. That's what Steven was saying, I think.
And I've said this. Stamkos did not leave on his own terms. You are ridiculous with this revisionist history, dude. Are you kidding me? This was well publicized. He didn't choose to leave on his own terms. He wanted to be back there and said he wanted to be back there several times. And then they let him go and they signed Gensel. Stop.
Okay, now here's one for you. Here's one for you. Not one Ranger cried when Ryan Callahan got traded for Marty St. Louis. Now that's captain for captain at that time. What did the Rangers do? Buckled down and made the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yep.
And before anybody says anything of what would happen with St. Louis' mom, they were still in the second round by that time.
Gavrikov wants to be a part of Drury is a meaty barbecue.
That's why the whole country club mentality has to go. You want to tell me you're going to make Lafreniere and Kakko earn their ice time, and then these guys don't have to? Because if that was the case, Mika Zibanejad should have been a healthy scratch several times.
Yeah, this is everyone in this chat is seeing the same thing, and this guy is literally trying to say that Stamkos won on his own terms.
I think it was less money. I think it was like $3 million. $3 million for 8 years. I think that's what the offer was, or 3 for 7.
It was 3 for some crazy amount of term. I don't remember if it was 7 or 8. but it was definitely $3 million. I know that was the AAV for sure.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to believe that actually was Jan Eriksson in the chat right there.
The Trury is a mini barbecue is funny though.
Ooh, Chris Johnson saying that teams might want to offer sheet Byram right on the cusp of the first and third round compensation.
That's what I was saying. That's why I wonder if the Rangers do get a first for Miller, if that's what they're going to do. I wonder if they're going to give up their own first and third.
Yeah, Marc-Andre Fleury went out on his own terms too.
Yeah. Every player goes out on their own terms. Especially when they're the captain of a franchise.
Okay, then they you know what? No one player came out and cried the way that this team did. Sure, does it suck trading somebody that's a teammate of yours? Yeah, but they showed up and they did their job and they went to the Stanley Cup final.
Hold on, wait a minute. I have an audible soundbite of the New York Rangers locker room last year. There you go. And it's just
Jar Jar Zibanejad needs to
Jar Jar Zibanejad. Oh God!
It's just you can't tell me you have this pressure packed, hardened locker room that this team was going to win a Stanley Cup. Really?
Yeah, I mean Stamkos was pissed. I'm sure the players wanted Stamkos to stay, but they went out and they made the playoffs. They went and did their jobs. Nikita Kucherov had another scoring title. I mean,
and mark my words, no pun intended, but mark my words, if that team did get past Florida, who knows? They might have won the cup or lost to Edmonton.
I think they could have beaten Edmonton. I think the goaltending difference was insurmountable for them.
Did the Rangers pout after they bought out Henrik Lundqvist and he's suited up for the Washington Capitals in their practice?
No, they didn't.
No,
we're not saying there were no reaction. What we're saying is that they showed up and they did their job.
Yes.
Yeah, I always say this. No one says you can't have emotion to guys leaving or guys being traded, but at the end of the day, you're still professional players. You're getting paid millions of dollars. You have to do your job.
That's why I kept saying, just like in real life, when you sign a deal with a team, you are held to a standard. And if you don't perform to that standard, then they're going to move you.
And you brought up Brian Boyle before. He's the same one that said during one of the podcasts that these guys, it shouldn't be a concern what goes on with management decisions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Not to their concern.
Hold on.
Thank you, Evan.
No.
Wait a minute. I got the Zibanejad remix going. The remix. Anyway.
Oh, they were bad for buying out a bad contract that they couldn't get out of. Oh, great. So now you know what's going to happen with Igor. Awesome. I'm glad everybody's on the same page now. This is great news. Glad to hear it, buddy.
The other thing is Igor's replacement might not be far behind if Dylan Garand keeps up what he's doing.
That was the other part of it that was just so stupid. It's like you have a really good goalie prospect in the pipeline and whatever.
Yeah, if I'm Dylan Garand, I'm asking for a trade out to a team where I can actually get an opportunity.
Trouba leaking that he wouldn't show up if traded was, and how anybody can defend a player that does that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, and then Trouba going on his victim tour and going on interviews during intermissions of Ranger games.
Please cry more, Jacob.
A rite of passage. Sean Avery Mika, dry hair. Sports are a business. No way. I know.
No way.
Right?
We love it whenever guys.
Yes, Peter, they did 7x7. It's actually a good deal. No movement in the first 5 years. Year 6 was what?
It's a 20 team no trade clause in the 6th year, 15 or 15 1 year, 20 the other year.
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably 20 the first year and then 15.
20 the first year, 15 the second year.
Similar to what basically the Rangers, as far as no trade clause, what they gave Vinny Trocheck. So
I'm not highlighting that one. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not highlighting that one, but it's great.
That's funny, Anthony.
Oh my god. It... Fuck.
If Dylan Grant has another big season. No. No. Drury did not bring Druba's wife into it.
No, he didn't.
Larry Brooks was the only one that did.
Yeah, Larry Brooks was the only one that did. And not only that, but that was public knowledge well before that, buddy.
Yeah.
You seem to have like the worst case of revisionist history I have ever heard, ever seen in my life.
It's not the same thing. It's just not.
It's not. Like, it was, he wanted to come here, and it was made known at the time of the trade that his wife was a doctor or was going to be a doctor in New York, and that was why he wanted to be here. Like, I don't. That was something that was public knowledge literally from day one. Day one. And the fact that, knowing that, Gorton still bid against himself makes him one of the biggest dumbasses I've ever seen in my life. Oh! I'm not highlighting that one either, but oh my god.
Still all quiet on the front for a lot of guys. I can't believe that.
Over an hour, and we still don't know what's going on with
Miller. Yeah.
Well over an hour. I think we're even to maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Cooley's not re-signed yet, which they must be waiting on whatever the Miller return is.
What the? Unrelated, completely unrelated, but the Giants are trading Darren Waller to the Dolphins?
Yeah,
like
I saw that.
Out of retirement? Like, what the? Cool. I hope that new Miami rap single is going to be a real banger.
I'm sure Frank the Tank's going to be happy with Chris Greer on that one.
Well, the Dolphins reacquired Minka Fitzpatrick. Nothing like getting a guy that quit on your team, speaking of. Another guy that went, wah. We just lost 2 big games. Wah. Wah. Your wah's so much better than mine. You know that?
I know.
Yeah.
Sean Corrali signing with the Bruins.
He was there before, right?
Yeah, he was previously there. That's a good.
Red Wings signed Bernard Walker.
Oh man, I can't highlight that one either, but that was great.
Yeah, the Red Wings really upgraded their blue line with Bernard Docker and Ian Mitchell. Good for them.
Steve Yzerman masterclass.
There's nothing going on with Will Cooley as of right now. I honestly don't think he gets offer sheeted. I don't. Because I think what it's going to have to take for the Rangers to not accept it is going to be something that teams aren't going to want to pay. You guys can answer.
Yeah.
Just shut down defense, which is something that this team really hasn't had. And like we were talking about all stream, and like we've talked about ad nauseum for years in general, this team has not had someone good to play next to Adam Fox, and now they finally do. And it's about time. The only thing, like I said, I'll keep saying it, that I worry about is if you don't strengthen the depth of the D-core, then you're looking at a chance of Gavrikov and Fox having to be split, which I don't like, which I'm hoping that they're the team that's going to offer sheet Byram, because if they offer sheet Byram, unload Susie, and then re-sign Cooley, I think at this point that's the best case scenario for this team right now.
Yeah, I think for me the best thing with Gavrikov is just he's steady and reliable. Like you're not gonna get anything special from him, but on a nightly basis he's gonna play good solid shutdown hockey. And the hope is now that Adam Fox actually has a reliable partner next to him and not someone in Ryan Lindgren who can't skate or do anything. You hope that Adam Fox could maybe now take the next step in his game because he doesn't have to rely on covering for his partner constantly. It's sort of what I talk about a lot with if you look at Colorado, how Kel McCarr plays with Devon Taves. Now look, Devon Taves for me is a better player than Vladislav Gavrikov, but Devon Taves lets Kel McCarr be a better version of himself. So you hope that Gavrikov now is able. He lets Adam Fox play more of his game and more of his style, but. I like the signing. Like I said,
I like the signing, but Matt, what I prefer would be if Gavrikov is a separate guy on a separate pairing, and you don't have to pair up with Fox because the Rangers can't just put all their eggs in those two. They need to extend that pairing, and that's where when the Rangers traded Michael Del Zotto for Kevin Klein, suddenly the Rangers had 3 pairings.
Brandon Carlo would have been a nice pick there, but he's not a left side. He's a right side guy.
They just had to extend Borgen.
By the way,
if they knew that Brandon Carlo was available, and the choice was between him and Will friggin' Borgen, and they went with Borgen over Carlo, that's just dumb. Yeah, we talked about this earlier on. It's a nothing signing. He might not even play in the NHL. Yeah, I saw what the Leafs gave up, and Capo Caco could have matched that.
That, or maybe you actually give up Schneider for once. I know that's insane to think about, but
yeah, Schneider. I do not understand this team's love affair. Well, you could have done it the year before.
it all started with a fist pump in the war room.
Yeah.
JVR to Detroit.
JVR.
So let's just get rid of Tarasenko and then sign
another Tarasenko.
Yeah. Place slightly more physical than Tarasenko. Let's sign Tarasenko.
I mean, he.
Well, they have
36 points in 71 games with 12-24 of ice time for JVR, and I don't think he was really a factor on their power play. Oh, no, he had 1 power play goal or 1 power play assist, and he had 1 power play goal. Okay, yeah, so he wasn't really a factor in their power play, as opposed to Tarasenko, who had 33 points in 80 games with 11 goals, and he played 14:47 of time. And he had more points on the power play. He had 8 points on the power play as opposed to 2.
All I could say is Celtic Shack for Celtic Shack on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think JVR is a better player than Tarasenko at this point. Tarasenko's shooting shoulder is like beyond fucked.
At least it's a cheap deal because they just announced that it's $1 million for 1 year. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Nate Schmidt's a Utah. Nate Schmidt's a Utah. 3 years, 3.5 a year.
Ooh,
that's
a bit of an
actually a
overpay.
good one.
you got a nice little payday there.
Yeah, Schmidt played well for Florida, and I mean, not only 19 points in 80 games, but I think he could give you maybe a little more points than that, and he could still be like anywhere from a 6, maybe a 4 at a pinch. But he's a legitimate bottom pairing guy. I don't think this has anything to do with Gabe. I don't think they do.
Nate Schmidt's going from the sun and beaches in Sunrise, Florida, to the Mormon churches of Utah.
Must be the state tax.
Oh God, Team Canada's Olympic goaltending is fucking trash. Thompson, Bennington, and Montembeault. Basically the same three that they were running in the Four Nations.
Yeah, but you know what? Good for Nate Schmidt. Got himself a cup and a nice little payday.
Yeah, that's not bad at all for Nate Schmidt. It's really not.
Played his way on there and he earned it. Got to give him credit. All right, so we got, and it's amazing how just Canada's goaltending could be so bad right now. And I know what everybody's going to say. Oh, big game Bennington. I wouldn't exactly keep putting your eggs in that basket. So yeah, I can't believe that there's no word whatsoever. I mean, Yzerman to the Bruins. All right, whatever.
Oh, he
No
signed with the
word.
Bruins. He was on my list.
Not the Ebola list.
Yeah, not the Ebola list at all.
Good news. Chris Drury is off the Ebola list. And oh boy. What was it?
Well, no, Chris,
I'm
no,
not
it's going to take a lot more for me for Chris Drury to get off the Ebola list.
Oh my goodness. Broadway Block is showing the Keandre Miller turnover against the Minnesota Wild. That after Borgen, he made a pretty decent play. Then he gives it up, and then all on in front with Matt Boldy and
Get me
Rossi.
P.S. Suter, his third line center.
I like that deal a lot too with AC Mont.
Was he getting paid?
He got a 2-year, $1.5 million deal.
Oh, that's good. And
Yeah, he's not a bad player.
By the way, Marty Biron wasn't exactly a big goalie, right? Because they got him standing next to Jamie McLennan, and I don't think it's forced perspective. It's just they're going, my God, Jamie McLennan is a short guy.
Yeah, I wonder what the Suter contract ends up looking like.
I'm gonna give you guys a hot take. I don't think Cooley gets done today.
No,
Probably not.
I think this is gonna drag out a little bit.
29, probably like a 4-year deal. Put up 46 points.
By the way, these protein chips, really good.
I probably would have to guess for Suter. Maybe you could get him around 4 years at 4.5 to 5. Nick Perbix to Nashville on a 2-year deal.
Oh God, what is Barry Trotz gonna give now? What is Barry Trotz doing this time? Mangiapane's still out there. I would, depending on the price, I would like that for the Rangers.
Yeah, I like Mangiapane as a player. You know, he also play. I honestly think he plays the way that Sullivan wants to play too. Like, he's just a guy that goes to the gritty areas, and yeah, I don't think he's ever replicating that 35-goal season. But I mean, if you could get him back to like a 20-20-40 player, I think there's a good player there. It also depends on his power play usage, though, too.
He was someone that was getting a lot of his production at 5-on-5, though, at one point.
Well, I mean, even in his big year, 25 of those 35 goals came at even strength. 8 on the power play, 2 shorthanded. 16 assists at even strength. So of those 55 points, 41 of them came at even strength with 25 goals. That's really good. And power play goals otherwise, he's had 3 other seasons with 2 power play goals. And those are eight seasons of 18 goals in 2021 in 56 games, 2 goals on 17 in 2023, and 2 goals on 14 in 2024 with Calgary. So, like, I think he would be nice, but I think he's going to command somewhere between 4 and 5. And I think that's going to price him out of the Rangers' range.
Yeah, I agree with that, unfortunately. Thanks for pointing that out today, Brian. Thanks for
That's awful.
reminding me that the Mets play tonight. I'm so excited to watch Starling Marte age 50,000 bat second.
Ugh. Hey, good news. The Mets didn't lose last night.
Yeah, it's a first.
Dude,
I needed that off day.
you need to move on, man. Like, McDonough was literally dealt with in the same way, and you still just move on, man.
On
I
the
guess
team that went to the
Panthers-
Stanley Cup Finals, that he was a key piece.
The Panthers got the replacement defenseman, Jeff Petrie.
Oh boy,
League
He's
minimum.
somehow going to be good there.
Oh my God.
League minimum.
He's going to play for like 1 or 2 million.
It says league minimum plus bonuses according to Friedman.
Wow, yeah, he's going to come in and just give them good minutes on third line, and that's going to be it.
So that's their Nate Schmidt replacement then.
they could just slide in those reclamation projects so well.
Yeah. The Nick Perbix deal is 2 years for 2.75.
That's actually not that bad. I thought I was ready for Trotz to give him like 4 million just because it's Trotz. That's not bad though at all. Yeah, Forte second.
I really hope that this the fuck, the things you see on Twitter.
I'm not even looking.
Anyway, I'm really hoping that deal still isn't going to fall through or anything. Is Adam Henrique UFA? No, he's on the contract.
No, he's a UFA.
Oh, he is a UFA.
Actually, wait, let me see. I thought he was, but maybe he's not. No, he has 1 more year left at $3 million.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Full no move for Besser years 1 through 4, and then it's partial no trade protection 5 through 7.
I gotta also kind of echo what one of the people said earlier: is just why to go that far? And he went into free agency, and then they're like, "Yeah, all right, I'll resign." You got Mason Appleton that's still available. Adam Gaudette is another one.
Holmstrom, Sipakov, Heineman, and Gatcomb with 11 points. I don't think Heineman's really worth all that much.
No, he's just saying they have 11 million to
No,
sign
I know.
his-
But
Oh,
what I'm saying is that I don't think Heineman is worth all that much. So I don't think that's going to cost you a lot. Like, he had 18 points in his entire career points wise. Came in 62 games this past year. He was a -6 for Montreal. I mean, he's 23, but I don't think there's a whole lot there.
That's $1 million change at most.
What's going on, James?
Damian,
Yeah, I don't think that he's worth all that much. And then Siplikov, I think, might be a little complicated because I think he played well. I mean, he had 35 points, 10 goals, which is kind of around where I had him. I had him somewhere between 35 and 40 points.
It's so true. Someone put the David Stearns picture up right now in the seats. Because Schaefer might have to be a dual sport athlete after he throws out the first pitch tonight. The Mets need arms.
Yeah.
Hey, Stearns will have Schaefer throwing sweepers in no time.
That poor kid's going to watch the Mets get freaking killed tonight. Oof.
And the Mets could win.
They could, but they won't.
Yeah, we went over this before, Kev. Welcome, by the way. It's no move for the first 5 seasons. Year 6 is a 20 team no trade, and year 7 is a 15, I think, team no trade.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing on Miller yet. As soon as we get an update on Miller, we will definitely have that in here for all you guys. Nothing updated as of yet. I think they're still probably finalizing everything.
Yeah, because Miller has to sign the extension, I think, to find out what the compensation is going to be. They might have it like a framework in place, but
yeah, Anthony said he had to go to Tony Ann's job and put in ACs in the windows because their air system crashed there, which sucks. Oh, MT Netters, apparently Kaylee. Good find, Kaylee, by the way. Thank you. Hearing
CC to the Kings.
Oh my God.
4 years, 4.5. And they
They are
signed Dumoulin.
so dumb.
They signed Dumoulin.
And Anton
3
Forsberg.
years, $4 million. Anton Forsberg, 2 years, 2.5. Ken
Wait.
Holland, baby.
The Kings signed Dumoulin?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ken Holland at his finest work right there.
wow.
Imagine giving Cody Ceci 4 years and 4.5.
Cody Ceci went to LA.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I wish I heard that, and I would have been right there to laugh with you. Oh my goodness. Cody Ceci.
Why are GMs still giving money to Cody Ceci like he's anything good? Like, I don't understand it. Yeah, pops to the Kings essentially is right.
Well, Kevin, they did sign David Rittich, and I think it's actually good that the Islanders are kind of holding back. Jay Lewis is asking about if Grizzly is going to the Rangers.
That would be a good third pairing guy. Now that Schmidt's off the board, I would take Grizzly as a third pairing guy. He can move the puck. He plays physical despite his size, and he's somebody that can move the puck very well out of his own zone. Like, they need that on the third pairing.
Yes,
Dump
Kevin.
Susie's stupid ass.
Yes, Kevin. CC to the Ranger dream is dead. I'm happy about that.
Well, now that Cece is signed, they can actually trade Carson Soucy to the team that wanted Cece. That doesn't even me having fun. That's just me saying, if somebody wanted Cody Cece, they'll take Carson Soucy.
I just don't understand why teams pay this guy like he's anything good.
I really don't either. Dumoulin 3 years, $4 million. Cody Ceci 4 years, 4.5. How did they think that? Oh my God. No. We got on Mark about that. We're not doing that again.
Oh, I accidentally clicked that. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on.
All right, so
Ken
King's very
Holland.
active today, as Dave said. Kevin, no, we think that Schneider might. Sorry, not Schneider. We think that Schaefer might not play in the NHL at all next year.
no, I don't think any. I honestly, I'd be shocked if anybody from this first round is on the opening night.
Yeah.
At most, maybe get the 9 games, and then that's it.
Will Borgen actually makes less money than Cody Ceci. I mean, that's.
And maybe you might see Schaefer at the end of the year, but it's good. I know he wants to be, but you know what? He's still 17 up until September, right before the cutoff. And why not just give him a year just to relax, develop, be a kid? That's the other thing too. Sometimes we forget about that.
Oh, I know he has a no move clause, but it's still wild that Cody Ceci makes more money than Borgen. It's an interesting decision there, Ken Holland.
I think I'm happy about
King spending money like drunken sailors. Last year they signed Edmondson, right? And we were
Yeah,
all
Joe
laughing at
Edmondson,
that
yeah.
also.
Yeah, he actually
Man.
wasn't bad for him though.
Yeah, because he was friggin' sheltered so much, which rightfully so, but
All right, how the way news is pouring in, guys. I think I might call it on my end at 3:00. And this is
Misa, yeah.
We're still at
I mean,
2100.
I can go on for a little bit afterwards, but yeah, I'm not going to be here all day.
Yeah.
There's just not enough going on.
Can we send love to the Kings from Mikey Anderson?
No. Why?
You need a better deal than that.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I get people being frustrated with Lafreniere, but why are we selling that low too on Lafreniere?
So the King. I this just came to my head too, but so the Kings lost Gavrikov for nothing, traded Jordan Spence for a 3rd-round pick, and spent money on Brian Dumoulin and Cody Ceci.
I know what San Jose can do. They can trade for a slightly used Carson Soucy. That'll help them get to the cap floor.
Carson Soucy, Barkley Goodrow, and Alex Wenberg.
Hey, but power friendship, former Rangers, you know.
There you go. There's that making it rain. 2,100 people right now across all the platforms watching. Thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have all you. Instagram, I don't know if it's still on Instagram.
You know what? I kind of agree with this, Rich. I do think that Lafreniere needs to be he needs to be featured prominently in this offense. And
I mean,
you really need to see what you have in him.
Now there's no excuse for him to not get the top unit because with Kreider gone.
Yeah. And move him away from Panarin too.
Yeah, I would like to see him with
Zibanejad, Adam Miller, yeah, probably.
Yeah, and have Cooley with Miller and or Panarin and Trocheck. Go get me Pius Suter as a 3rd-line center, and I think you know what, they'll be better than they were last year. If you could get rid of Carson Soucy, I don't know why you don't want to admit this mistake. You would be viewed as a smarter general manager for admitting the mistake than being stubborn and holding on to it and having him hurt the team go forward.
The only way that I'm trying to convince myself that maybe a Soucy trade still happens is those reports maybe are just gaslighting GMs to thinking fine. We won't give this guy away if we don't have to, and
Smoke
maybe
screen.
just smoke screen to get teams to actually maybe offer
Sure.
something.
Good signing by the Stars here. Radek Fox at 3 years at $2 million.
He goes back to Dallas.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that.
3
deal
years,
for
$2
Dallas.
million per.
Yep.
Well, if he plays in Game 7, he's scoring.
Good little 4C right there.
Armia CC Doom.
Wow.
Must be shaking.
Jonathan Drew into the Islanders 2 years.
Whoa!
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
Where are you seeing Drouin?
NHL new at Puck Report NHL.
How much AAV?
Doesn't say yet. Just 2 years.
That's a weird move there.
Oh, the Islanders just made it official.
Yeah.
They just tweeted it. 2 years. No AAV still.
So you got to wonder if. I mean, I don't know what that pickup is. Me personally.
Oh, there we go. 2 years, $4 million for Drouin.
Okay,
So only 2 years.
I'll
AAV?
edit it right now.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
not a fan of the price point, but with the direction the Islanders are in, it's not like it's the worst contract imaginable.
No, you get some talent.
I got it, Mark.
Yeah, I got you. I thought I had canceled to get out of it. I'm sorry.
No,
Bobby Margarita. There's a lot of hockey brands at that table.
4 million AAV for Drouin, not bad. I guess it's a little bit of a risk, but then again, like I don't understand. All right, Ehlers would help, but they need something. They need a legitimate needle mover. Like for me, I think I would have rather seen the Islanders trade for Jordan Kyrou.
Yeah.
I think that's what they need.
Well, is this kind of showing you guys that the Jordan Kyrou thing is a bit of a smokescreen as well?
No, I don't think so. I think that's always going to be something that would take a while.
But I guess the thing maybe what Darsh is viewing is he kind of wants to take these next couple years as a transition year and not commit too many big deals. So, you can sign Drouin for this year, and then next year, if you're still not exactly a great team, you can always flip them for assets at the deadline next year. So
I agree. I think that
that's
they're
how I'm going to view it.
I just wonder about his production away from McKinnon.
Yeah, that's the only thing that worries me.
That's why I don't love this signing. Like I said, I mean, if they're transitioning and kind of just bring him in to be a veteran, then fine. But if they're looking to actually contend still, I don't get this move then, because I think 4 million is steep for a guy that really thrived because he was playing with McKinnon.
That's why I said this for me is a transition signing, just so the young guys could start to come through. He's a nice little veteran piece, and then eventually, if you can, you flip him for assets.
Yeah, 37 in 43 games this year. That's 70 points over an 82 game season right there. So I'm not. And then 56, which is a career high the year before, 19 goals, which was his second highest. And he had his third highest shooting percentage that year, behind this past year, 19.6, and 2015-16. Oh, that was only 21 games, though. So really his two best years were in Colorado, pretty much numbers-wise across the board. Yeah,
Looks like a crescent moon.
production was also heavily reliant on the power play. Yeah, I mean, so actually, no, not necessarily, Kevin, because 14 of his 19 goals last year, or not last year, but the year before, were at even strength. Only 5 of them.
5-on-5 or even strength?
Wait, what?
Was it 5-on-5 the goals or even strength? Because I just
even strength,
in overtime.
Yeah, even strength was 14 goals.
Okay.
And then assists wise, 23 of his 37 assists were even strength. Last year's a different story. 8 of his he only had 3 power play goals last year out of his 11. Yeah, and then 9 of his 26 assists. So no, not overly reliant on the power play. EJ Emery did not play well this season. That's somewhere where if one of those defensemen like Jackson Smith or someone like that had fell and the Rangers had that pick, I would have taken somebody like Jackson Smith or he did not have a good season.
It only makes not trading for Gensel even more of a kick in the balls.
Yeah.
Because you're hoping at least with Emery, if he could be a decent defenseman for the future, it's like at least you're getting something out of not giving up the assets for Gensel. But
I'll say this: only is draft plus 1 year, so things can change. It's not like he's 23 years old and having that bad of a year in college.
Yeah, we just have to wait and see.
I'm not highlighting that one. Definitely not highlighting that one.
Yeah, I still have hope that Emery can turn it around. I still liked what I saw from him in his videos before he got drafted. So it's just he's got to improve on that offensive game just a little bit.
You think that's one of those situations that maybe the team needs to take control? Like I think Kyle Opozo was that, where the Islanders did not like what was going on with him, so they brought him up and they kind of took control of his development, and it worked. Drew Fortescue had a good year.
So
yeah, he played well at the World Juniors. Fortescue.
Yeah,
I can't sit here and act like I know everything with that because I didn't really watch a lot of.
I watched him
games.
at BC. So he's taken on more minutes as opposed to last year's not only season and World Juniors in 2023-24. He took on an increased role at both BC and at the World Juniors, and he was really good at both. So that's a guy that's really developing well.
That's encouraging at least because
Yes.
Yeah, I was high on. I liked the pick when they made it, so, and I really liked him at the World Juniors.
I have a
I'm glad
friend
he's
that's
good there,
actually.
too.
I have a friend that actually played on the USNDTP with Fortescue, and I talked to him about Drew a bit, and I like what he had to say. So
I love just seeing everyone make fun of Ken Holland right now on Twitter for these signings. Because, Edmonton's so scared right now seeing you guys get Cody Ceci and Brian Dumoulin.
no, Fortescue's not ready.
No.
He's going to need time in Hartford. Be patient, but I'm with you on this, Bailey. I can see him in a few years.
Not next year, but the year after, I could see maybe a cup of coffee with the team.
Yeah.
What do you see as his ceiling?
Like Bailey said, a second pairing guy.
Yeah.
Like I think he's probably the defensive kind of two-way guy on a second pairing. I don't think he's ever going to be a big offensive guy. I think he'll transport the puck well. But I think you're looking. He reminds me of someone like Jay Bouwmeester in Calgary and St. Louis. Kevin Klein potential is actually a good one. I don't know if he'll ever be that physical, but I think that he's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I agree. He's left shot, I think, Brian. I'm not wrong about that, right? He's left shot.
Who, Fortescue?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a left shot.
Yeah, he's a left shot guy, and they need him there.
Yeah. I mean, he can't be worse than freaking Susie.
I don't know if they were necessarily just opening up space for Marner, but I definitely think they wanted to move on from Zegras. I think that was something that has been kind of in the works for years, Nicole, especially when it comes back to the whole contract negotiations for that deal that he's on right now. No, I disagree. I think Will Borgen's deal still looks bad. I don't think that makes it look any better.
I'm surprised Colorado hasn't done anything after trading both Wood and Coyle.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what, John Radigan, that's a good comparison too. I think Carlo might be a little more physical. I mean, I'm not saying Fortescue is not physical at all, but if you're expecting him to go around and lay out guys and really crunch guys along the boards, that's just not his game. Like someone like Jay Bouwmeester or Carl Gunnarsson, someone that's what I see when I watch Fortescue. Like someone who's I would say Walker might be a little more physical, honestly, Bailey. It's not a bad comparison, but I think Walker might be a little more physical than him. And I think Walker might end up being a little better offensively at this level. But
Oh boy. Oh no, they were just. I just went by this one about. This was 18 years ago today. The Rangers signed Drury and Gomez, and Briere went to.
Briere went to Philly, yeah.
Philly.
Yeah, Briere was the guy they should have gotten. But he also fell off hard in Philly. Like, he was never going to maintain those 2 years in Buffalo. But he could have been at least a 70-point guy. I honestly think that if they would have gotten him instead of Gomez, I think he would have meshed with Jágr. And I think Jágr maybe would have stayed at that point. But then again, does Brandon Dubinsky come up? And how does that impact Brandon Dubinsky?
Yeah.
And yeah, you don't have McDonough.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything on my feed right now besides penguins in shorts. Not actual penguins. That would be interesting.
Yeah, playoff Briere was a different player in the playoffs. Playoff Drury was really good too, but it just with the Rangers it just wasn't the same. He played great when he had the good supporting cast with him, Drury.
Yeah, and never mind that. I mean, he did score big goals for the Rangers. He had that first goal in 2011 that propelled them to the victory over the Devils after they fell down 2-0.
You mean 2008?
No, I meant in 2011 when he came back, played like the last.
Oh, the regular season.
Yeah, regular season. Like he just physically couldn't play anymore by that time.
Yeah, I mean that 2010 playoff run, Briere led all scorers in points with 30. Like, I knew he was good, but I didn't realize he was that good in that run. Wow.
It was big when they needed him.
Even in 2012, he had 13 points in 11 games, including 8 goals. That 8 goals couldn't have led the playoffs. Really?
That led the playoffs that year?
No.
No way.
Kopitar was the leading scorer in the playoffs that year, from what I remember. I think him and Brown tied.
Oh, 9-10. Let's see. No, Mike Camilleri at 13.
In 2010?
2010. Briere at 12.
No, I was talking. Now I said he led in points in 2010.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
2012 that I was talking about.
Oh, in 2012?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, Kopitar led with 20 points.
Yes.
Yeah. Giroux, Briere,
the
Carter.
8 goals led the NHL. Wow.
Yeah. 6 players.
Yeah. Yeah. He tied with Brown, Kopitar, Ilya Kovalchuk, and Giroux. Oh, and Carter had 8 goals too for LA. Zach Parise had 8 for the Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-way tie for the NHL lead in goals. I think that might have been the last time that the NHL playoffs didn't have a 10-goal scorer in them. Because I think Kane or Taves had 10 in. Sharp had 10 in 2013. 2014, I think Williams had 10 himself.
I'm gonna be cursed forever.
Yo, Gaborik had 14. That's right. He led the playoffs in goals.
I'm gonna be cursed forever to hear Williams being the Conn Smythe Trophy winner against the Rangers.
Yeah. Tyler Johnson had 13 to lead the NHL in 2015. He tied with Kane in points.
Rich, take it easy. We'll see you soon. And hey guys, I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. Maybe step out. If you guys feel free to keep the stream going. We're gonna cut off on Instagram right now. If you're on Instagram, go over to our YouTube, either us or Ranger Central. But yeah, this the news seems to have kind of stagnated a little bit. I wonder how much longer it's gonna go. I can't believe Nick Y. Ehlers is dragging this out as long as he is. And for that matter, I can't believe the what do you call it? The Keandre Miller deal is going out or as long as it is.
That one's more annoying than anything that's taken forever because it's 2 hours since we heard that he's on the move.
Yeah. All right. Guys, take it easy. Keep going. Talk to you later.
See you, Mark. See you later, Mark.
See you, Mark.
Yeah, we may get Anthony back at some point, but
yeah, want to hear Anthony's thoughts on the Druin deal.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear that.
I'm more excited to hear what he thinks about Big Save Dave and Ethan Bear.
He probably likes the Riddick one, but
yeah.
Panarin signing 6 years ago today. Yeah.
Where'd the time go though with that? Like, even though everything, I have my opinions with Panarin and he's been garbage in the playoffs. It's just like where did the time go with that? Oh, Mark. I know that's Mark that said that. I just know it is.
It definitely is Mark.
Yeah, that's definitely Mark. That was not me. I can tell you right now.
I know for sure that wasn't you. Yeah.
God, Mark, go get some rest or something.
Come on, Sir Marcus. You're better than that.
Brody, I really do actually feel hearing that with the Panarin thing because it just like I remember when they freaking signed him out, hyped up I was and everything.
Yeah, I remember. I remember when first the VC trade broke to Buffalo. I'm like, oh, we're definitely getting Panarin now. And then a little bit later after that, Panarin signed.
Yeah, and I remember like just hearing from my Islander fan friends about how they were going to get Panarin and everything, and then I just didn't shut up the next day.
Yeah. 2019. Oof. Yeah, Brad Richards signed with the Rangers. 9-year contract too. That was crazy. I'll keep the bad jokes.
I mean, Maria, if you went on and you did that, oh my God, that's great.
Mark's probably up protecting the hoop right now. Make sure no one takes it.
Hall of Fame rim protector.
Hall of Fame rim protector.
Sir Marcus.
The Florida Panthers just signed Jack Studnicka to a 2-way deal, $775K at the NHL level, $450 at the AHL level.
Cool.
Like,
So
how are they
40 points.
School?
He's putting up 40 points next year. Cool.
Probably. But like, how do they still even have the space? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't get that.
But yeah, Rodriguez is definitely on the move.
I'll take Rodriguez as a Ranger.
I would really like that.
That would
You
be
put him as the
and
3
not only
C.
that, you gotta remember, Sullivan's a fan of his.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he played under him in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
And
you
he's
put-
a BU guy.
You put him as the 3C. That's quite the upgrade over Parsonen.
Yeah. He's a BU guy as well. So he's got that Boston connection.
Nepotism, yeah.
Nepo.
The Garden Shakes. One of the
It
it's
pulls
been
a Legend of
Steven.
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and the freaking castle comes out of the ground and floats into the sky.
So far we haven't heard anything about P.S. Suter. It sounded like he was maybe going to stay for a bit, but we haven't heard anything since. I could tell you right now, though. I mean, depending on the price, that's another person I
Yeah,
would like for the Rangers
That's
to
the
get.
guy. That's a guy I would love. Yeah, you say nepotism in the garden, and the jumbotron falls to the ice.
It pulls like a carry, like everything just starts like coming apart and like going at you and shit, flying all over the place.
And the Chase Bridge goes down. How else is Dolan going to get his money now?
Oh god, insurance. Dolan's filing the insurance claims. Yeah, wow. I really do think that was the last postseason to have that 2012 postseason was the last one to have no players in double digits in goals. Wow.
Sharp. So far, they got Gavrikov and Keandre Miller's maybe, most likely, going to Carolina. We're waiting for that to be finalized. If it does, hopefully that doesn't fall apart, but we'll see.
No one. There's no money that I would ever put on a team beating Florida right now.
No.
No team is improved.
If anything, the only thing I would do right now is put money on Florida and LA in the final, since LA got Corey Perry today. So that's a guarantee they're going. And then the Panthers will make it out of the East and beat them.
The 2012 playoffs. What a time.
I mean, I want to see what else Toronto does to improve, because they have space to improve. I just don't know what the plan is for them to.
That was something I forgot who said it, if it was Elliot Friedman or Darren Drager, but they said if they're gonna make an addition on the wing, it's more gonna be through the through trades.
That makes sense though, because there's really not a lot out there at this point. What even is out there?
Ehlers, but they didn't even have enough cap space to fit Ehlers.
Hey, they could get Jack Roslovic. He's probably the top free agent at this point. Jack Roslovic. What a class here.
Jack lost and sick.
Jack lost, called in sick.
Jack lost his dick.
Oh god.
But yeah, I mean I mean if they get another top 6 winger, they have a solid. I mean, for losing Marner, they would have a solid top 6. I mean, I like the Michelli signing, and you put him next to Matthews, and I mean, Michelli's a great facilitator, great passer. He could definitely rack up a ton of assists next to Matthews.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Because he doesn't like to shoot. The only thing is that line may become a little too predictable where that puck's going with Matthews, because Michelli's going to have to learn how to shoot more on a line like that, because then they'll just focus on Matthews and try to take his space away. At least with Marner, he was a legitimate shooting threat.
Yeah.
NHL news. Wait, who is this that Tampa just signed?
Yeah, I don't know, some random
AHL player.
Tanner Pearson to Winnipeg.
That's not good news for St. Louis, because that once his clause kicks in, now he can determine where he goes. So you might end up seeing the deal happen afterwards, just because now he controls the cards. But oh man, that's gonna it's gonna really, really hurt St. Louis if they have to take a lesser return to move him.
We have your guess.
We have no idea, guys. We don't have it in yet. As soon as we have it on Miller, we'll update you guys, but we do not have it as of right now.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It's ridiculous that's taking this long.
Jack Drury is not in Carolina anymore. He's in Colorado. Because that's probably where they got the greatest return from. I mean, if they're trading him to a divisional rival, that means that the return is probably the best from them.
Yeah, especially considering how stubborn Drury is usually with trades. That means something.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, that tweet you just sent. Oh.
Jeez.
I'm sending this tweet in the group chat with Phil too, because I don't even want to say the guy's name on stream. We just tweet it and even repeat the tweet. But oh, what a garbage tweet! Look at what I just texted. What a garbage tweet! Like, shut up.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Like, I can't even with that guy. He needs to go away again.
Yeah.
Like, how stupid do you have to be to think that that's a good deal, even with some of these signings? I'd rather have CC than him at that price.
Put the graphic up. At least intelligent one.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I don't have that here. I can't.
I need to find it.
Yeah, Jay Lewis. It's probably because there's no contract in place with Keandre Miller there. That's what I would assume.
I would imagine.
Matt, do you need me to send you the graphic?
I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, especially if it's the same format as the other ones. I'm going to tell you right now.
I know I have it somewhere. I just can't find it.
No, I think Matt was going to use it on Twitter. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I'm sending it to you.
Thank you. I wish I could use...
Yeah, but I can't do anything with my phone. I'd have to, because it's on my phone.
Yeah, I wish I could use. I wish I could use stronger language on this tweet or any type of language, but I don't want to get canceled.
Yeah, that's just a terrible.
Not again, man.
Come on, man.
So screaming into the camera with my No Quitter New York hoodie and my phone in my hand. That we could restart the challengers.
I don't think that has anything to do with one another, Mike and Wire for Life. I don't think. Just because that was the case with Cryer doesn't mean that's what it is with Miller. We'll see, but I think if it's not to Carolina, they're going to find some deal for Keandre Miller. No boxing. We got nothing so far,
No,
unfortunately.
I think we just said this maybe not even 5 minutes ago, but the minute that we have an update on Miller, we will have that for you guys.
We'll have the banner up too.
Yeah, we'll have the banner up and everything, all the information as soon as we get it. We're waiting here just as patiently as you guys are. Like, this is not like we're trying to get this information.
It sucks. It sucks that we've
It
waited
wasn't
this
even
long.
5 minutes ago. It was less than 5 minutes ago. Yeah, as soon as we have it, we'll put it up, but we don't have anything.
Yeah, I heard Keandre got his flight, his gate moved at the Charlotte airport. That's why he doesn't like
That airport, man. I have so much trauma from that airport.
They moved my gate like 3 times.
I genuinely, I hate that airport. I'll leave it at that.
The only thing I remember from that airport is they have a freaking like a Lego vending machine.
And it's hard to forget that Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a good jelly donut from that Dunkin' Donuts in there.
Tanner Pearson and Jets.
Bronx, Winnipeg has a new person.
No, I don't think Zeb Lindgren is making this team. Definitely not. They just literally just picked him.
He got picked like in the 5th round. He's not making
I don't think Malcolm Spence even has a chance, and he was their
No.
2nd rounder. He was their first pick in this draft. There's
If
no
he-
way.
If no one in the 1st round is making the NHL this year, then
I highly doubt anyone from. Again, maybe there are some players that make it, but like I think the number is going to be probably the smallest we've seen in quite some time.
I think at most, like I said, it's just going to be the 9 games for certain players. Yeah, they're trying to make sure that she doesn't delete Instagram pictures.
Yeah, well, I mean, when that happens, that'll happen, but I got to imagine that's like one of his big focuses right now.
Who is this John? The Red Wings just signed some random guy off the street, John Leonard,
John Leonard?
for 1 year. I don't know who that is. Steve Yzerman I guess he just needed some depth, so he pulled someone off the street.
Joshua Block has signed with the.
Oh no, he played some time in San Jose, and then he didn't play last year in the NHL. He played in the AHL last year for Charlotte. He had 36 goals and 61 points for them.
I never heard of this guy before.
Yeah. He's played a total of 58 games with San Jose, 6 with Nashville, 6 with Arizona. And I mean, he has goals in his last 2 stints. 2023, he had a goal in 6 games for Nashville. 2024, he had a goal in 6 games for Arizona. I mean, it's likely AHL depth that they're
as Anthony said here, Leonard's on octopus duty.
Do we think? By the way, Matt, do we think Josh is gonna get an updated Druin jersey now?
Oh, he definitely has to get an updated Druin jersey. He needs to go.
It's gonna hit different when he gets fry-byed with a Islanders Druin jersey on instead.
He's gonna get fry-byed on Jericho Turnpike. He's gonna be right outside Borelli's and get fry-byed.
John
Leonard
was saying Leonard was noticeable in the AHL finals, which I could see that.
He's gonna be at Borelli's thinking he's back in Italy.
No, I wouldn't accept. I wouldn't. I mean, the AAV. I don't think anybody's going to give that AAV though. Boxing fan. I just think it's going to cost like more than that probably for them to not match. I think they'll match. I really do. Because there's room for growth with Cooley.
This damn country. How did you find me again?
The Rangers signed Josh Block and changed the goal song.
Dude, I don't know, but I can tell you right now, the minute we have it, we will give you that update. I know everybody wants to know what the Miller return is, but we don't have it as of yet. I'm sorry, but we don't. The insiders don't have it. Once they break it, we will get it in here as soon as possible.
This is a secure area.
Yeah, I know those other guys just trolling. That's fine.
Would you do Cooley for Robertson? Yeah, but unfortunately,
I
not
just
realistic there.
I like Robertson, but something just strikes me as a guy that doesn't win. I don't know. I know he had like 2 good playoffs in a row, but he was just non-existent this year's playoffs. Really was. Who do we see improving most under Sullivan? That's a good question, actually. I think
that would be
had a good year.
I mean, the first guy that comes to my mind, and I know people say that he had a good year in terms of points, but if you actually watched how he played, he did not have a good year. I think Trocheck for me has to be a bounce back candidate.
I don't think Trocheck was even like. All right, so points wise, he wasn't far off from what he usually gives. Like he had 59 points.
That's why I said points wise he wasn't terrible, but the way how he actually played visually, I didn't like his game at all this year.
I that's what I was going to say. I do agree with you there. There were a lot of times where I was very critical of him doing just dumb shit with the puck. Yeah, Kaylee, you're right. Like the eye test was really not that good. You're right.
And the one guy, like as Jay Lewis says, Brett Berard, I want to see him get ice time was under Sullivan.
He's intriguing to me. I want to see what Lafreniere does under Sullivan. Brian betting the house on Laugh bouncing back. Yeah, I would agree. I think he'll play better. I don't think Sullivan's going to tolerate the shit. I don't.
No. At least he better not.
I don't know if they're going to trade him at the deadline. He's got to approve. I would personally love to deal him this offseason.
I mean, if
I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, if they don't move him this offseason and they're out of it at the deadline, or even they're like, or even if they're a bubble team at the deadline, I'd still trade Panarin just because I don't think even if they get in, I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they'll be an early first round exit at best. And 2, I'm not going to re-sign Panarin, so I'd rather just get something for him.
Zibanejad has got to be a bounce back candidate. Like he can't possibly get worse from what he was last year. Like if he comes to this team crying because Kreider was dealt, then he needs to fucking retire. But I will say this: he played better on the wing with JT Miller. So
yeah. I want to see how Edstrom looks this year, considering that he missed a bunch of the year being hurt. He's a guy I think that might look good in Sullivan's system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I I too kind of agree because Trocheck definitely looked frustrated. Like Panarin he decided to not really wake up until like the end of the year. And then, I mean, him and Lafreniere didn't want to play any freaking defense. So it was really Trocheck trying to play the defense on that forward line. Oh, God. That's great. That's amazing. I did not expect a bench warmers reference today. Dan, you and I both.
Who gets the
Not
C?
happening.
Nobody. No one deserves the C.
No, Chris, nothing yet on Cooley front. Another one that if we get any news on that, we're definitely talking about that. Definitely. Imagine a three twin tower or a triple threat towers line. I don't even know what to call that.
Triplet tower.
Skyscrapers line.
Yeah, the skyscrapers line.
Well, it's wherever we see them. So, I mean, yeah, Parson can make the lineup.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, last year was a small sample size, so, and he signed an extension, so it doesn't matter what I think of him. He's gonna get an opportunity to play. I didn't like what I saw from him in a small sample size.
I'm not highlighting that one. Oh, I'm not highlighting that one.
Yeah, I thought he was terrible in the neutral zone. He gave the puck away way too many times, and then both in the offensive and defensive zone, he was just a ghost for me. But let's see, maybe under Sullivan, he looks better. But
I want Rubrek called up sometime this season too. I mean, he had a really good year in Hartford. Like I think he could be a surprise out of nowhere. And they love their big guys that can skate and have some skill. So I do think that he may be a surprise candidate at some point this year.
You want to fight?
I honestly forgot Parson was a person.
That makes one of us, and I'm jealous.
Oh my God. Where's Marky better come back?
Drunk Mark.
Oh shit.
No, Sir Marcus is doing Sir Mark. He's doing captain things. Oh, captain,
Yeah.
my captain.
Yeah, I see why people are excited for the fourth line, and there's definitely some options there.
I still would like a slight improvement over Carrick on that.
Yeah, so would I. I'm with you there. Serviceable and good for the price, but I think if you really want to contend, I think you definitely need an upgrade there.
Yeah, that's at least something though, where like Carrick could play until the deadline, but come the deadline, if you're in contention, you gotta shore that up a little more.
Yeah, I agree with you there on that. Definitely agree with that. I mean, it's possible. I think that's very, very possible. I think if Rempe can improve his skating a little more and improve his decision making, like in terms of like hits, I definitely think there's a player there. To what level of a fourth liner he could be at this level, I'm not sure of, but I still think there is an NHL level player within. There's definitely work that needs to be done, though. But for all of that, and for all you could talk about the bad penalties, stuff like that, for the majority of his short career so far, when he's been in the lineup, they win. For the most part. So, I mean, yeah, you could say, oh, well, it's the other guys on the team, but it's Sean Avery light effect. Maybe Rubrek could be a third line center. It's not to the same effect, or it's not to the same level. Like it's not. Like, and I'll let me be clear in saying that, because Sean Avery, their record with Sean Avery in the lineup for those like first like 2-3 years was unbelievable. Like it was ridiculous what he, like how good he was with that, or how good they were with him. But their lineup with their win-loss record with Rempe in the lineup, it's yeah. I'm not saying that Rempe is that level of player or anywhere close to it. I'm just saying that there's something to be said about a guy that comes in and gives you what he gives them, and they're winning games every time. Well, not every time, but more times than not. Yeah, I think I'm with you on this.
Yeah. At least depth-wise they do, because it's like you look in the pipeline, there's just nothing there for the right side at all.
Yeah. Yeah, Avery single-handedly took Kovalchuk out of that 2007 playoff series against Atlanta. Like, anyone who was around to watch that, or if you have the ability to go back and watch the games, which they are on YouTube, you can find them. Rangers fan 819 has a lot of Rangers, like full Rangers games. So if you want to go watch that series, you probably find it on his channel. But he was a masterclass in getting it. He got Kovalchuk to take so many bad penalties, and then they killed him on the power play. Like, he was so good. He kept going after Avery. He got in Kovalchuk's head. I wonder what Avery said to him, because it was just, oh.
Yeah, I just found that guy's channel. Yeah,
It's so good. He has so many random games going back to like the late 80s. I don't know about that, but I know that Milan Lucic said that about Dale Weiss. Yep, that too. Oh, yeah, and his work on Marty Brodeur in 2008 was masterclass too. Like, it was so bad that he literally had a new type of penalty called. The one where it was literally facing Brodeur and literally just going and screening them and stuff like that.
the Avery rule.
Yeah, the Avery rule. And then Tikkanen blew the kiss at Claude Lemieux, and that was great. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Keith Jones, and he did that too.
Fatso forgot to shake my hand.
Yeah, what's up, Brother Aves? Fatso forgot to shake my hand. That's what he always introduces himself as. Yeah, he annoyed the shit out of Clarkson. Got Clarkson to take some bad penalties in that series. I don't know if we would call this a retool yet. I really wouldn't. I can't say it's really anything right now. I'm not going to say it's good. Definitely not going to say it's good. I mean, I like the Gavrikov signing, but what else are they going to do?
Felk, you're muted. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Better now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. That's awesome, Kaylee. That would be epic to get that for a birthday. And I don't, to answer this question from Andrew, I don't think Byram is a pipe dream. I think who knows? Maybe that's what they're looking to do. I don't know. I have no clue there, but
I don't know.
And it's that, and then you gave Igor that contract. Like, how are you going to retool around that contract? Like, you're going to have to add and go forward. Yeah, I'm with you on this, Josh. If we got rid of Susie and got like an okay like third pairing guy, I think I'd feel a little better. But I don't trust Carson Susie at all with like any NHL minutes right now.
The only way if you're going to do like a major retool is one, you would both have to get Panarin and Mika to wait to get out of their contracts and nothing retained. You have to fully get out of their contracts. Yeah. Panarin you might be able to do. Mika, that's not going to happen. And then two, if you were able to do that, you would have to find good replacements for them, and then two, to fill out the rest of your depth, you would more have to hit on like reclamation projects like what Florida's done over the past couple of years. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, you're right about that, and I can't say that I'm in or out on Drury right now. I don't think it's possible to make that decision. Like I don't know how you make that decision on the first day of free agency, after all this. I don't. I mean, he just got an extension that is now kicking in. So I can't really make any type of decision. I'll tell you right now, I am not the biggest fan, and he's definitely got some warts. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
I mean, they can't blow it up because they signed Igor to that extension.
Yep.
And they traded for JT Miller at 32 years old. So can't blow it up.
Yeah, you cannot do it. Yes, and he did know that the locker room was weak, and that's why he tried making the moves that he's moved. Yeah, it's his team now because, I mean, really the Gorton move is Panarin.
No, Edmonton would not take Igor just because they can't afford his contract.
No, they can't afford his deal. Connor Dewar back to Pittsburgh.
All right.
I mean, not a bad fourth liner.
Ground shaking extension.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting like Ehlers or Granlund today. I don't.
Well,
that's why I'm cutting this off at 4.
Seattle with a massive signing, Matt Murray to a 1-by-1. Igor, no, the guys, Igor's not getting moved.
No, Igor's not getting moved anywhere.
Even though I would love it, Phil could love it, he's not getting moved. It's the time to move him was pre-extension, and they didn't do it. Now they're stuck with him for the whole contract. So buckle up and get ready.
It made no sense to give that deal. No sense to give that deal if you thought that the team in front of him wasn't good enough. Should have just gotten rid of him.
And yeah, Brody, Drury put us in a win now mode by signing Igor to that extension, even though the team in front of him wasn't good enough to do it. And like I said, story of being a Ranger fan for over 5 decades. I mean, I've only been a Ranger fan since my first season was 09-10, so. And I've seen plenty of playoff runs, but I got close to one cup, but I want the big prize. And I don't know when I'm going to see it. Hopefully I get to see one in my lifetime. All I'm asking for is one. Ranger fans in 75.
Yeah, I mean, 75 is a while. I mean, we've seen some things. Like, yeah, I agree with you. Like the people trying to tell me that Igor was getting $12 million in the open market Okay, one, I don't see that, and two, go ahead and give him that. It's a stupid deal for a goalie. It's a stupid deal for a goalie.
You missed the Lindros years, yeah. I missed that whole Dark Ages era. Igor was statistically the worst, 5.5 million goalie last season. Does 6 million more fix that? Nope. Especially with those other two dumb defensive pairs in front of him. First pair, fine. That's cool. Fox and Gavrikov is a very good pair. Get to that second pair, Schneider, Borgen, and Vakanainen and Susi. It ain't pretty. It is not pretty whatsoever. Who's starting, Dave? Who's starting there for Seattle? It's Joey Decord, I would assume. Yeah, Decord, and then, I mean, unless Matt Murray's going to be their backup, I don't know who else is there, though. I guess is Grubauer still there? Let me see. Yeah, Grubauer's still there. So I guess Matt Murray's going to be will be the third goalie / AHL first call-up.
Maybe it does age poorly, but 7x7 for at least the next I would say the next 4 to 5 years is really not bad. And I couldn't disagree with you more about Schneider. Like, where is the offense?
No.
And his defensive play really isn't that good. The eye test tells you he doesn't pass the smell test in any capacity to be considered a budding young star. I'm sorry, he just doesn't.
No.
If you're going to complain about the defense in front of Igor, then you can't turn around and complain about the fact that they don't have cap space to go get the players to improve the defense in front of them. You got Gavrikov, but what else? What else?
Matt, I'm curious who on the Rangers you are a fan of. So easy to say we suck as a troll. I agree it was a disappointing season, but we have good pieces. Yeah, but look at the team as a whole. Like this team is nowhere near Florida, which you are. That's the best team in the league right now, without a doubt. And does this team have a number one center to the level of Barkov? No. Does it have wingers to the level of Verhaeghe, Reinhart, Kachuk, guys like that? No, do they not? Look at Florida's decor, especially after bringing back Ekblad. Their decor is much more stacked than us, and they have a good system. So,
plus minus doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Marek Malik once led the league in plus minus in 2003, 2004. Does that mean he was really good? Now, it just, the problem I have is with comments like the one that I had before that one. So he's left out to dry. Okay, so then if he's left out to dry, that means that he can't carry a bad team. You just overpaid him to carry a bad team. How is that going to fix everything? Like, please, how? No, you actually need to take a look at the advanced stats to some point. No, you can just go and get another goaltender. You could have tried to get an Aiden Hill. You could have traded Igor, and you could have rebuilt if you traded Igor.
Well, what you could have done is you could have You could have traded Igor. You could have called up Ground up here, and then maybe you could have signed a backup veteran, or at least a veteran goaltender to even out the games with him and Garand. So then you start slowly implementing Garand into a starting role
Jake Allen.
over the next couple of years until Garand's ready to be the full-time starting goaltender. And then hopefully by the time that happens, that's when this team would be coming out of a retool, but that's not happening now.
7.5 would have been a steal for Igor. Let's be real. But Igor should have gotten no more than 9.5 million. Like, no goalie is worth 10. Okay, and Hill has a cup and Igor doesn't. You want to know why? Because Vegas took the money that they could have had, or that they would have put towards a goaltender like that, and they went and they improved the rest of their team. So this way, the goalie didn't have to be their best player. And that's why a team with a goalie as their best player hasn't won a cup since 1993. And the reason why the Canadiens won in 1993 is because Patrick Waugh won on an all-time heater and had one of the best runs of any goaltender in any playoff postseason. You don't win by paying your goaltender to be your best player and building around your goaltender.
Oh my God! The Rangers signed Frank's favorite ex-Devil, Justin Dowling.
Yeah, just a depth, nothing more than depth. He's probably going to compete for a bottom, a fourth line spot. I mean, that's really it.
No, but I'm laughing because Frank couldn't stand them last year. Not that Frank can stand anybody, but he specifically did not like him.
Yeah, and you know what Hill, you know what Hill also wasn't when he won that Stanley Cup, when he entered that playoff run. Hill wasn't even one of their first three choices for a goalie. Adin Hill came out of nowhere and won with Vegas. He was their fourth string goalie.
Laurent Brossoit was starting in net for Vegas in that cup run, and the only reason why Adin Hill started is because Brossoit got hurt.
Such a great point. This is such a great point. You don't want to know why Bobrovsky is the first goalie to win with a double-digit AAV? Because Florida made a franchise-altering trade. They took a chance on Matt Tkachuk. They traded away what was the best player in their team's history and a top four defenseman, mind you, for Matt Tkachuk. They changed their culture around, and then they won the Stanley Cup 2 seasons later and won a second one the year after. Yeah. Hill wasn't the best. That's what I'm saying. You're missing the point, man. You are missing the point big time, dude. I don't know if you're not listening to me, or if I don't know what you're doing, but Florida is a team of Selke level players. Lundell's great defensively. Barkov's great defensively. Reinhart was a finalist for a Selke, despite being on the same line as Barkov. When did the last time that two players finished as finalists for the Selke with one being a winner was 2003 with Dallas. And it was Modano and Lehtinen won the Selke. And Modano was the second runner-up. Fox doesn't suck his defense, dude. He has shit partners. And you want to know why they have shit partners? Because they've had cap crunches. And now you overpaid the goaltender when you need to address the defense. This is what I'm trying to tell you, people. You cannot complain about one when you're justifying the other.
If Florida could have won it with Mark, if Mark was the, I want to see Mark in net. That would be funny.
Florida could have won with Mark in net. That's great. Yeah, Bob is the bad contract, and it was considered a bad contract. Do we not remember 2023? No, we didn't make it 2 years in a row. Did you forget the Devils loss?
Brody's comments also just the point that we've made ad nauseum about how you need Selke caliber players.
Yeah.
No, he didn't run Bobrovsky out of Philly.
Here we go.
It was Brizgalov's contract. Has nothing to do with Laviolette, dude. you need to take a chill pill, man. You really need to take a chill pill.
He's got one-sided beef with Laviolette.
Dude, I don't know what this guy's issue is with Laviolette.
Dave will give Mark goaltending lesson. Can I take shots on Mark?
Oh, can we Goldberg Mark? Can we just tie him to the post and fire shots at him? Oh my god, I would love to do that to Mark. That would be funny as hell.
But yeah, like as Brian said, like Bobrovsky wasn't even Florida's starting goalie going into the playoffs that year.
No,
It was
Alex Lyon had to get them into the playoffs.
So
no, you know what it is? It's that people will do anything to play mental gymnastics when it comes to Igor. Mark is the goalie in the Geico commercial.
We got too much playing revisionist history and too much playing pretend around here. I'm not with it.
That's why I said their culture changed when they traded for Tkachuk. That's why Bobrovsky's contract was considered an albatross. Albatross up until 2023. Man, what is this revisionist history going on?
Who's the better goalie? Mark?
Yeah, and they didn't win. They lost both times.
Yeah, and got dominated in that Panthers series. No, mind you,
Jesus Christ.
They were dominated.
Oh, well, the only reason why they didn't completely get swept is because of Igor. Great, that means the team in front of him sucks, and you're not going to win as your goaltender being your de facto best player. Thank you for proving my point. Move on. Jesus Christ.
I was going to say, though, who's the better
goalie? Bring in Jim Beeringer from Full Press Hockey. What's going on, Jimmy?
What's up, buddy? Sorry I'm so late today. I mean, it's been a busy morning. Well, busy day. I think mostly Monday was busy, but, you know, I saw former New Jersey Devil Justin Dowling going to the Rangers. I mean,
hey, Johnny, if that's the case, then where was Chris Kreider against Florida? Where was he?
I like how this conversation is just like it's Johnny just had his senses going. He just knew to come into the stream.
Yeah, he
heard the debate.
Yeah, the spider signal came on because I was talking about Igor.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
jeez.
I mean, it seems like $8.5 million is the going rate for goalies these days.
Yep.
Where was Chris Kreider in any Game 7? Where was Chris Kreider?
Man, Johnny's bringing heat right now.
You just got to look. You just have to look up.
I love Chris Kreider's Game 7 stat lines because they're so good. We romanticize a 3-goal game in Game 6, but let's bring up Game 7s. I'll take Ryan Callahan over Chris Kreider in any one playoff game, because I know Ryan Callahan's going to show up. You're moving the goalpost now, bud. Moving the goalpost now. Moving the goalposts.
Oh, come on. You can't. Don't put Chris Kreider and Mark Messier in the same conversation together.
Yeah, Chris Kreider.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this on Chris Kreider on
large sample size there, buddy.
I'll say this on Chris Kreider. And it's kind of ties into Igor for a minute. And I know John and Phil's gonna love this, but if it isn't for Igor's save in Game 6,
cherry pick
against Carolina, that hat trick doesn't happen. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Cherry pick. Where was Kreider against Florida? Where
was the whole team against Florida?
And Kreider's supposed to be one of those guys. That's supposed to be one of your core guys, right? Where was he? Oh, we're gonna contribute this to Zibanejad? Oh, Johnny, poor you. Johnny, don't worry. I'll get you a Chris Kreider poster. Don't worry, Johnny. I'll get you a Chris Kreider poster. Do I need to get one of Frank too while I'm at it?
Frank Saravalli.
Frank. Just Frank or Frank? I love you, Johnny, but my God, man, come on.
It's crazy.
I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you can sit here and say that Chris Kreider is this guy when, I mean, he's got 76 points in 123 games. Like, okay, if he's
Brock, Roger, Hicks, and Mickey.
oh, good. I mean,
Alex
it
Lyons
sounds
of
like
Buffalo,
it,
by the
Johnny.
way.
I'm not going to lie to you. It sounds like it.
Alex
If
playing
you
the
want to come
Buffalo.
on and talk, Johnny, I'd be glad to have you on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll bow out and I'll listen to the conversation.
No, you could stay. I mean, Johnny, if you want to come on, I'll send you the link.
2 years, 1.5 for Lyon in Buffalo.
Okay, so then when Chris Kreider disappears, like he does often at times, and Ryan Callahan actually gives you that 150% effort and you win, then let me know how that goes. Okay, I'll send you the link. No problem. Give me 1 second.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm going to invite him.
I gotta
I'm just
get my
gonna, I'm just gonna
I gotta
kick
get my
back and
popcorn.
enjoy the show.
I gotta get my popcorn
Might
ready.
as well just sit back and enjoy the show right now.
It's gonna be funny when the Keandre trade breaks during this entire debate, and they're just
Oh, I hope to God it does.
going back and forth, and we're trying to say the trade.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. By the way, I'm wondering what this trade's gonna be because, like, it's in division, right? So the Rangers better be getting something back.
Yeah.
That's high. I mean, considering like New Jersey tried
Hold
to
on.
trade for Raquel last year, and Pittsburgh was asking like an arm and a leg to get him at the trade deadline. So these in division prices are pretty steep because that's why Rasmus Anderson hasn't gone to Vegas yet.
Sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be multiple picks. Probably a first is definitely involved.
Yeah.
I don't know who from the roster,
Where did my tweet go?
if you were to get, I don't know who exactly you would take, but we'll see. I mean, it's been, 3 hours since the trade happened, and we still don't know anything?
Well, we heard that the trade was happening.
Yeah.
It's clearly the contract that's holding things up there.
Yeah, because what are you going to pay him? Like, what does Carolina want to pay him?
That and does Miller want to be there is another question.
I don't.
Phil versus Laz in my Stanley Cup final.
This is going to be great.
This is going to be funny. Oh, this is going to be really funny. Chris Kreider in game 7s.
Oh, here we go.
This is 0 points against New Jersey. But I guess the whole team quit, so that's not going to count somehow. Watch that one. A goal against Pittsburgh in game 7. 2 goals against Carolina in game 7 in that 6-2 blowout.
Khrushchev to San Jose. That's a nice little get.
That's a nice get for them.
1 year, 1.2.
Yo, real quick on the Alex Lyon thing. I mean, I don't know what Buffalo's doing with their goaltending. Like, that's not going to steady the ship there in Buffalo.
Yeah, I don't get how many
Against
goalies
Washington.
they need.
No, I don't get it. I don't get that one because they should have solved this a while ago. And if you're going to try to trade Bo Byram,
No points against Washington.
doesn't make
No
sense.
points against Ottawa. I mean, you're talking. He's literally cherry picking one stat line, and I'm sorry.
All I'll say is it's going to be really funny when Phil and Lazio are throwing uppercuts at each other, and then Anthony's just going to pop in and want to talk about Jonathan Drouin signing with the Islanders.
Man, it's a good signing, though. I'm just going to put that out there right now. It's a good signing. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my God.
I actually like that signing by the Islanders, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was a decent transition signing because, like we said, I don't think Darsh wants to
Hold on, I'll be right back.
commit big money and big years to guys because he knows that the team isn't exactly in winning contention right now. So he wants to probably, sign Drew into this short-term deal, let the young guys start to come in, develop them a little bit. And then, like I said, with Drew in, you have him for this year. And if you're still bad next year, you could always flip him at the deadline for assets. So I think it's a decent deal.
Plus, you can slot in your top 6. You can play. You saw what he did with McKinnon out there in Colorado. He's had pretty decent years out there. So I mean, you slot in. You play with Horvat. You can play with Barzal. You can. It's an offensive piece that they didn't have in the past. Let's be honest. Like it brings them something this year for the Islanders to help them. So
yeah, I mean they tried it with Duclair last year and it clearly didn't work because Roy just didn't like him. So
No.
I guess we'll see if Drouin works.
If I were them, I would put him next to Palmieri. I
yeah,
think that would work. I don't like putting Barzal with him though, because I think then you got too much of too many passengers there. I wonder if they'll because daily faceoff actually this would be a pretty good line if they did Drouin, Ritchie, Palmieri as a line.
Yeah, it's a solid third line.
They have it as a second line.
The second line? Oh.
But I mean, second or third line, that's not bad at all. I want to see though, did Drouin play with Ritchie in Colorado? Because I know Ritchie got a few games.
yeah.
But that'd be a nice little line there. Drouin, Ritchie, Palmieri.
Yeah, that's not a bad little line. Drouin, I think I think he played for Patrick Waugh at some point. Somebody mentioned that, but I'm not sure if he did. I don't think he did.
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, if he did, that's even better. You get a player that you know. So, I'm interested to see what they do there. Not surprised that the Gavrikov signing took that long to announce. We all knew it was coming, but I mean, it's a nice AAV because everybody said like $8 million. I know you guys touched on this, but to me, like tampering. If it was announced at 12:01, Rangers were going to be looked at. So, hey, announced it an hour later, business as usual, right?
Yeah. No, the AAV is a lot better than I expected, especially since it's $1.5 million less than what Provorov got for Columbus. So,
Sorry, just got back. Now we have him here. Welcome on to the show, Mr. Lazarus.
He's ready to
How
fight.
are you doing over there?
Where'd you go to take notes?
No, I went to go to the bathroom and make sure that I had everything squared away so I could divert my full attention to you.
All right. So okay. My only issue is saying you take Ryan Callahan over Chris Kreider in Game 7. Can you name like any big goal Ryan Callahan has ever scored in the playoffs?
No, you're right. That's fair. I'll concede that part of it. But can you name a play that Chris Kreider made defensively? Or can you not think of any games that Chris Kreider didn't disappear in? Because I can name a bunch of those.
Okay. I mean, there's plenty of games where guys.
Okay, let's look at Chris Kreider's Game 7 record. Ottawa, 2012, no goals, no points. He was a +1. Washington, 2012, no goals, no points, -1.
Okay.
And then the next one after that.
You're going to judge the kid who came out of BC in 2012?
There's other games in Game 7s where he hasn't scored.
Are you going to do Callahan stats too?
Yeah, we can do Callahan stats too.
Yeah, bring those
Again, Chris Kreider's the goal scorer, but he gives you nothing else away from the play otherwise.
I
know that if Chris Kreider isn't having himself one of his games where he's not effective, at least I know Ryan Callahan is giving me stuff away from the puck. And you refuse to quantify any of that, and that's fine.
No. Listen, Phil, I think I would never say Chris Kreider is an all-around great player. Like all around, I think Ryan Callahan does bring you more. But in history and what we've seen throughout Chris Kreider's career in the Rangers, every time there's a big play or big moment in Rangers history, Kreider is a big part of that. He scores a lot of big goals. You think about that Penguins comeback, Kreider has 2 goals in Game 6 on the road, which forces Game 7. He scores the first goal of Game 7. You're saying he disappeared in the Florida series. Last year, it's a 2-2 series back at MSG. He scores a shorthanded goal on a breakaway to give the Rangers a 1-0 lead to possibly take a 3-2 series.
What did he do the rest of the game? He did nothing.
Scoring goals is good enough.
That's the problem. I'm not expecting a hat trick every game. But the same people who dogged Rick Nash for not being able to score goals, who played a hell of a better all-around game than Chris Kreider did.
You paid him to score goals. He didn't score. You paid him to score.
Okay. So you're paying Chris Kreider to affect the game in other areas. He's not doing that.
But he's scoring goals.
He's not always scoring goals, though. Look at the numbers.
Series, the 2023 Devil Series,
numbers,
Kreider had 6 goals in 7 games, and everyone else disappeared.
Look at the numbers. You're making him out to be Justin friggin' Williams. He's not.
He's
not.
I just don't get how you can argue this though. Like every big
All right.
Rangers moment we've had, like Kreider is part of it.
Because you need more than just goals to win. You do.
He's supposed to do everything. That's not what he's paid to do.
Okay, so he's not paid to do that, but Ryan Callahan has to be paid to do everything, even though he was paid less than Chris Kreider was.
Yeah, because he's not paid to score goals.
So wait, so Ryan Callahan wasn't paid to score goals?
He's paid to throw the body. He's paid to block shots. He's paid to penalty kill. He's played to play 150% every game, like you were saying. He's not paid extra money to score goals.
So wait, hold on one second. So
Goal scoring,
Ryan Callahan wasn't paid as a
gives
top
you
six
money,
forward,
no?
what you're telling me right now.
What?
Ryan Callahan wasn't paid as a top six forward?
I don't think Chris Kreider was paid as a first line forward.
Hold on. So you're telling me that they extended Chris Kreider to not pay him as a first line forward?
$6 million?
$6.5 million at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like Nash and Gabrick and those guys making the big goal scorers making.
But Nash was paid as a first line forward. You just said that.
I know, and Kreider wasn't. And Kreider he like exceeded the goal scoring expectations. Is what I'm saying.
Kreider didn't exceed that though. How is 48 goals in 123 games exceeding that?
In the playoffs?
76 points. He's had three really good playoff runs.
Produce as Rick Nash.
He had 3 really good runs. That was it. His numbers are propped up by timely goals here and there. It's not like he had a timely goal in every damn game.
But he had them in most. Literally,
not even in most.
Yes, he did.
Not even in most. 48 in 123. That's not most.
I'm saying what are the biggest games, right? Facing elimination, those are the biggest games, right? Are they not?
So facing, it depends. You're down 3-2, right?
Yeah.
Or you're down 3-1. Is being down 3-1 as big of a game as a game 7?
Well, how do you get there if you're not down 3-1? How do you come back? You got to keep
you
your
put
season
your
alive. How many game 7s did the Rangers play where they were down 3-1 and came back? Plenty. You think about that cup run, they were down 3-1 to Pittsburgh. Kreider scores a goal in Pittsburgh to keep that series alive. First goal of that game.
Okay.
Down 3-1 to Washington. Down 3-1 to Washington. Kreider ties the game with about a minute and a half left. They win in overtime. Kreider scores 2 goals.
You're talking about Washington when Lundqvist dragged them?
Oh, so now the goaltending matters. So Igor can't drag guys, but Lundqvist did.
Oh, okay. I got it. I see what we're doing here.
You can't be wrong. So Kreider's goals in those games don't matter because Henry.
Wait. Hold on one second. So the goaltending matters and then doesn't matter. I don't know what we're doing here, Johnny. We're like kind of flip flopping.
No, I just said Kreider scored those goals, and you said, "Oh, the series that Henrik dragged them in." So Kreider's goals just don't matter.
Yeah, because Henrik was able to drag them to those victories. He literally dragged them to those victories.
So you don't have to score goals to win hockey games.
You do have to score goals to win hockey games. But you're putting Kreider on a pedestal where he's here more so when he's really here.
I never said Chris Kreider is the best player ever. I said I'm
not saying you said he's the best player ever. I think you're elevating him way above his actual means.
Because he scored the goals. Because you needed goal scoring, and he scored.
Yes, you do need goals to a point, but you also need to show up and play the rest of the game. Just because he scores 1 goal in a game and disappears for the rest of it doesn't mean that it's a great game.
I'm with that. I'm aware of that. But again, like when you have the Rick Nashes, the Gabricks, the guys who like you pay for those big moments that don't do it, but Chris Kreider's the one doing it.
Gabrick gave you nothing outside of goals. Like, I mean, all right. So if you're going to give me shit about,
but you're paying those guys as the big goals.
I understand that, but at least Rick Nash gave you really good two-way play and drove offense on his lines.
Kreider also, you can say he the past couple of years has turned into a good penalty killer. Not always.
What, Kreider?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Him and Mika are good penalty killers. The Rangers have always had good PK.
Okay.
Again,
so penalty killing is different from 5-on-5 defense, and you all people know that.
Huh?
Penalty killing is different from 5-on-5 defense, and you all people know that.
Specifically, I said specifically penalty killing.
Yeah, but you can't. All right, so I could say Wayne Gretzky was a great penalty killer, but does that mean he was a good defensive player?
Did he kill penalties? I don't even know. I actually
did. He was one of the all-time shorthanded goal leaders.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kreider is a good 5-on-5 defender. I do think he's a good penalty killer.
Okay, so that's why I'm trying to tell you.
I don't think listen, I agree with you. I don't think at 5-on-5, Chris Kreider is that effective of a player.
Chris Kreider years ago at 5-on-5 was a better player than he has been in the last, I would say, 4 or 5 years of 5-on-5.
I fully agree.
The last time I looked it up, the last time their metrics were any good at 5-on-5 was when the KZB line was still together, and that was 2020, 2021.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying Chris Kreider's a bad player. I'm really not.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that he's being put on a pedestal where he is way above.
Because he scored all those big goals. That's why.
And the bar is low for this team. You're talking about he's the franchise leader in goals, playoff goals. He's this and that. But the bar isn't held, Johnny.
Go to B-Rise question.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Thank you for the 10, B-Rye.
Yeah, thank you for the 10, B-Rye. Outside of Hank and Igor, who would we say is the Rangers' best playoff performer over the past 15 years? Henrik Lundqvist. Oh, no, I can't use him. Sorry.
I genuinely say it's Kreider. I do.
Tyler Mott.
No.
Aaron, I'm not.
And again, Phil,
Kreider is definitely up in that discussion. I'm not saying he's not. But to act like he is like the hands down best player in that time period.
It's not best player, it's playoff performer.
No, I know, but I'm saying best playoff performer in that time period. I don't think that's the case. I think Ryan McDonough was fantastic for that.
That's a good name too.
That's who I was
going
to say.
Derek Brassard had better runs if you ask me.
I was going to say, the thing with Kreider is a lot of that is because of just the longevity, because Brassard did have better runs.
John, were you around online during those 2 runs? Do you remember the nickname that Brassard had?
Big Game Brass. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Big Game Brass. Or the other one, the more rated R one, I guess, if you want to call it that, was Big Balls Brass. That was the nickname that was going around a lot. Yeah. So I would probably take McDonough and Brassard over Kreider, and then Kreider would probably be my third.
I mean, that's a fair argument. I would have to look at Brassard's numbers again.
No, stop. You got to be trolling with Richards, even though that you want to talk about big moments. That Richards goal against Washington was huge.
Yeah, game 5.
Zuccarello was very good for them too. That third line in 2014 was unbelievable. Listen, Chris Kreider was very good for them. And the line when he played with Stepan and Nash, that was a very good line in the playoffs.
Yeah, Brassard had some good runs. Good numbers.
Hagelin was very solid.
I just think when you said the Callahan over Kreider thing, I was like, that's just crazy to me. Because the only Callahan goals that I could think of as a Ranger fan that I remember, he scored the first goal against Ottawa in 2012 in Game 1, and he scored a 2-on-1 with Brendan Shanahan in 2007 against the Thrashers, where he looked Shanahan off and went in. It was the only 2 goals I could remember.
Fair, and I'll give you that. He's probably their best. Well, statistically speaking, he's their guy playoff-wise goals, but he doesn't give you a lot away from the game otherwise, away from the puck. He just doesn't.
Yeah,
for a guy that could give you the performances that he can give you, like he did in Game 6 against Carolina, where is that? And I'm not asking for
I don't think he played that well in that game. He was just in front of the net. That's something that's so funny.
But you're yes, thank you. He didn't even play that well in the game. Where was he before those goals? He was. You couldn't even tell me if he was playing before those goals.
I'm aware, Phil, but at the end of the day, you need someone who's going to score those goals, and every time it was Kreider.
Not saying you don't, but you also need a guy that's going to give you 150% every damn game, and that's why I when I look at one game, I'm not saying a series. Maybe I would say Kreider in a series, but in one game, in Game 7, I have a gun to my head. I have to bet on Chris Kreider giving me the ghost, Casper the Friendly Ghost, or I have to bet on giving him Game 6 against Carolina. What's the safer bet? Going with the guy that's going to give you 150% and may be able to chip in a goal and gives you solid defense, throws his body on the line for a block shot, maybe he breaks his foot.
By the way, did you ever read Callahan stats in Game 7s?
Sure, you could go ahead. I'm not – listen, I've never said Callahan's stats were better than Kreider's in Game 7.
No,
I just said Kreider's are not great in Game 7.
But is this better? Says Callie ain't scoring you that goal, though, in a close game.
Who says he wouldn't in one game?
He's probably not.
It's one game.
Stats tell you that.
It's one game. I literally set the parameters in one game. I'll give you Kreider in a series because Callahan's not going to be the guy. Ooh, okay. Sorry. Per Cam Robinson, Keandre Deal has yet not to go through due an extension not being worked out. You guys are right about that, Matt and Evan. Well, but it's just one game, and that's why I say it in one game, in one singular game. I'll go with Callahan over Kreider because I don't know if Kreider's going to give me that effort. Maybe he pulls off. He has 2 goals and 2 assists in Game 7. 4 points, not bad for a guy that you're saying is not paid to be a goal scorer. That's not bad.
I'm trying to remember like what games those even were. Do you remember?
What's up?
Do you remember what it must have been with Tampa, right? Because I can't remember Callahan ever scoring in Game 7 with New York.
Game 7 versus Washington, 2009.
Did he score in that one?
No, hold on. I'm going to pull up his goal logs right now. Give me 1 second.
I remember. I think he had like one like sick backhanded goal. That might have been against Washington.
That was against Washington, but that was. That was 2013.
Was that Game 7? No.
I'm pretty sure that was actually Game 7.
No, it was 2013. I think
it might have been Game
because that was one of the he scored one of the 5 goals in that game when they absolutely blew out Washington.
The Aaron Asham clap bomb, top glove.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that shot was great.
Yeah.
Aaron Asham, underrated clap bomb. One of the most underrated of all time. You two are having so much fun over there with this. I love it.
No, we saw a comment that was funny.
Which one?
We can't pull it up. It's Carson's comment.
Who?
Carson. No, not that one.
That's still funny. That's still funny.
Where is that?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Ben, what pull you out?
How far do I have to go up to find this one? Where? Tell me where this one is.
At 4:13.
Yeah,
I have to go up to find that one. Okay. No, I'm not highlighting that. I'm not highlighting
we said
that.
You couldn't highlight it.
Well, that's why I said. Well, that's why I said you couldn't highlight
I
it.
don't even see the comment.
No,
you don't want to know.
Let's not even. That's Carson being on.
Oh.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. Okay, but yeah, let me get back to pulling up his games.
Well, yeah, it must have been that 5-0 game. Which
that was one of them.
In your words, the Kreider 2 goals in Game 7 against Carolina don't count either because that was a blowout too.
No, I never said they didn't count because it was a blowout.
You said, "Oh, it was
I said what game is more important? A game where you're down 3-1 in a series or a Game 7?
I mean, how do you get to Game 7 if you're down 3? You got to win 2 to get to 7.
Sure, it's an important, but there's levels to importance.
You gotta win them to get there.
Sure, but there are levels to importance. Like if you get there and you don't show up and you don't win, what's the point?
If Kreider scores 3 goals in Games 5 and 6 to force the Game 7, he can have a Game 7 off and scoring goals.
Okay, but that's not been the case. It's really not been the case. Game 6 against Tampa, Carolina, they were ahead.
I'm just playing what?
Game 6 against Carolina, they were ahead. That was a closeout game. I think there's
down 3-2 in that series.
I think we need to
win every game.
I think we also need to establish a difference between elimination games and closeout games. Because elimination
team is about to be eliminated. Yeah.
So there's gotta be a difference between
that stat too. I could find that. Elimination games is when your team is facing, like literally when your team is facing elimination. Kreider has 16 goals in 30 games. Mark Messier has 16 and 24. Those are the
okay.
records.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what he has when it comes to
sweep loss.
Potential closeout games.
Lars Eller to Ottawa.
Potential clinching games.
All right, so he was 0 in Washington game 7, -1. That was 2009 Washington. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, he was nothing in that one. He had an assist against Ottawa in game 7 in 2012. Nothing against Washington in 2012.
You know who's high on this list actually?
Who?
Sebastian Aho has 10 goals in 15 games in closeout games.
Yeah, that's just
Chris Kreider, here you go. Seven goals, 4 assists, 11 points in 18 games when his team has had a chance to clinch a series. The Rangers were 12-6-0 in those 18 games.
Okay. I mean, it's good. He's a good goal scorer, but he doesn't give you much else, and that's why I'm taking Callahan in one game. I will concede. If it's
you guys should make a poll on Big Apple Hockey's Twitter. I'll retweet it.
Okay, that's fine.
That'll settle this once and for all, huh?
I don't think that settles anything. I really don't think that settles anything.
Talk in circles for forever.
We will. We will. Honestly, the Igor discussion, as I've gone in circles with everybody about, and I have no problem going in circles about it because I think that contract's going to age poorly. But
Lassie cannot win that debate because that's 3-on-1. It's game over.
Yeah, no, I'm not even getting into that.
No, I don't even want you getting into that, Lassie. I've gone over that so.
But I also see both sides. Like I get that we did this with Henrik, and that's why we were never good enough to win. But like at the same time, too, I do.
That's the point.
I do think Igor Shesterkin is worthy of that contract.
I don't. All right. Igor is great.
I'm locking off before we do. I'm getting off. I can't do this. I'm getting off. Love you guys. Great debate. Make the poll. I'll retweet it. Let's see what people say. And that's what friendly debate looks like. So
absolutely.
Never any hard feelings. All good fun.
Absolutely.
And I'll talk to you guys later. All right. Be good.
All right. Take care, Johnny.
See you, Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay. While that was going on with all the signings, how did Holmberg just get more than Lars Eller?
What did Lars Eller just get? Because I must have either been in the bathroom.
No, it was while Lassie was here, and you guys were talking 1.25 for Eller, and Holmberg got 1.5.
Uh-oh. Calling out Johnny there. Calling out Johnny.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish the Rangers were in on Eller for that deal. That's a good price. 1.25 for him.
1.25.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
That would have been an upgrade as over Carrick on the fourth line.
Yeah. Emily Kaplan expecting Keandre Miller deal to be done today.
Great. So we gotta wait. Awesome.
I am not going to be able to stay on much longer. I'll give this until like 4:35, I would say. I was originally going to end this at 4, and then Johnny got involved and wanted Johnny to come on, but because I have other stuff I have to do because I am leaving for North Carolina on Saturday, so I have got to stop doing stuff, and I'm supposed to go to a friend's place later. So is he going to want? I don't know. It's a good question.
I'm trying to like hold on to streaming here until the trade breaks because I just want to know what they're gonna get exactly.
I'm not going to be able to go live once that breaks. I can tell you.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
I'll probably just set up a stream then on my channel.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off Keandre in Carolina. All jokes aside, I have my family down there. I have some family down there that I'm going to be visiting for probably like a week and change, and then I'm going straight to Florida from there. So I'm going to be gone for a while. So I gotta get some last minute things in the line before I go. No shot he gets 8. Tulski press conference at 5. Is that confirmed?
Well, if
not
that's the case,
sure.
I mean, we should be hearing about a deal really soon. If
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
if
true.
that is the case, I don't see anything where Tulski is invited, or I mean, I'm sorry, is going on to a press conference, and no, not seeing.
Yeah, if you could send the tweet to that.
Well, I saw this. I saw this one tweet from Ryan Henkel. He said we were supposed to talk to Eric Tulski today around 3 p.m. We were just told it could be another 1 or 2 hours.
They're finishing that trade. Then.
Oh yeah, they're trying to finish up that deal.
All right,
Definitely.
so it should be done then, like relatively soon, I would think, if that's the case.
I'm hoping it gets done, and I could just stay on for a bit. Really have to go though soon. I might have to push this. What time is it?
I wish it would let me
Let me-
control the stream just so I could just leave it on this one.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me check something. Sorry, guys, just checking on some things.
Miller's barely on the team, and he's still pissing me off.
Yeah, I saw that comment from Kaylee. You know what, though? I will say
My
this.
buttons right now.
For the oh god. Yeah, I will say this though, like for as grim as this day looked, it's actually turned out a little better than I thought it would.
Yeah.
The Gavrikov signing really kind of helps that a lot. Just because there's like something big to talk about. And this Miller rumor is really kind of keeping everybody on their seat, on their toes, at the edge of their seats. No, Eddie, not right now. I mean, they got Justin Dowling. That's not really.
Renwin the Anaheim. There you go.
Oh, geez. Wow.
3
Okay.
years. So there's a big signing. It's kind of sad that that's a big signing, but this is where we're at.
A 3-year deal for Granlund.
Yeah, they just made it official too. So let's see the AAV on that one. If I don't even know what my guess is. Maybe
5.5.
5.5 to 6.
It hasn't been updated yet for any of the insiders. Anaheim put it on their page.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good deal for them. Depending on what the AAV is, obviously, but I mean, you go in and you look at this team. The only thing I could say about them was that they're centered at this kind of Carlson's unproven. Like I think he's going to be good. You have McTavish.
Granlund and Kreider.
I mean, wings are like they were supposedly looking at moving Troy Terry.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know.
I don't think now that's happening. If you told me they were signing someone in free agency of significance,
wow,
7 million. Oh,
7 million. That's an overpay.
Oh, Anaheim. At least it's 3 years, so that's probably why the AAV is that high. Because it probably was going to originally be like 5 years, 5.5 or something.
Yeah, but he had 66 points last year and 60 the year before. So
I don't hate it on 3 years. I don't hate it.
I don't. I mean, could you say? I mean, if you look at the other 60-point players, like 50-point players are getting like 5 to 6. 60-point players are getting like 7. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's about fair. I wouldn't say it's a steal.
Yeah, no, definitely not a steal. It's a decent deal, a slight overpay, I would say. Ever so slightly. I think 6 would have been perfect value. Also, to answer Dave's question from before with what Dowling's role is, I pray he's an AHL call-up type guy, like filling in the decision role, if you will.
Probably.
Because they did lose him, which, not gonna miss him, but yeah, if he's anything more, if he's an NHL regular, that's when I have problems.
Okay, all right, now I'm gonna turn on NHL Network because apparently Friedman's talking about the trade on there.
Carolina has a lot of draft asset, draft capital.
Sometime today, that's great. What a window.
So they signed into that extension, didn't even let him get to July 1st. Now I think they switched their focus a bit to Miller, and they were interested in doing it. I think the Rangers knew that, and I think what the Rangers did was they're going to trade Miller to the Hurricanes sometime today once the trade call gets signed. And I think the offer sheet return, and I don't know if it was going to be a first and a third or a first, second, and a third, depending on what Carolina is willing to offer. I think that's going to be the key part of the return to the Rangers as part of this. But I do think that Miller was potentially an offer sheet target for the Hurricanes, and instead the two teams are going to work a deal with that. Bless you. That was a delicious.
Okay, so Friedman said that they're looking at either a first and a third or a first, second, and a third for Miller. Not a bad return at all.
Yeah. Then it just makes me wonder. Then they're probably the team that's looking to offer sheet Byram. Then if they're getting all those picks,
but they have to do it with their own picks.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the only thing. Yeah.
But I do agree. I think they could be a team that we would be looking at offer sheeting Byram. Because if they offer sheet Byram, then yeah. And I don't think Buffalo would match, depending on what it is. I think they would be okay with a decent return. I don't think they'll have to give that much to have Buffalo because he doesn't want to play there.
Yeah, no, that was my point the entire time before. I think once they acquire those picks, it will give them the room to go offer sheet. Because
we're not talking about Mika, we're talking about Bowen Byram.
Because if all of a sudden the decor is Gavrikov, Fox, and then you have Byram there, that would be nice in your top 4. And then you have Borgen, unfortunately, but then you have a huge fall off, unfortunately. But
yeah, you go from good to just pure ass.
It's like Dallas's decor. You got 3 good defensemen, and then it's just pure ass after that. After all that. Yeah, they'd have to move Susie because at that
all right,
point,
guys, let's not get into that. I don't want to have to mod the chat. Really don't.
I'm not even sure what happened there, but
what happened? Yeah.
No, I'm not even gonna say it, but please be respectful of each other.
Oh, all right, gotcha. Sorry. But anyway, yeah, with Susie, they'd have to move him because you would need room to fit Byram under the cap, and then you need room to fit Cooley. So they'd have to move Susie at that point.
Yeah, I think they'll probably have to finally acknowledge that Susie is just bad. That's close. Nemeth was freaking.
Adam Gaudette to the Sharks, by the way. That's a good get for them.
Well,
Klingberg's getting
Klingberg,
4
1 year,
million.
4
That makes
million.
sense, though.
It depends on what the offer sheet is, and I don't think it's going to be a lot to have them.
They have more
match
than
it,
they have
or
more
not
than
match
6
it.
million. As of right now, according to cap wages, they have 8.6 in cap space.
Yeah.
And that's not factoring in that if they got Byram, there would be guys sent down, so that also opens up a little bit more space.
Yeah.
Well, if it's $8 million right now, if you trade Susie without retention, that's 3.2 off the books. So now you're looking at 11.25.
One leopard.
Yeah, 11.2 should be more than enough to fit Cooley and Byram.
Yeah, I don't think Buffalo would even try to do a revenge offer sheet because Byram has wanted out for quite some time. Like, it's well known too. It's the worst, one of the worst kept secrets in the league. Honestly.
And I can tell you this: if Buffalo was going to offer sheet Cooley, okay, give me your first, Buffalo. I'll take that in the Gavin McKenna draft. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I would love for Buffalo to offer sheet him then. If you're telling me they have a chance to get Gavin McKenna for Will Cooley,
yeah,
I would not
love Will
complain
Cooley.
there. Go ahead.
Susie's a bigger cone than ancient Egyptian architecture.
I don't think the Kings wanted to give up assets for him. I even think future considerations might have been a little too much. Yeah, the Gavrikov deal is really nice, if you ask me. I mean, especially when you look at Provorov and Romanov and what those guys made. I'll take Gavrikov at $7 million even over those guys any day of the week. And the fact that he doesn't have a full no move through the entire deal, and the last two deals, the last 2 years are on no trades. That's really good.
Yeah. No, yeah, like I said, I thought it was a solid contract. AAV is much better than I thought, considering the numbers that $9 million is being thrown around. That would have been an overpay, but it's $7 million. That's fine. Like I said, I still don't love the years per se. I worry that the contract might not age well per se, but at least for the first 4 years, it's going to be a solid deal.
Yeah. Romanov is only 25, but he's nowhere near worth 6.8, almost $7 million. Like, that's just not it's not a good contract.
I'm surprised the Rangers haven't made the Gavrikov signing
officially. Yeah.
either,
They're probably still doing some stuff.
Maybe they're waiting for the Keandre trade to go down before they announce it officially.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I would. Again, I've said this before. I wouldn't mind Grzelcyk as a third pairing defenseman. I mean, he could be that like two-way puck mover on that third pairing. He's a decent player.
I would like it as long as like you get rid of Susie, you get Byram and Grzelcyk. Like that improves the defense a lot on the left side. And then I would love if they could just move Vakanainen because that's just a waste of $1.5 million there.
The problem is that he might get paid like bigger money than he should because he had a 40-point season. He had 39 assists and 40 points.
That's true.
That production is definitely not sustainable anywhere else because he's not going to get that type of opportunity. But
they they still gotta get Del Gallezo.
Oh, that's your favorite Jersey boy.
That's the new era. This is this year's era.
That's the Eric Robinson this year.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna have to move Susie at this point. I think that might just be a smokescreen, and it just might be them trying to like not just get completely bent over a barrel, but like you got to take the L and just move on, man.
But they really have to move him if they're gonna offer sheet Byram. Like,
yeah,
you don't have a choice.
If
team.
Yeah. Grzelcyk had 40 points. He had 39 assists and 1 goal. No, we're not totally going Inspector Gadget. We're putting 2 and 2 together here. A few days ago, it was, or maybe, was it yesterday, actually? I think it might have been yesterday. that it came out that there was a team that was going to be looking at offer sheeting Bowen Byram.
Yeah, that was today.
That was today. Okay.
It's been a long day, I know.
the Rangers literally have been quoted as, or in articles, have been saying that they were going to be aggressive, possibly in the RFA market, and would be an offer sheet candidate.
And Lassie, who was on the show before, tweeted multiple times that he heard the Rangers were interested in Byram at
Should have
points.
asked him about that. Shit.
Instead, we had to debate Kreider versus Callahan.
Yeah.
Instead, we had to do uppercuts.
Mike Tyson's punch out. No, because he's a long-term fixture. And they need other puck movers outside of Adam Fox. Like, they need, like, legitimate puck movers. Yeah, Byram can be a little messy defensively, but again, I'm not gonna take into account Buffalo too much.
Yeah, that's my only worry about Byram, especially if you're gonna play him next to
Oregon.
Play him next to Borgen. See, ideally, like if Bowen Byram was a right-handed shot and you had a second pair of Byram and Gavrikov, now that's a really good second pair right there.
I agree with you there.
That would be a very good second pair.
Okay, but then you're going to need to go out and sign or trade for another defenseman that's probably going to make north of $7 million to go play with Adam Fox.
That's my only thing.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing though, Byram did play a bit of the right side this year with Darlene, so maybe you could move him to the right side.
The man is onto something.
That's true also. I also don't think it would be the worst thing, and I know Gavrikov, now that he's making $7 million, people aren't going to want to hear this, but I don't think it would be the worst thing if they wanted to spread out the defense a little bit and put Byram with Fox and then Gavrikov with Borgen.
Okay. I mean, this is fair, but who are they targeting? I would love to see if you have any names, anybody realistically like Owen Power. How realistic is that?
Yeah, I think we're still 1 year away from like Power really being available, because Buffalo's going to blow it up when they miss this year.
I do have a puck of bags that couldn't entice Kevin Adams.
Are you talking about Matt Robertson? Because I don't think Matt Robertson is an NHL level defenseman. If that's
if you're talking Jason, he's not a defenseman. So
yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, I don't think LA moves.
No, they just moved Jordan Spence.
Yeah, they just moved Spence.
They're not moving Brand Clark.
By the way, Vanacek signed with Utah, so some goaltending there.
So he's converting to Mormonism too.
He is. What's his conversion rate? And Gaudette's getting 2 years, $2 million a year. That's a good deal for the Sharks.
Where is Brick Tamlin? Ghost in the Miller trade? No.
No.
And Gostisbehere? No. I don't see that. Is he even under contract? Oh, yeah, he has 2 more years left. But he has a 15-team no-trade list.
Columbus signed Isaac Lundestrom to a 2-year deal, 1.3 AAV.
Bobby Margarita officially retired.
Yeah, okay. I'll believe it when I see it.
That's what he said, at least. He officially.
Yeah, I think he's like literally the Sopranos line. I thought I was out, but they pulled me back in. Like, I literally think he's like that.
He can't get away from the game. He's not leaving.
No. You can take the game out of him, but you can't take him out of the game.
Travis Boyd to the Leafs. What a reunion there.
I'm trying to hold on as much time as I can for for
The Leafs-
Keandre Miller, boys.
The Leafs signed Rangers legend Bo Grohl.
Oh, God.
How could they take him from us?
Boyd's not a bad player for Toronto. I mean, I know he only played 3 games for Minnesota last year and 16 for Arizona the year before. Had 8 points in those 16 games, but he had 2 consecutive 30-point seasons. But that was when he was getting 16 minutes a game. I don't think he's going to get 16 minutes a game in Toronto. But it's not
He'll be
bad
just like
player.
a 13th forward for them. That's just a fine deal.
Like what is their all right? So they're top. They're 12. I mean, wow, they have so many guys under contract right now.
Toronto.
What the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
Matthew-
weird looking group right now.
Nice. Tavares, Domi, McShelly, Nick Waugh.
I have their daily face-off pulled up right now. Their line combos. They have Nyes, Matthews, Michelli, McMahon, Tavares, Nylander, Domi, Waugh, Robertson, Lorentz, Lawton, Yarncroke.
Yeah. Then you had a second line left winger for me.
Yeah, they got to get an upgrade over McMahon there.
Yeah, Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
They'll make
Thank
a
you,
trade
John.
though for someone.
Yeah, no,
Thank
they'll
you,
make
John.
a trade. Because they have, what's it called?
He re-signed in Dallas, I think, right? Colin Blackwell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have 5.8 in cap space, so
Yeah, and they could still move out. Well, Reeves is going to get buried down in the AHL, so that's going to free up some cap. And then they could maybe still move a guy like David Cam for Yarncroke and open up a little bit more there. Honestly, they should really focus on getting like 2 wingers there to deepen the roster a bit more. Tomasino's re-signing in Pittsburgh. That makes sense. Thank you, time to wake up for the 2.
yeah, thank you.
Davey Upper with a good one on Twitter. Anyone else refreshing their timeline over and over again to see the Miller return, and it's friggin' Rose from Titanic when she's like really old. It's been 84 years.
Oh no, there's a chance the Met game gets rained out. That's so sad. I was looking forward to Mets baseball tonight.
He's probably a like 13th or 14th forward, man. I wouldn't even worry about Justin Dowling.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't like him, but it's that like if he's getting games, that's when we have issues. A lot of games, that is.
Yeah.
And thank you, Brody, for the 10.
Yeah, seriously, Brody, thank you. Brody's been one of our oldest viewers, so it's definitely good to get the love from our OGs. I mean, we still got over 2,200 on with us. This is great. Thank you. Time to wake up. I know I was looking at other things while that was happening. John, again, thank you. But like our OGs, John's also an OG. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Yeah, like we were talking about, like we were saying with Dowling before. I'm only gonna get mad at that if it becomes the decision thing where they're just like force feeding him us.
Oh my God! Like if it becomes that, then that's a problem. But I think if it becomes that, there's either one of 2 things. It's the latter-day skaters.
If I see Justin Dowling take the ice, I'm gonna have to start clapping, like Frank.
Isles extending Holmstrom. Anthony will be happy about that.
I wonder what that deal is going to be.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to look at like something like what Tyson Forster got, I would say maybe. I think that's like a benchmark when you look at for guys like Holmstrom and Cooley that all have had around the same service time and had like the same numbers this past year.
Yeah, that would be a good deal. The Met game got postponed now. Oh, I'm
Oh,
so
they did?
disappointed.
Doubleheader tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a loss though. Now I got to watch 2 freaking games tomorrow. Ugh.
Yeah, I hate doubleheaders. I do not like them at all. Trackable roofs in New York, please.
I'm honestly content though with not watching the Mets tonight.
No baseball means more streaming. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
since it
great.
feels like the freaking Keandre Miller trade's gonna drag into when the Met game was supposed to start.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay on as long as I can for this, guys. I really am.
Yeah, no, if you have to go, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we still got almost 2,300 on with us, which is crazy. I thought, the stream has definitely calmed down a bit after post Lazzy, and then even before Lazzy, it's kind of like the signing stopped and stuff. And
see, this is why for next year, I don't want to see any extensions signed. Like, let everyone hit the market at once, because that would be crazy.
Speaking of that, though, I'm surprised
no extensions
because we were hearing rumors earlier about potential extensions.
Here's Gavrikov in Columbus for the guy that wanted it.
He's probably not here anymore.
Probably not there anymore, but that was so long ago. Sorry. Wish I could have gotten that to you earlier. I tried, but for whatever reason, it wasn't posting. How I feel about Gavrikov? Yeah, I like that. At $7 million, I have no problem with that AAV. I really don't. Think of it this way. If Jacob Slavin sets the bar at 6, what is it, 6'3" he was at, Slavin? 6'3", 2'5", I think. Let's see. 6'3", 9'5". So just about 6'4", just to round it up. 6'4" Slavin. Gavrikov, who is a free agent, getting the deal that's really supposed to end his career. He only gets $600K and change more than Slavin. That's not bad at all. And you got to remember, there's always going to be next man up. Next man up is always going to come up, and it's going to be that one guy that gets a little more than the next guy, just like in football. Next quarterback up is going to get that contract. So, for me, to get Gavrikov, and I think, Evan, you said it, I think, where like you wanted him here if he was willing to take a reasonable deal and not overpay. They didn't overpay.
Yeah.
No, you probably got him for less than what he was expected.
Especially
definitely.
Provorov. Come on.
Yeah.
Provorov, Haig, Romanov, getting all the deals they did. 7's a great price.
So here's the thing. Like when I look at Provorov, and Provorov was a guy when he was younger, was a pretty good puck mover. Like, for like the 41 points in his second year. He hasn't approached that since, meaning at 36 and 69 games in 2020, probably would have at least gotten 40, maybe broke that. But his numbers since have all been like low 30s. 2021, he had 26 and 56 games. I mean, it's a guy that's leveling out around somewhere between 30 to 35 points every year. So that's what Gavrikov is basically giving you, plus he's better defensively. And I'm pretty sure the eye test and the metrics say that. I know the eye test does for sure.
Yeah, I watched a good amount of LA, and I really liked Gavrikov. I wanted them to trade for him potentially when he was first getting dealt. So
Yeah.
I always liked the player. I just was not willing to do it north of 8.5 million, like that was rumored. Like 8 would have been an overpay, but I would have been able to live with it. But like once you get to 8.5 to 9, that's where I would have been like, yeah, no, you can't do that.
Right. I think 8 would have been the absolute max, and I would have been a little uncomfortable with that. I would have been a little uncomfortable with 8.
Yeah.
Because when you start getting into that territory, you're paying a guy to be at least a great shutdown defender, like a great, like top end, which, I mean, in terms of shutdown defenders, Gavrikov's probably up there. Is he 3 behind Slavin and Forsling? I mean, that's really the question. Like, in terms of, like, just pure shutdown guys that are not puck movers that have shutdown ability, like, we're talking, like, strictly shutdown guys. Like, is he 3 behind those 2? That's what you have to factor that in. And then on top of that, like, you either need him to be that, or you need to have him give you like an upwards of 40 points if he's just a shutdown guy.
To me, Devontae's is still better.
Yeah, I think of him as a two-way guy, though.
That's fair. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like who you could really.
There are not
point
many of
to.
those in this league anymore. It's tough to
No.
find, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to think.
Okay, so his last 4 seasons, 44 in 76 games for Taves, 50 in 82, including 12 goals, 50 in 80 games in
The only
2022.
reason I call him more of a shutdown guy is a lot of the offense comes from playing next to McCarr and playing with McKinnon up front. Like, I think if you put Gavrikov in that same role, he would find his way into getting like a 40, 50 point season as well. I think that's what. Oh, we got an update from Elliot.
Yeah, I'm trying to go.
We will
into
get
that.
clarity eventually. Long story short, the Hurricanes looked at an offer sheet for Miller, and the two teams worked out a trade instead. I'd expect the return to be along the lines of what offer sheet compensation would look like.
That's basically what he said on NHL Network.
Yeah, so that's
just a repeat.
Just repeating what he said. All right.
Yeah.
Elliot Freeman remix.
Just wait until. I'm surprised we haven't got any VCRs from him yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, does he turn NYR into new instead of MYR?
New
like VCR,
NWR,
and NWR. Okay. I mean, that's a fair question to ask. I look at him and I say to myself, like, he can come here and he can play next to Adam Fox. And he can get Adam Fox the puck. Gavrikov's mobile enough. He's good enough with the puck. Like, I think that he comes into a good situation where he can play with a good coach. And you say what you want about Sullivan. I think Sullivan's a good coach. Dude, and with that, I'm not saying that he is a cure-all for everything that this team has dealt with in the last like couple of seasons, but I think at this point, a new voice, a new system. It's hard for me to get too excited because Quinn is the one coaching the defense, so I kind of like want to stick my fingers in my mouth and force myself to vomit that way. But yeah. I do think that he comes into a good situation with a good partner, and I think there is potential for him to play very well here.
New World Rangers.
Yeah.
No, this isn't New World
Cooper
Pizza.
Stinger's had some good comments today. There's been some ones that I haven't been able to post because I'm not gonna or highlight rather, because I'm not. I am not trying to get demonetized, but he's had some funny comments today.
If Joey rebranded the Rangers, New World's
Rangers,
New World Rangers, yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll have a New World's Pizza stand at the Garden.
New World Rangers D.
Can we get them in like NWO logos? Like, please. Do not resuscitate Rangers.
No, if Joey rebranded the Rangers, he would
just put a D on the jersey.
No, he just put a giant D at center ice.
A giant D at center ice. The giant D in the middle of the jersey with the Ranger logo just going through the D.
Or just put the D in the shield. And that's the new logo.
And instead of a C for captain, it's just D.
All right. This is actually a good question, and I'll ask you a question in return. Like, can it be any worse than the shit show that was going on defensively this past year, where they were just not caring about defense at all?
With David Quinn here, I can't count it out. That's the problem. It's really more Quinn than Sullivan. And the point that I keep and just with Sullivan in general, the point that I keep going back to is what Statboy Steven went back or was saying, that you could bring in one of the best chefs in the world. If you have shit ingredients, it doesn't matter. And sure, Gavrikov helps with improve the shit ingredients, but you still have a lot of shit ingredients here. And that's a problem. Like, there's so much that needs to be done to this roster where it's like, this team has quit on so many coaches. Why should I believe they're not going to quit again? It's kind of like I have to see it to believe it type thing. If all goes well and they buy into Sullivan, great. Like, then this team is going to be a legit contender probably. But I need to see it to believe it because they haven't gave me a reason.
No, I'm with you. I get it. I just think that they quit last year. They absolutely quit. We know that. And I think if there's effort there and there's a new voice and things are starting to change, I have to believe that there's an improvement. I do. And you know me, I'm not the eternal optimist. Like, I'm just looking at this realistically. But I'm gonna stick with this comment here. Brian, what would you do if Chris Drury showed up dressed like Hollywood Hulk Hogan and he had this world championship belt with New World Rangers on it and NWR, and he comes out to Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix and he's doing the air guitar with the belt?
We have a trade now. The Sharks acquired Alex Nedeljkovic for a 3rd-round pick. Why?
Okay.
The Donov to Devils.
Don't they have 2 goalies?
San Jose?
Yeah, they
overpaid.
They have Askarov.
And what's?
Oh no, Georgiev's a UFA now too.
No.
Which no, they need a goalie. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I thought they already had. Because I was gonna say, is Askarov not playing? What's the plan there? That's what I was confused about. But Dadonov to New Jersey, someone said.
Dadonov.
Oh yeah, I saw it 1 by 1 with bonuses.
Let me tell you something, brother. The New World Pizza order is here to stay in New York.
Yeah, true hockey fans know the Dadonov rage.
Thank you, Jonah. We appreciate it, man. We really do. And we hope that your recovery is going well. Hopefully what was removed was not malignant, was benign. I've had family members that have had brain tumors, and they're just going through that process and chemo and radiation and everything like that. Just awful process. I've lost family members to it. So tell you right now, definitely on your side here, pulling for you, man.
100%.
100%.
Oh God, Immortal. It's the terrible TNA faction. Oh geez. Great NWR for big days like this.
And Victor, your comment is pretty much the point that I'm getting at. That like these guys had a meeting at Panarin's house and rebelled against the team. That's why I'm saying like I got to see everything to believe it before I actually. That's kind of where we're at just in general with this team. They have to win us back over. That's really the thing. And it's going to take a lot for them to do that.
That's not going to work for me, brother. Oh, here's your question, Evan. Here's your question. Steven Lorentz is already gone, and he was near the top of Evan's board.
No,
Yes.
I would have to see who's even available anymore.
Steven Lorentz would have been good. I want Mark Del Gallezo for the back end. That was a guy that Nick and I were talking about a lot yesterday.
Main event mafia. My God. Oh man.
I mean, if we're talking about depth forwards, and you could get them at a reasonable time.
We hate our.
We hate our
30 years old is crazy.
30 years old is crazy.
Yeah, 30 with wives and kids is freaking unreal. To finish answering that question though, with the depth players, the list that I put out, I had Del Gallezo on it. I had Hudson Fashing on it. I think he would be a nice little add because I think he'd be a bounce back candidate since he was hurt a bit last year at the Islanders. Oh, Will Cooley extended 2 years, 3.9.
Let's go.
That's a good deal.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. So yeah.
Yeah. Per Elliot Friedman, official baby. Woo! Ric Flair style.
So now they do have money to if they move Susie, they definitely have the space to offer Shea Byram.
Yeah. If they get those picks for Miller, trade Susie, and then offer Shea Byram, I'm happy about that.
Oh, I gotta find the yeah, there it is. The cash, baby. Anybody? Oh my God! We gotta go $1 million man here. Money, 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 money.
Just to finish my point before we talk more about like Cooley and everything. Yeah, Fashing was on that list. I had Kivi Ronta, who's always there, Kevin LeBanc, and then the other two guys I had that are signed already is Lorentz and Easymont.
Oh man, Chris Drury, not a bad day at all. Not a bad day at all. He takes care of business with Gavrikov. He gets Cooley back, and he's going to get rid of Keandre Miller. Woo-hoo! Oh man. Let's take a look at, and I said this before, so we're going to bring this guy up. Heisen Forster on cap wages. 2 years, $3.75 million per. Very close, right? Oh, someone else just used the cash thing. That was probably Mark in the background there.
Sir Marcus. Sir Marcus is coming back in. The captain is back.
The captain is back. He's coming back for the layup. Guys, did Chris Drury want to extend Will Cooley?
Was the Will Cooley extension a good deal?
Gabriel, no. It doesn't worry me because I expected something close to Tyson Forster. That's why I brought him up. I thought that was going to be the benchmark for it. And I think that, you know what? If he doesn't develop further than what he is right now, let's just say he doesn't, and this is what he is going forward. Yeah! The hoop! The hoop! Oh my God, it's here.
Yeah, my lovely wife bringing out the hoop. It is quite the layup. Bringing back Will Cooley. What a day. already, and we still haven't even finished the Keandre Miller thing yet.
I wish you had the basketball to perform the layup right now.
Yeah.
Go get a me bound, Mark.
Layup.
Knee bound.
Knee bound, Angel Reese status.
Oh
my
boy.
God, this is great.
Yeah.
Mark, what time do you have work?
Actually, I found out I don't have to go to work now. So
Oh, wow.
yeah,
Okay, so that helps out with tomorrow's stream then.
that helps out greatly with tomorrow's stream. And better yet, I get a night to spend home. And as the last line of Clue goes, I'm going to go home and sleep with my wife. So
Mork is
Nanu, nanu. She thought that Mindy lives with Mark.
Oh man, I never thought that we'd get a Mork and Mindy reference on our show, but here we are.
Yeah.
Y'all need to know what Mork and Mindy is?
Carson.
Actually, do you guys know what Mork and Mindy is?
In 2K?
No, I don't know what it is.
That was the Robin Williams sitcom from like the early 80s.
It was the 70s.
It was the 70s? Though it was
Yeah,
the
Mork and Mindy was a
70s.
70s one.
All right.
I love Carson's comment. Perfect deal, pizza boy. You still suck ass though. Honestly, I kind of prefer a shorter term deal because I was worried about going long term because, like you were talking about before, what if he doesn't improve from what he is right now? And in a couple of years, you should be able to open more cap space, especially because Panarin's coming off the books after this year anyway.
Yeah, R.I.P. Robin Williams. And hell yeah, brother. Yeah, Brian had the hell yeah, brother in the Asian font before in the chat. I'll pull it up again because why are we not celebrating Will Cooley? Hell yeah, brother. Blast the Creed. Let's go. Let's go have some Miller Lights in the garage. Blast some fucking Creed. Some
This is the news all Ranger fans would have cared about more than anything today.
Yeah.
I think they would have just sat back and said, even if they didn't sign Gavrikov, they would have been okay with that. Now you get Gavrikov at a discount. Will Cooley at a discount because remember how the rumors were that he was going to get offer sheeted to the point where the Rangers going to make him there. It's 3.9 AAV. Yeah, now dump
Ryan
Susie.
McLeod just got extended 4 years, $5 million a year.
That's a good deal.
That's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
Yeah.
It hurts my heart, but it's a good deal.
Yeah, that's a third line center right there. It's a very good third line center, one of the better ones in the league, if you ask me.
But this was a big deal. Now we can start playing Cooley. Maybe he develops into the power forward some people think he can be. I mean, I was trying to see that. Oh yeah, no, Kaylee's joking.
Upset D.
Upset D.
Disappointed D.
Disappointed D.
What happened with disappointed D?
He was, I guess, upset about 2 years. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Joey D wanted a long-term deal.
2 years. Is he still an RFA at that time?
I believe so. Yeah.
Then don't worry about it then.
Joey D's a man who loves to make commitments.
Can you guys hear my TV or no?
A
Little
bit.
bit.
Not
too
audible. I didn't think we could hear.
Okay.
But all that again, huge news.
Yeah, the only
Boy,
reason
coming
I have
back.
the volume up is because they're talking about Miller to Carolina right now. It's Grimson, so it's not Friedman himself, but I'm trying to see if maybe they have anything else.
How about Stu Grimson being quite the analyst?
Yeah, I like Grimson there, man.
Yeah.
You know what the funny part is that like the tough guys, yes, I'm watching a ton of porn.
I disabled the V chip and I watched so much porn.
Nico, for the update, cap space, they have about 4.7 million, I believe, in change in cap now after this. So ideally, if they can move Susie and then offer sheet Byram, I think that would be the best case scenario.
Kaylee, why? Why, Kaylee? Why? Why? You have to go and ruin my good vibes. You're gonna have to ruined my good vibes.
Well, I mean, after all, Roslovic had that strong start to the season.
Yeah. And he ended up with how many goals?
Actually, you know what? We got time. I see a Gaudette sign up there.
Yeah, he signed in San Jose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good signing for them. I mean,
By the way, everybody, make sure, as always, for not only Big Apple Hockey, but make sure you're subscribed to either us or to Ranger Central or both. We got a lot of coverage.
I mean,
Ideally, both.
I'm sorry, but Miller can give you like a month of really good play, and then he'll give you 2 months of very bad play. So yeah, I mean, I get why you would consider it not a win, but like, I'd rather not pay that guy going forward. Like, for me, the win is not giving him a long-term contract. And if he updates, if he update, I'm sorry, I saw Iceman's thing. If he ends up figuring it out in Carolina, like, let's just say he does. Like, do you think he really was going to figure it out in New York? Because I don't. The guy was distracted here.
No, he was never going to figure it out in New York. And you know what? He got a pass for playing with Trouba for years. It was evident this season. The problem was also him. By the way, just to say this, Jack Roslovic, 17 goals in October, November, December. And that was
and I get that
37 months.
Yeah.
He had 5 goals the rest of the season.
I don't know if it's basically the same team as next season, though. We don't know if it's Keandre Miller's going to be gone. We don't know what they're going to do with that.
A full season of JT Miller and not Jacob Trouba.
I mean, now the thing is that you have to give Cooley and Lafreniere more opportunities. You have to go and develop these guys. And how are you going to do that if you keep bringing in guys to replace to bog down minutes and take away minutes from them? Like, if you want to talk about defense and adding another defenseman, okay. I think there's still time, and I think they're going to do that. You get rid of Soucy and you add a legitimate defenseman, okay, we're talking. Like, am I super excited? No. But I would rather have that than stick with what they have now and not make any further improvements.
The other thing also that people need to remember is Mike Sullivan is enough of a change and an upgrade. Yes, they did quit on coaches. We've been talking about this for a while. Sullivan might have a different way of actually delivering a message. 2 of the problem candidates are gone, Trouba, Kreider. I mean, if they could just get rid of Mika too and Panarin, but whatever. I know that's heresy. You can't get rid of Panarin. Yeah, you can.
Yes, GT Callahan. Absolutely right about that.
But this team needs a transition into what the next phase of their entire franchise is going to be, because it's not in the hands of Panarin, Kreider, and Zibanejad anymore. And I really wonder if Mika Zibanejad is going to be here. Never mind at year's end. How about the opening night?
I don't think you can say this. I really don't think you can say this right now. Especially with the fact that he's putting up really good even strength numbers. Like, I had the tweet where I listed all the guys that he had better or he had more points than at even strength. And there were a lot of names on there that were big guys. So for me, like, he's if anything, I think with more power play opportunity and more minutes, I think he'll bounce back. I want to get him away from Panarin, though. I really do. I just think that he's a bad influence because he doesn't play defense.
I just want to get Panarin off
that.
Alexei Lafreniere, since 21-22, is 93rd in the league in even strength points. That is tied with Alex Killorn, one below Rasmus Dahlin and Adam Fox, one below Matt Zuccarello, and two below Patrick Kane. And yes, Phil, we could go with guys. He's got more than Evgeny Malkin, more than Tomas Hertl. I mean, we can go further down this list. Drake Batherson, Evan Bouchard, Joe Pavelski had more than, but I mean, the last season, of course, Svechnikov, Mason Marchment. I mean, we could go for a while.
I don't necessarily agree with that, Parker. I mean, you do need to have good line mates in order to put up numbers, unless you're Crosby or McDavid or somebody, or Ovechkin in his prime years. But you gotta. I mean, I just don't think I fully agree with that. I'm sorry. I've seen enough of Winnipeg. I think Velarde's a very good player.
Talking Rangers has this up right now, and it's something we discussed plenty of times, guys. The first round draft picks for 2017 to 2019, the rebuild years. This was, and that they're all traded. Those were all guys drafted by Jeff Gordon.
You can say it's a win for Cooley, sure, but who's to say that Cooley develops into this 60, 70-point player? Like, he may top out as a 50, maybe 60-point guy at most. Or maybe this is what he is.
And if he turns in a really good season,
Chris, you can still hear my TV? Wow.
I could barely make it out, Phil.
I just turned it down to like volume 5, and that's. Oh, okay. Fair. Yeah. Fair. Totally fair. Didn't know you were a Jets fan, but yeah, good to have Jets fans in here.
Oh, wait. Didn't want who gone?
He doesn't want Kate Velarde gone.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's just joking and saying Velarde is a limey merchant. He's just trying to make him sound bad.
But, you know.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying before about Granlund. I mean,
we still have
look at it. Nye's got 7.75, and they probably took out some of his UFA years, maybe one, but Granlund got $7 million as a UFA. Yeah. Not sure of who you're referencing, Victor.
I think he's still referencing as a number one, going back to Lafreniere.
Well, yeah, no, I know you were referencing Bennett. I was just bringing that up with what the hell was it? With Granlund, just because I look back at the Nye signing, and the Nye signing was brought up before. But I'm just trying to illustrate like what the values are for like the point levels and the markets for everything like that. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, he is still a restricted free agent at the end of the deal.
I know James is asking about what's the Rangers' third line going to look like. I'm not focusing on Cooley being a third liner. I think he should get promoted. Yeah, this guy that was on the cusp of, right, that almost had a 20-goal season.
I would love to get P.S. Suter. That's just me, but I don't know if they're going to have the space to do that.
Sadly not. I want them to get some sort of upgrade for the 3C spot, because Parsonen is just...
Yeah.
That's just not it.
I'm not buying. If you had a good third line center and you had Parsonen as a third line winger, I think I could get on board with that. Possibly. I think it's still a little bit of a stretch, but I think there's some level of offensive talent there. We could each write a 2-minute feedback on the rebuild process and end it with a grade. You're not going to like these grades, Super Stinger. I can tell you that right now.
Those grades are not good.
F.
Minus.
F. Just an F. They messed up.
It was
There's no
I-
conversation to be had other than what Matt said before. How what was it? They don't have any first round picks from
2017
2017.
to 2019. They have none of their first round picks.
Wasn't even a rebuild.
Yeah, absolute F. The letter was a lie. They said they were going to try to do drafting and developing. They did no developing. They drafted. They didn't develop.
ESPN hockey coverage graded Lindgren to Seattle as a B, Perry to LA as a B plus, Schmidt to Utah as a B plus, but Gavrikov to NYR as a B plus. I mean, all right, if you want to say that Gavrikov is a B plus, that's fine. I don't really necessarily have a problem with that. You could argue A minus, B plus, A minus, whatever. I'm not gonna throw a fit over that.
How is Ryan Lindgren a B?
B. That's what I want to know.
That's the real thing.
Like, what are we doing here, buddy?
Yeah, near the same grade as Gavrikov? No.
No.
I'll tell you what.
Corey Perry to LA. I'm not going to call that a B. I could say maybe a C or C plus at most.
The only reason I could get behind a B is that I guess they're locked to go to the finals now. They're not going to win, but that's about it.
I don't know. I think this breaks Corey Perry's streak.
Probably.
Unless they make other moves, but
the great Ken Holland, I'm sure, has a lot up his sleeve.
Nate Schmidt to Utah, definitely a B plus to me. I think that's a fair grade for that
That's a
one.
decent deal.
I mean,
Carson is almost vanilla as Jimmy Vesey.
But he doesn't eat Kit Kats.
Yeah. Yeah, that was talked about before. Dadonov, that's not a bad signing.
What is the grading curve? It's not a very good one.
I just wonder how you give Lindgren a B and Gavrikov a B plus.
Yeah, well, that's what we said.
Yeah,
Doesn't make any sense.
I know what I know what you guys have said. I'm just repeating it.
Bluegrass noise. You're talking out of your ass there. I don't like Drury, but to say Ken Holland would have made the team better, fuck no.
No.
Get out of here.
What?
No. Just no.
What? Are you serious
Show
with
us on the
that?
doll where Chris Drury touched you.
Go talk to any diehard Detroit Red Wings fan and about how badly he held back that team for years. Good
Like,
Lord.
there's no way. There's no way.
Good Lord, that's just no.
We've been critical of Drury for a while. This is a good day for Chris Drury.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, this guy hates Drury. Does nothing but hate Drury and Laviolette. Did they kill his puppy or something? Like John Wick him?
Listen. I don't like Chris Drury either, but you have to be fair when it's time to be fair. That's a good. He had a good day for himself.
Yeah. Now it's all those pieces going to fit.
What will he do to follow up? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Greg was asking right here, is Carolina offer sheet still in play for Miller? Don't they have like an agreement in place? They're just trying to work out the contract.
George, I don't think that's happening.
They're trying to. The only thing holding up the trade right now is they're working on an extension. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
that's really what the return is probably going to look like. What an offer sheet would be for him, from what Elliot Friedman has been saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Raymond. That's like saying Kevin Adams would be a better cheat.
Holland's so bad that the Iser plan hasn't done anything except rearrange the third liners, and it's still better in comparison.
Mm.
Brian Boyle can make a better team than Ken. He probably could. I think Cal Clutterbuck and Thomas Hickey could put together a better team than Ken Holland.
By the way, everybody, thanks for joining us. 2,500 of you are across all the platforms.
I really do think that Thomas Hickey and Cal Clutterbuck could go into general manager roles right now as first-timers and be better than Ken Holland. I'm sorry, but
That
Ken
says something.
Holland over the last, I would say, 10 to 13, maybe more years has been awful. And anyone that has followed the Detroit Red Wings would tell you that the moves that he made over that time put them in a terrible position and that he should have rebuilt years and years ago.
I guess start, bench, or sit. Fire, hire, banish, I guess. I'm trying to come up with a third one.
No, Kaylee, I definitely knew what you were trying to say there, and you're right. I mean, but that's a restricted free agent, though. That's what that is, and that's why that's there. I mean,
rank them
I would rather put myself there, and I'd rather take the heat for any bad decisions I make.
Yeah,
because I have no confidence in either of these guys.
All right, Mark, what's your higher?
I was going to say Kevin Adams, Ken Holland, Peter Chiarelli.
You know what? Peter Chiarelli has a cup, so I have to hire him.
Chiarelli, like, by far. Even if you want to,
he was fired the day after signing a goaltender to a 4-year deal.
Yeah, even if you want to say Gorton built that core in 2006, you can't kill me now. Yes, yeah, that's a good one.
There you go. Carson's got this.
Promote,
hire, fire.
Yeah, that's a good one. Carson.
I would promote Chiarelli, hire Holland, and then fire Kevin Adams.
Yeah. Oh my God, Kevin Adams is by far the worst general manager I've ever seen in my life. Again, the next move he makes, the next good move he makes will be his first one. He has made literally 0 good moves as a general manager.
Never mind Kevin Adams, who can't spell Kevin right. I spell it with a Y.
Palm trees. Remember the part? Palm trees.
Palm trees and state taxes.
Sure, but it's literally Adams is by far the worst.
But you can't say Drury always chickens out when he landed the top free agent.
I wouldn't even acknowledge that. I've been ignoring that dumb comment. I'm sorry, it's dumb. I don't even know what that even means. Chris Drury chickens out. It sounds like a 5-year-old talking about somebody they don't like.
Rich. Hey, Rich. Mark with a C. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Rich on this. You have no room.
Excuse me, Mark Anthony. He was with a C. There you go.
You really want me to refer to you and think of you like the guy that sang those pop songs?
No, the Roman.
But that's
ruler.
what you just did.
Mark Anthony, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Yeah, but who the hell is going to think of that over the pop singer?
Me, for one, because the pop singer.
Anyone that doesn't have their face in a social studies textbook is not going to think of that.
Imagine Mark is a pop singer.
And it's Mark Anthony without the age.
Oh, dear goodness. Yeah, the Roman ruler.
We just got the Holmstrom deal. It's 2 years at 3.5.
So Holmstrom was slightly under what Will Cooley was making. Okay, cool. Good for them. That's a very good signing for them. You said 2 years, 3.5, right?
Yes.
Well, thank God I stayed on then.
The fact that this trade still hasn't happened, though, is
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
That's annoying. Oh, Mark, you hit it before I did it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
I got
cool.
it. I was ready to make it rain as soon as you were ready.
Yeah.
It's all right. But again, look, that's a good day for them. Islanders didn't sign anybody else right now, right?
Mark Stahl, Anthony. Like Stahl at the no, never mind.
I do believe Mark Stahl was also with the C.
Yes, it was.
Yes, we need more C marks.
Oh, I didn't even realize Mike Riley signed in Carolina.
Yeah, someone posted that in the chat before. It's kind of
it must have been while I wasn't here. So I just saw now.
Okay. Nicole is posting I'm guessing that's coming from Friedman or someone, Nicole.
Let's see if we got it.
Sign and trade 8 years, $60 million. So that means that's north of $7 million. Oh, it's Elliott.
Hearing this sign, yeah, Elliot Freeman saying it.
7.5 for Keandre Miller a year.
Oh, woof.
Wow.
Woof. Woof.
Someone's getting fired.
What? Oh my, that's oof.
Oh my God.
Computer
that's
boy just gave him
terrible.
more than we got Gavrikov.
Oof.
Fucking embarrassing.
That is.
I love that clip. Anyone who doesn't watch Shoresy, start watching.
7 and that.
Thank you, B-Ride. Appreciate that, man.
Hold
Another
on.
loyal
This
listener.
is also the other thing I have to say for my analysts for this deal.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
There
See
you
how
go.
it pays off.
And you know what? That's
Mark,
even
you
worse
get
of
the buzz your girlfriend won.
that's even worse of a deal because Keandre got more than him, and North Carolina is a no state tax state. Too. That's even worse.
Wow. They Computer boy really just gave him 7.5 a year.
That is unbelievable.
And their property taxes are like minuscule down there. Like my stepfather's house, like would go probably for like closer to like $1 million here. And his property taxes are nowhere near what houses that go for like 400,000 are here.
Hold on, I got the Keandre Miller highlight reel. There you go.
Really? Miller really must have not wanted to be there that they had to give him that much.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad.
If they're
Wow.
really getting like off station for Keandre Miller, and that's the deal. Wow.
Yeah, what's Rod going to do to him? When he throws a backhander up the middle in front of his goalie.
Vince tweeted that they're going to receive multiple picks, including a first rounder.
Yeah, it's
Haven't heard about any players coming back, but we'll wait for the official word.
Just gonna wait even more.
Oh my God.
You know, this is where I'm actually going to highlight this comment of that they're going to regret it, because here's the thing: doesn't matter. He's not good. He's nothing as a Ranger.
It doesn't matter. Like, yeah. So that's the thing. Like, tell you right now, it was not gonna work out here. Not gonna work out here.
This
is getting close to done. I think this gets announced within an hour.
I think even less than that. If the deal is out, that was the hold up there. I think this is going to get announced soon. But
can they announce it sooner?
I would like them to announce it sooner.
Who commented that the Rangers are going to regret it?
I saw it. No.
Who do you think commented it?
Oh my God.
Why would they regret giving Keandre Miller, who couldn't even live up to the cap hit that he was making over the past few years? Why would they regret not giving him $7.5 million when they just got Gavrikov, who is far and away better and proven to be far and away better at a cheaper cap hit?
Because they're banking on what happened. They're banking on what happened with Brady Shea to happen with him. But Shea was a better defenseman defensively.
But keep in mind this, and let's just go with this. And then Abe's pointing this out right here. To be fair, I could see him working out in that system because Rod will train him to get the puck up ice and pinch in. He'll be paired with a stay-at-home defenseman and could be a low-key fit.
Here,
Brett Pesce ain't walking through that door. So for starters, that's one guy that always helped in matters like Brady Shea.
Vince Mercogliano saying it's done.
So another thing to go with on this is
Drury cooking right now.
Shea's been a defenseman for longer than Miller was. So we can always use that as an excuse. The thing is, right now, would you pay Keandre Miller $7.5 million to be a defenseman on the Rangers? Right now, he's making more than Gavrikov next year.
Oh
Think about that one for a minute.
I am not commenting. I'm not highlighting that one. There's two of them that I won't highlight there. Woof.
The other thing that I was going to say with Keandre is if he was getting that contract here, like we were talking about, because of the state taxes and everything, it would have been closer to 8.5 or 9.
Yeah.
If he was signing that here. No, I'm so glad they did not give a contract to him. And if he thrives elsewhere, great. It wasn't going to work here.
It was never going to work here. And that's what I literally just tweeted. It was never going to work here.
And if you pair him with a stay-at-home guy, sure, but he's not playing on the first pair.
No.
He's not playing over Slavin.
No.
Yeah, he's definitely not playing.
What are they going to do? Put him on the right side? He could barely play the left side.
He's playing second line. I mean, and if you're going to try to put him on the right side, I don't see it.
Yeah, 7.5 to be a middle pair guy. No,
Yeah, that's so bad.
That's not a good contract at all.
I wouldn't mind 7 to be a second pairing guy if you're anchoring that second pair. He's not anchoring that pair.
That's yeah.
Unless he develops into something that we think he should have developed into, he's not anchoring that pair.
No, he ain't. And by the way, on the current roster, who are you putting him with? And yes, to be fair,
so if he's here, you don't have Gavrikov. So that means that you have to either put him with Fox, or you're going to have to put him on a second pair. You're going to pay him to do that. If Drury would have paid him to be a second pairing defenseman here, he would have paid him that much. Everyone that, please, that Bluegrass guy would be the next one. Oh, what did Drury give Miller all that money to? Why do you do that? You would have thrown more darts at his poster.
Exactly. Like, no, you can't sit here and tell me that he was worth that type of money. You just can't. And again, they would have had to give more.
8 years?
8 years, yeah. And again, they would have had to give more money if he was going to sign here because of the state taxes. So would you rather Gavrikov at 7 or would you rather Keandre at 8.5 potentially? Because I sure as hell know my answer.
Yeah, I'm taking Gavrikov at 7 all day. Because at least I know what Gavrikov is, and at least I know that night in, night out, you're getting solid defense from him. Like, sure, everybody has their bad games. But I'll tell you right now, to have Keandre Miller at potentially $8.5 million or Gavrikov at 7, like, I don't even have to think twice about that. I don't.
Hey, the Kraken signed Matt Murray to a 1-year contract.
Why? How is Fox overrating Fox? You think Fox
a lot of people are
bad? I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Wait until you see him with an actual defenseman as a partner.
I mean, you look at the defensive pairings right now in Carolina. Slavin and Walker, Nikishin and Chatfield, Gostisbehere and Morrow. Who's Miller elevating their play? Gostisbehere? No, he'd go with the
I don't know if you're talking about me saying this but Miller is not good by the eye test. I don't think the analytics may be a little more kind to him than the eye test, but I'll tell you right now, I mean, if you think Miller is that good, I don't know what to tell you.
No,
he's definitely not better than Gavrikov on the analytics. Sorry, Dan. Dan's talking about Fox. Okay. Sorry, Dan. My apologies, buddy.
The eye test shows you that he's an inconsistent defenseman who on his day could be a very effective player. However, especially when you're paying him that type of money, he cannot be having those type of inconsistent performances from game to game. So, because let me
Oh no, the comment. No, this comment. Miller is a Ninja Turtle. It's always pizza time.
Because let me tell you,
For the money he's being paid now, $7.5 million, if he's replicating these type of plays for the next 8 years, that's going to go down as one of the worst contracts in the league.
I gotta find it.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. JFresh posted the analytics, and Keandre's is not. It's not even that good.
What's wrong with pizza time? It's when you're throwing pizzas up the middle of the ice and they end up in the back of your net. That's what.
We're still waiting. Rob.
Miller Angelo. Oh man,
Where is it now?
I don't know if Miller gets bought out, but I am not in a
Guys, once again, this is the guy. This is the guy we're all defending.
Go, Keandre Miller with 250, and the Rangers leading 4-3. Nice play by Sam Steele for Dallas on the takeaway. He's checked by Miller. Centers, shot by Harley. He scored.
That's it.
Healers to Ducks.
That is Keandre Miller at his best.
I saw Gramlin to Ducks. Gavrikov, Angelo, man, if you think that's what you think of Vladislav Gavrikov, then you just told me that you have not watched any of Vladislav Gavrikov.
He would be saying the other way around if it was Miller getting extended here.
Wait, what did he say?
He said Gavrikov, Angelo. I'm telling you right now, you just told me that you've never watched Vladislav Gavrikov.
Because that is what's typical about him. Do we either bring up the goal of Minnesota where he tried to go on his backhand, throwing it up the middle?
I just, can we bring up a card again with Gavrikov? People defending a defender that can't play defense but will make 8 years, $60 million. Jesus Christ!
If you think he's a $60 million defenseman,
oh my God, yeah. Here he is in Columbus, 96th percentile defensively, and that's on a worse team defensively than the LA teams that he's been on recently.
Oh, by the way, guys, I sent Nick the link, so he's gonna be jumping on with us.
Oh, so
right. I'm gonna jump off because
Rose, awesome.
Yeah. So you guys go ahead. I'm gonna take off in a minute.
Sir Marcus, it's always a pleasure.
He is here.
Gentlemen.
What's up, buddy?
Nick, I'm going to say hi and good night. I'm going to run. I'll talk to you later.
Hi and bye. Deuces.
Deuces, Mark. I can't believe we have somebody that's comparing him to.
This is sick.
Who invited him? Come on.
Yeah, cardialize that.
I can't believe he's being compared to Tony DeAngelo.
This is hilarious.
He's nothing like Tony DeAngelo.
I seriously cannot believe this. This either has to be a troll or this has to be the worst take I've ever seen in my life.
Rage bait used to be believable.
Yeah. If you think Tony DeAngelo and Gavrikov are anything close to one another, then you're blind. You're blind, or there's something wrong with your brain.
Or respectfully, both.
You have to be doing this for attention or something. Like, how?
Oh, Matt invited him? Oh,
yeah,
Matt,
I
why would you
him.
invite him?
He asked nicely, and I accommodated.
I said please.
Yeah, he asked
He
nicely.
said, did
I was like, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you say you're welcome?
No.
Matt,
yeah,
say
you
you're
mind?
welcome.
The return is supposedly looking like what the offer sheet compensation would have been. We're still waiting to finalize it, but
First, second, and third, I'd take that for Miller. That would be crazy.
yes, we are on the internet. Thank you.
I didn't say anything bad.
I don't think anybody has said anything bad.
Not yet.
I cannot believe that there is there's seriously a comparison between Miller and Gavrikov and D'Angelo going on. Like, I mean, D'Angelo is literally a guy who part of his highlight reel is him getting walked. Him getting absolutely walked.
I will never forget that turnover in Ottawa. That turnover just lives in my head.
I mean, I'm not saying anything too bad, I don't think. I'm sorry, but
okay.
That's what he's trying to say. And David, I get you looking out for us, which is good. Thank you. But I don't think I've said anything that like it's gotta like I can't think of it in any other way. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say there. I don't.
The worst part, Nicole, is that there's 2 games I'm talking about. One of them was in Ottawa. That's the worst part. There are 2 Keandre Miller turnovers against Ottawa, I remember. I remember more bad than good. The only good I remember is him scoring that goal against Dallas.
No, all right. So I'm going to be fair here.
I'm saying that I can remember. I'm sure there's other moments, but I can hardly remember them.
I'm not going to say that Miller didn't have his good moments. Like, the thing is that Miller is peaks and valleys. Like, I can give you a breakdown of it. So the first half of his rookie season, he comes up, he plays great. The second half, he hits a rookie wall and just falls off. He comes back next season in 21-22, and he just playing like absolute crap. Second half of that season, somewhere around maybe the All-Star break, he turns it on, and he plays great through the playoffs. And even in the Tampa series, he was actually pretty good against Tampa when Trouba was absolute garbage. Absolute garbage, and cost them with how many penalties in that series and getting absolutely walked. Comes back the next year. He's playing like meh, to start that season, first half of that season. After the helmet throw, his game takes off and he starts scoring all these points and ends up with a 40-point season. In the playoffs, he's meh, doesn't really look too good, especially after game 2, but nobody did against New Jersey. 23-24, comes back. He's not playing great. But then Trouba gets injured, and he's playing with Schneider, and that's probably the best number 2 pairing we've had in quite some time. Like, him and Schneider were really good together. And then come playoff time, his game starts to fall off a bit. And then this past year, I don't know what happened, but just was not there. He looked okay with Fox. I know the analytics will tell you, he looked great.
Small sample size that people nitpick, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Small sample size.
This is my thing. Like, outside of that goal against Dallas and outside of the goal against Florida he scored where he goes end to end, I'm trying to think of specific moments that I remember from Keandre Miller during his time here. There's way more bad than good that I remember.
There was that goal against Philly where that was a good goal.
Yeah. That goal, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the one where he fell and still scored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was also that goal against Seattle he scored in the last minute, that one game.
I mean, I don't want to pin it just on moments because, like I said, I do think that there were times where he was playing very good hockey, but the issue with it is that it's many nights where it's just like, okay, like, what Miller are you going to get? The guy that is effectively closing the gaps on forwards and is actually applying himself somewhat physically to separate the puck carrier from the puck? Or are you going to get the guy that's stick checking, he's waving his stick, and then he ends up at the blue line because he's chasing a forward he shouldn't be chasing out of position? He's on the right side at the right point, chasing the puck carrier, which means that center or whoever F1 is supposed to be at that point in that zone has to go down and cover for him to make sure that net front doesn't have a guy wide open. But that's what he usually ends up doing. Guy wide open, backdoor goal when that happens.
One thing with Miller, I think it would be fair to point out, if we're going to defend him just for a minute, is that since his rookie season in 2020-2021, which, mind you, he only had 12 points in that rookie season, amongst all NHL defensemen in that time, he is 43rd in the entire league amongst every defenseman in even strength points. And if you cut it down to his second year in the NHL. He's 34th. So that's like a lot of defensemen play in the league. It's a lot of even strength points you're losing on offense, and he's obviously second on the Rangers behind Adam Fox. I'm actually shockingly really happy with the Gavrikov deal compared to what it could be. I do think it's still going to age a little funny, but right now I could swallow that at $7 million a year. But I do think the Rangers need to find even strength scoring on the defense because Miller and Fox were carrying a heavy load. We talked about it last night, but Mark Del Gaizo from Nashville would be a super underrated signing, dude. Like that could be a guy you bring in, like kind of how the Rangers, similar to when they brought in Anton Stroman on a 1-year whatever deal because no one else wants him, and he goes from your 7th guy to your 6th guy and eventually becomes your number 3 on your entire roster. He's 25 and he does everything well. I don't know how this guy's still on the market.
Breaking news for anybody who's watching NHL Network, but Detroit Red Wings legend Alex Delvecchio has died at the age of 93.
God bless. Holy cow.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, that's definitely condolences to the family and friends, but a Hall of Famer, 1,281 points, 456 goals, was a part of Detroit in the original 6 era. Played with guys like Gordie Howe, Ted Lindsay, Sid Abel, the production line, those guys, Terry Sawchuk, but a guy who played all 24 years with the Detroit Red Wings and is one of the highest scoring players all time for them. So it's, definitely a big loss for the hockey community there. Absolute legend. Just, wow. I did not think that I was going to see that today.
I didn't realize how many points he had. Holy cow, dude.
Yeah. A lot of points. 1,200, like I said, 1,281. Sure, he wasn't a point per game player, but like the goals and the assists and the points were all massive.
1,500 games? Holy cow.
Yeah. 3 Lady Byng trophies. Played in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 All-Star games.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And then coach immediately after. Oh, my Lord.
13 of them in 15 years, too. 24-year career. Like, the 3-time Cup winner, just he's got a resume on him. So,
Jesus.
Yeah, we will not see a 24-year career again, David.
I don't think.
No.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I think Sid might be the last one to do it. I think he's the only one that would remotely have a chance if he decides he wants to.
Yeah. I always love this guy's name and his profile picture just because I'm a huge Legend of Zelda fan. So I love it. Absolutely love it.
I can't believe we still don't have the return on the Miller trade, dude. Like, this was announced. I was on lunch break at work, and I'm home now, and it took me an hour to get home when this shit was announced. How am I still waiting?
It's so stupid. Freaking NHL insiders, man.
Yeah.
Dude, it's also funny being in Carolina. All the Hurricanes fans are like, yeah, we got our number 1 defenseman. I'm like, yeah, he might be a good number 3, but I mean.
Yeah, and then
number 1, did they forget they have Slavin on their own team?
They forget a lot of things, dude. I'm surrounded by these people. Pray for me.
I also like Nicole's comment before that. You're putting him from a man-on-man system into another man-on-man system. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, but he also could pop. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Conditional first, a second, and Scott Morrow.
Oh, what's Scott Morrow?
Another depth defenseman.
I'm guessing the conditional first is going to be the higher of the 2 first-round picks, and that would be the condition.
Probably. All right. So it is now official.
Scott Morrow, damn.
He's only 22, though. I mean, there's still room for development.
Yeah, I mean, he's still one of their better prospects, too.
I could tell you this much, again, just being surrounded by Hurricanes fans, they do not like this guy.
Yeah, but they also just said Keandre Miller might be their number 1
valid
defenseman.
As fuck.
So.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to tell me that you think Keandre Miller is your number 1 defenseman, I'm not gonna put too much stock into that.
No, I'm guessing they expect Morrow then to actually give it a shot at making the roster. Right-handed D, so well, never mind. There's kind of a logjam there. But if they move Schneider to the left, I guess there's a spot for him.
Yeah, I'm actually currently doing another replay of Link to the Past. So yeah.
I don't mind it. We got a first round pick. We got a first round pick for the guy. I cannot complain.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him over Vakanainen, Susi, and then possibly even Schneider as well. So
Vakanainen.
I mean, first and second round pick.
yeah, and
We
then
we actually have a second round pick, guys. Like it's a
Yeah.
miracle.
yeah, that's a miracle that we have a second round pick now. I'm gonna probably go another, I would say, 15 minutes for this because now that this is official. So
I really want to see the condition of the first. It's also weird the Rangers have multiple firsts since they. Damn, when was the last time we had multiple first round picks? Was it the one that we gave up for
20
Copp?
2020, probably.
Holy cow!
When we had the Kane and Tarasenko year, but we traded.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
One
you're
of them.
right. Where do we get that first round pick that we used on Tarasenko?
Oh, we got it from the Nils Lundqvist trade.
You're
Yeah.
right, from Dallas. Interesting. Well, I just hope that condition is not something that would potentially take the pick away from us. I would hope it'd be something that could be just the higher up in the draft order. Because it's their pick and Dallas's pick, right? Yeah, it is. Oh boy. So I mean it's gonna be a mid to late 20s pick.
all right. So this is official now. We're gonna throw that up there. And that as well.
Mm.
Yep. Uh-oh. Bluegrass can't even admit that it's Chris Drury there. He's saying it's Leon Rose. I'm sorry, man, but you Scott Morrow is one of Carolina's better prospects. I wouldn't say he's like a top guy. I would say their two top guys are probably Alexander Nikishin and Bradley Nadeau.
Uh-huh.
But Scott Morrow is right there. Rick Carpinello he's also not happy about them getting rid of him and taking.
This is a freaking great haul for Keandre Miller. Like, I'm
Yeah, it
sorry.
is.
I'm sorry. This is a really good haul for them. Morrow has the potential to come in this season. He played 14 games with Carolina this year, and he didn't look out of place there. He's probably a little more of a puck mover than anything. But again, this team needs other defensemen that can move the puck outside of Adam Fox.
This could be your even strength scoring guy. Right
Morrow
here.
put up 6 points in 14 games for them. Sheltered minutes too.
Yeah, and the minutes were not big for him. They weren't.
Yeah, he only averaged 15 minutes, and he put up those points.
And I believe they're all at even strength.
Yeah, they have to be. There's no way he was getting power play time.
Yeah, without looking. Now I'm
Yeah,
pulling it up.
they're all even strength.
Yeah, all even strength. No power play time whatsoever. 15:48 in 14 games, 6 points, no power play time whatsoever.
I would like this even more if they freaking move Susi and then get another left shot
Yeah.
in there.
That's got to be the next move.
The right shot defenseman. He's 6'2", 210 pounds. So he's got some size.
So you could probably safely pencil in the Rangers defense the right side as Fox, Borgen, maybe Morrow, and then the left side, Gavrikov,
He has him at 210.
Schneider. And then who's your number 3 right now? Susi until he's moved?
Or Vakanainen.
God, don't say that name, please.
And actually, Hockey Reference also has him at 210.
Interesting.
So
yeah, Lazzy loves Morrow, huh? Look at that tweet. The Jack Eichel of the blue line. God, I wish. Oh yeah, Evan, that was a good retweet. I just saw what you tweeted about from Rono.
Yeah, look at for everyone that wants to look at the analytic cards, look at how close they are.
Yeah,
I'm actually really surprised. That's a really nice return, especially in a loaded draft next year. You've got 2 first-round picks And was it a 27 second or was it their second for next year as well?
It doesn't say that as of yet.
yeah,
I'm trying to find an update on that, Nick.
Because if you're going into next year's draft now, would that be 2 firsts? Oh, we don't have our own second next year, but you'd have 3 picks in the top 64.
Unless they're going to use it to get more help on the blue line. We were talking about maybe offer sheeting for Byram if they can make the cap work, but
sign me up for that.
I don't know if they're going to be able to make the cap work for that.
Wow. There's still some good depth free agents. So I would still like Del Gaizo just as an option. He's better than Susie. If it pushes
And
him out of the line.
Anyone's better than Susie.
Yeah. Who are the remaining?
I could find a random guy in Penn Station who's fucking better than Like, here's a pair of skates and a fucking hockey stick. Go play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck. Get out there, kid.
Oh, and here's a helmet too. Safety first.
Yeah. Safety first.
A cup of noodles is better.
Yeah, I gotta give Drury a lot of credit today. Like he had himself a day today.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm fair. I give credit where credit is due. Chris Drury had a very good day.
I mean, if we're gonna be fair, we also got to look at this last tweet from Colin Stevenson, who brings up some good numbers here. So after adding Gavrikov's and Cooley's salary to the payroll, New York Rangers have $4.75 million available under the cap for a roster that has 11 forwards, 60, and 2 goalies, which doesn't include Perreault, Hoffman, or Berard. So that much to add 2 forwards and a 7th D.
Did he account for Cooley's extension in there?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And then if you trade Carson Soucy, which then frees up 3.25.
Chris Eisenberg.
Puckpedia announced that. All right, so it's the better of the Dallas Carolina picks, but it's top 10 protected.
Okay, and if it's top 10 protected, where does it go?
I'm guessing you probably just get the other pick in that first round, which would be kind of ass. I'd almost rather get punted to the next year. But the second round pick is a 2026 second. So now you're looking at 2 firsts and a second in the top 64 of next year's draft, and a very, very loaded draft.
Yeah.
I think unless they're getting a star back, I would hold on to both of those picks. I would hold on to both first round picks next year, unless they're really getting something serious back.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I think those picks are going to be very, very highly valued.
Yeah.
I think you're not going to see a lot of those moved unless it's like a big name player.
I mean, 2 first round picks in a bad draft, a below average draft got Noah Dobson. I wonder what 2 first round picks would get you next year. Not that I don't want to look too far ahead.
Know what? I'll sign up for this. Schneider was a little banged up. Okay, so let's see what he does when he's healthy, and he's under Sullivan's staff and not the mess that was the whiny babies coalition where they quit on everybody because that's just what they do.
The coalition.
I'll give Schneider a chance. Okay, fine.
You just do a contract next year as well.
No, but when you're hurt and you're playing, it does affect your play. Like, and I mean, and sometimes the decision making is a little, but for Jacob Trouba, like it's just too much. Like he brought himself back when he knew he wasn't healthy, and he basically wouldn't let the team sit him. So
I'm looking at the Rangers on Puckpedia right now. They got Dowling on the roster, so you got to count. You're accounting for 14 forwards, 8 defensemen, and 2 goalies, which is obviously not going to be the case.
I don't think Dowling's going to play.
No, hell no, God, he'll be in the AHL. But that's $550K. With those, you send Dowling down, you're at like $1 million and change, like 1-2. I wouldn't mind if they sent Parson and down and got a better third line center.
Could do that. I think Scott Morrow is. If he's not NHL ready, he's very close. But again, he played 14 games, had 6 points, and didn't play a lick of power play time and played less than 16 minutes per game. So, like at the least, he's showing you that he can put up points at even strength.
I can't believe they got that much for Miller. That is freaking awesome.
Fair, but I mean, different staff, so.
Yeah. Yeah, they took a gamble on him.
Eric Tulsky just turned into June back. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I gotta give Drury his flowers today. It's rare that I do that. I don't think it's ever been done, to be honest with you, but I gotta give.
Dude, especially
Okay.
last night, we were talking about 9
Wheeler
million.
had Morrow as the #1 prospect in the Carolina pool back in January.
Over Nadeau? That's crazy.
Well, Nikishin is the one that I would really.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, again, I think he's a top 3 prospect. I don't know if he's necessarily their best, but yeah.
Actually, wait, I shouldn't be giving Drury his flowers because, like Bluegrass was saying, it was Leon Rose that did it.
It's Leon Rose.
Leon Rose.
Leon Rose took over for the day.
It's like a Scooby-Doo episode where they take the mask off Drury and it's Leon Rose.
You know, if the Rangers signed that Shabanov kid out of Tractor, who is funnily enough played with Kravtsov, not a terrible depth piece. I mean, especially if nothing against Othman, but I don't think he's really shown anything yet that he is ready. Obviously, you got to give him a look in the preseason, but not a bad safety net option. You bring that guy on a 1-year entry-level deal. I mean, you literally lose nothing. The worst case scenario, you just waive him, send him in the minors.
Yeah, I'm with Gabriel on this. Carolina took the bigger gamble because that contract is absolutely wild if he's as inconsistent there as he has been here. So, Matthew, to ask your question about how Morrow is, I mean, very small sample size, but 6 points in 14 games, no power play time, under 16 minutes per game. At least that tells you that he can give you some offense at even strength, and that's what they need from this back line. They need to be able to transition and get out of the zone, and he's actually a pretty good passer, and he's a pretty good skater. So let Leon cook.
I was replying to Carson with that.
Oh, God.
Impressive that he was able to do that while adding to the Knicks bench all at once.
And he's only 22. He's
still
only
up.
22. There's still room for him to grow. Turns 23 on November 1st. Yeah, I think we are paying less now for a better defense. I think I would have to say this is a better team defensively than they were. A better unit right now. I mean, if you get rid of Soucy and you get even a halfway competent, I'm not gonna highlight it. I'm not gonna respond to it. It's just ridiculous. But if you get rid of Soucy,
get rid of Soucy, Leon.
But I mean, I just if you can get rid of Soucy and you can just get even like a halfway competent defenseman to replace him on third pairing. You know what? Okay. You might have just pulled me out of the abyss temporarily. Oh, because I was heading there. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I think we were all ready to jump ship.
I was falling in. I was like halfway in.
I was already there. Now I'm probably pulled to where
trade Soucy for.
Yeah, we're gonna get Dante DiVincenzo on the Rangers next year.
Keandre gonna make Sleeve and lose his love for the game of hockey. Poor guy.
Hold on, I have to exit real quick and come back out.
Who's even left for UFAs? I mean, Mantha never signed, and
Pew Suter still unsigned.
Oh yeah, Pew Suter too. I don't think we got the money to do that. I wish we did. I mean, that's another one we highlighted yesterday.
Mangiapane.
Bavilier didn't sign.
Bovillia is my guy, dude. I would love it if they signed Bo.
Ariel Huckporty on skates. I'd love to see that.
Huckporty.
Hey, Aspinall's got the two-way contract, so
Mitch Robb, Rempe, and Edstrom.
All right. So, yeah. Lucy for Rasmus Anderson. I would, oh my God, die if that happened. Yeah, they do need a third line center. I would love to get P.S. Suter, but I think he might price himself out of the Rangers range at this point. I don't think they have enough.
Imagine how much more flexibility they'd have if a certain someone wasn't taking up 11.5 million of cap space.
yeah.
Oh, Evan just he just triggered the Lazarus/Flippy signal.
Lazzie's definitely like twitching right now.
Yeah, Lazzy definitely.
Yeah, he's gonna come back on the stream.
No, that was the one he didn't want to talk about.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he ran
away from the fight.
So, well, yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up in like a minute because I got stuff I gotta do. But yeah, I definitely think that trade for Evan Rodriguez. That'd be a good one.
That's what they should do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will be there.
Yeah, we would definitely be there. I mean, 31 years old, plays the game you want to play. $3 million for this year and next. Florida's in a cap crunch, so you know that they're going to need to move guys. So you could probably get him for a cheaper price too. No, you got to make the playoffs to do that. I'm not going to love the 11.5 million because that's going to hold me back from getting other pieces that could help put this team over the top. You'd have an extra $2.5 million in space if you paid him a normal contract and didn't go overboard for him. So just think of that, what you could do with that extra space.
Mm-hmm.
On the point of Florida, real quick, the only 3 forwards that could theoretically be third line centers that don't have trade protection are Rodriguez, Lutzerainen, and Anton Lundell.
Yeah, but they're not trading Lundell. I wish.
Yeah, I want to
Let me play pretend it's Halloween.
Yeah, I've seen this before. I know how this movie ends. Henrik Lundqvist had one of the greatest playoff goalies ever. Sorry, Igor isn't that. But gonna wrap it up now. Thank you all for coming in and watching and staying. A lot of you for staying with us for the whole almost 7 hours that we were on. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Appreciate the boys from Rangers Central here, Matt and Evan. Appreciate Nick as well. Appreciate Jimmy Beeringer that was on. Anthony had to leave us like earlier on in the stream, but he was there for a little bit. Mark, what's that?
And Lazzy.
And Lazzy, of course. Johnny Lazarus as well.
And the captain.
So, I mean, everybody that came on and was with us, thank you. Big shout out to Mark for, getting all this together and, doing the job that he did because he put in a lot of work as well. So big shout out to our captain, my captain, as Matt calls him.
Sir Marcus.
Sir Marcus Williams of Layup, protector of the hoop. Yeah, so definitely big shout out to him as well. And shout out for all of you that were involved in the chat for as long as you were. The newcomers that came into the stream. Again, thank you. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. Like, share, and subscribe to these 3 guys as well if you haven't, because these guys work their asses off too to give us good content. So help out the hockey community here. And Mark is not the dud. We love to mess around with him, but he's not the dud. Let's be nice here. Oh, the dude. Okay, fine. Fair. I thought you were calling him a dud. Sorry. There's a little bit of a typo there, so you got me there. Had us in the first half. But, yeah, so nope. And Vasilevsky was under 10. Nope. Nope. Sorry. But
You guys are not going to win this. The pro Igor guys, you are not winning this.
you're not winning this.
I don't care.
Because we are probably not winning a cup within this guy's prime, and maybe not even within his contract. So when that happens, I hope you're here 7 years later, and I'm going to laugh at you. So,
It's fun to play
Take care.
pretend, though.
what's up?
I said it's fun to play pretend and say they're going to win, though.
Yeah, I would love to believe that this team is going to win a Stanley Cup within that contract. You haven't won shit. Relax, buddy. Settle down. You haven't won anything. So 7. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh man. But yes, thank you all for joining. Appreciate that. And look for us for tomorrow. And enjoy your night.